The Third Kingdom by Terry Goodkind. Read by Gary Tipton. Chapter 31. Samantha's eyes darted around in confusion. Stop the threat by ending prophecy? What are they talking about? How can prophecy be ended? Richard, more troubled than ever by what he was reading, traced a circular symbol containing a complex maze of twisting, supporting elements radiating out from the center. This circular symbol here, where she says that ending the Third Kingdom can only be done by ending prophecy, is some kind of time element, but I can't quite figure out its context. Time element? I don't understand. What do you mean, time element? Richard looked back through all the supporting designs and then the devices coming from the center of the primary symbol as he tried to think of how to put the concepts he was seeing into words. There were parts that made no sense to him, and other parts that had no direct translation. I'm not exactly sure what Nadja is saying here in this part. It's not that I can't translate it accurately, it's that she is obviously familiar with the concept, and I'm not. Because of that, it isn't clear enough for me to fully understand the precise meaning of the things she's talking about. What kind of thing is she talking about? Do you understand that much of it? To an extent. I understand the words, but not what they mean. It's some kind of representation having to do with time that I'm not familiar with. She calls it the twilight count. The twilight count? Samantha considered for a moment. Like counting days? Keeping track? Is that what she means? I think so, he said. But it seems to be more than that. It seems to be some kind of formal calculation I don't recognize. Do you think it could be a calendar or something? Calendars have to do with counting time. All the things on calendar calculations, like the moon's phases, star positions in different seasons, things like that, can get complicated to calculate into the future. Richard pressed his lips tight for a moment as he tried to make sense of it. That's true enough, but I'm not sure if that's what she is referring to in this case. Since it's some kind of computation involving counting, you might be right, but it's hard for me to say for sure because she doesn't explain it. People back then must have been familiar with the term, so she didn't feel the need to explain it. She merely calls it the twilight count. It's also possible that it has to do with the chronology of prophecy. Samantha frowned as she considered. Chronology of prophecy? What do you mean? Prophecy is prophecy, isn't it? Well, yes, sort of. Richard looked up from studying the symbols. Most people don't realize that chronology is always one of the great difficulties of understanding prophecy. It's hard to tell if a particular prophecy is about an event that will happen tomorrow or 1,000 years from tomorrow, or even if it may have already happened 200 years in the past. Samantha was hanging on his every word. That complicates matters. Richard nodded and gestured to the wall. Since these symbols in Nadja's account have to do with time, or more accurately with counting time, and it mentions it in conjunction with prophecy, it could be that the twilight count is a forgotten way of determining prophetic events in the flow of time. Samantha looked at the wall with newfound interest. So what does it say about this twilight count? Nadja says that they were able to determine by the twilight count that prophecy holds the key to stopping the threat. I thought you said that prophecy had to be ended. Richard raked his fingers back through his hair as he tried to make sense of what came next, and even more than that, how to explain it to her. It was a difficult combination of symbology to decipher. Some of the elements seemed strangely familiar, but he couldn't place them. I did, but then it goes on to explain here that ending prophecy can only be accomplished by bringing death. Richard frowned as he stared at the unusual network of symbols with a strangely shaped figure 9 at the center. It was similar to a hooked 9 he had seen before. It suddenly came to him. No, wait. That's not exactly what it says. So what exactly does it say, then? Samantha asked with exaggerated patience after he had fallen silent for a time. Richard touched his fingers to his forehead. He suddenly felt hot and a little dizzy. It doesn't say that ending prophecy can only be accomplished by bringing death. He stepped back from the wall and stared. It says that ending prophecy can only be accomplished by the bringer of death. Samantha's brow lifted. The bringer of death? What does that mean? Grissa ost drauka, Richard whispered. Samantha's nose wrinkled. What? Richard was still staring at the grim symbol, lost in a rush of tumbling thoughts. Now that he remembered some of the elements and had fit the pieces together, there could be no doubt about how it translated. It's High Daharan. Your Grissa ost drauka means the bringer of death. That's who Nadja is talking about. You mean that this bringer of death has to end prophecy if we are to have any hope of survival? Yes. Samantha watched him for a time as he scanned the symbols carved into the wall. Do you know who that is? Do you know where we can find this bringer of death? Richard nodded slowly, transfixed by the symbolic, hooked serpent figure 9. He tapped his chest. It's me. Ancient prophecies have named me Jur Grissa Ost Drauka. I am the bringer of death. Richard could not help thinking that he now carried death in him. In more ways than he could have ever envisioned, he was Jur Grissa Ost Drauka. Chapter 32. You're the bringer of death? Samantha looked up at him from under her brow. You're the one who was supposed to end prophecy? Are they serious? Richard was still staring at the symbols, certain at last that he understood their meaning. There could be no doubt as to the translation. That's what it says. There had been a time when he would have been rattled to read what others thought he was, or what they thought he needed to do, was destined to do, or must accomplish. But such things had often turned out to be quite different than they sounded at first, so his response to such news was more tempered than it once might have been. But still, what he saw written on the wall in the language of creation, the same language used by the ancient omen machine he had discovered buried deep within the people's palace, was more than a little troubling. Samantha paced off a short distance, considering. She returned to stand close beside him. The contentious sorceress in her, young as it was coming to the surface. How in the world can prophecy be ended? And how are you supposed to do such a thing? Did Nadja say? Richard shook his head. Nadja says only that they had a great many remarkably talented wizards working feverishly on a way to eliminate the threat of the half-people and the walking dead. But the magic the enemy used was too strong, and they didn't understand it well enough to know how to counter it. There was, however, no doubt as to how dangerous it was. She says that if they knew how to bring an end to the menace, they would have done so. Since they didn't have a solution or access to the one named in prophecy as the bringer of death, or even know how to find him, in the end all they could do was build a barrier to contain these conjured weapons until such time as the Wizards' Council was able to come up with a solution, or the bringer of death arrived to do what was necessary. She goes on to say that the terrible task of actually eliminating the threat presented by such conjured weapons would unfortunately have to be left to those who will one day again face them when the barrier eventually fails. It will be up to them when the time comes, she says, up to the bringer of death, to find a way to finally eliminate this evil. How could they know that such a thing was possible? You know, that prophecy really could be ended. Where would they come up with such a notion? What makes them believe this is the answer? What makes them so sure of it? Richard put a finger to the smooth wall, following along as he translated the complex symbols and designs cut into the stone so that he could relate the gist of it to Samantha. Explaining that part of it wasn't her purpose in writing this account. However, she does mention in passing that they know it's possible from information that predates the star shift. Samantha was staring at him again. What's a star shift? I haven't the slightest idea. But you have to know. Richard glanced back down at her. Why do I have to know? You're Lord Roll. You are the magic against magic. She wagged a finger at the symbols he had just translated. You said yourself that it names you as the one, just as I have known all along that you are the one. So you must know. Richard sighed. I wish it were so, Samantha, but I'm afraid it isn't. Lord Rawle, she said, again with a sort of serious intensity that could only be summoned by a sorceress, do you think that what Nadja really means, that what she is really saying here is that you, can only destroy the half-people and the awakened dead by destroying the world of life itself? You know, by bringing death to everyone and everything? Do you think she is saying that you are the one, the bringer of death, who is meant to end the world of life? Richard scratched his temple as he glanced over at her out of the corner of his eye. She said end prophecy, not life itself. Maybe she was afraid to say it out loud. Samantha gestured at the wall. You know what I mean. Say it in writing. After all, prophecy is about the future, right? So saying that prophecy must be ended is like saying that the future has to be ended, don't you suppose? How can there be life if there is no future? If there is no future, if the bringer of death cuts off the future, then life ends. As you explained before, the world of life is about time. If there is no future, then time stops, doesn't it? And if time stops, then the world of life stops. Richard stared at her for a long moment. What you say makes a certain amount of sense. I'll give you that. So then, we're all dead? Sulachan's mad scheme is finally coming to fruition to end the world of life. And it is to be by your hand? Richard squatted down and gently grasped her delicate shoulders as he smiled a bit of reassurance. While what you say makes some sense, there's more to it. More to it? From what Nadja is saying, one way or another, the future, time, and therefore life itself are soon going to end. It seems to me pretty clear that we've all run out of time. What more can there be to it? Well, for one thing, this is tied into prophecy, and prophecy rarely turns out to be anything at all like it seems when you read it. I've seen the most dire predictions turn out to be insignificant events that only sounded important. On the other hand, I've seen harmless-sounding prophecy take us all to the brink of destruction. Some of the most troubling prophecy of all time have turned out to exist on false forks, with the critical event creating the forks safely past centuries before without anyone knowing it. It turned out in those cases that a great many people, many of them gifted, had worried their entire lives over something that was actually a long-dead fork in prophecy. This could be one of those. In the past, while people worried about such dire-sounding warnings, prophecy that didn't sound like any cause for concern, in fact, turned out to be the real trouble. How does that help us here now? What I'm trying to explain is that it's a mistake to base your fears and decisions on prophecy. Nadja is talking about a prophecy. Prophecy almost never turns out to be anything at all like it sounds. How can that be? It sounds so clear. Well, for example, what if a prophecy said that if you go out tomorrow, you will get wet? Does that sound profoundly dangerous? Would you worry about it? Samantha shrugged. No, not really. What if it turns out that the true meaning is if you go out, someone will cut your throat and your clothes will get wet because they will get soaked with your own blood? Her hands reflexively went to her throat. Oh, I see what you mean. People commonly believe that written prophecy is the prophecy, but it's not. It's not? I thought prophecy was prophecy. Prophecy is intended for future prophets to grasp through visions triggered by the words. The written words are not the actual prophecy. They are a kind of catalyst intended for other prophets. Frequently, the words deliberately veil the truth behind a prophecy. Because prophets aren't common anymore, a true understanding of prophecy has for the most part been lost. Samantha let out a deep sigh. I never knew it was so complicated. I guess I kind of see what you mean, but I don't see how we're not supposed to worry about the bringer of death ending prophecy. That sounds pretty clear to me. Just because it sounds clear doesn't mean it really is. I've learned not to be guided by prophecy or the fear of it. It's better to make rational choices, and prophecy is just one of many things that has to be taken into consideration. People not schooled in prophecy often fall into the trap of thinking it's perfectly clear, so they let it guide them. Your mother was right to teach you not to pay a great deal of attention to it. But it must be important sometimes. She gestured to the wall. After all, Nadja went to all the trouble to warn us about the barrier and what was beyond it. They apparently placed Stroiza here for us to be sentinels to watch the barrier. Her warnings all come down to this prophecy, and they had plenty of prophets back in her time. The prophets back then must have known it was important, or they wouldn't stake so much on putting this message here about ending prophecy. Richard glanced over at the expanse of writing again. You may have a point, but it could also mean something entirely different that we don't yet understand. After all, the prophecy itself is not here, only a fragment of it. Samantha's mouth twisted. I don't know, Lord Roll. This sounds like it means for us, for you, to do something about what is beyond the barrier that is now breached. Richard stood facing the wall as he rested the palm of his left hand on the pommel of his sword. His gaze swept over the ancient symbols carefully incised in the stone of the wall. That's true enough. That much of it doesn't necessarily have anything to do with prophecy, but with the threat. But you said yourself that prophecy named you the bringer of death. Samantha flung her arms up in frustration. I'm sorry, Lord Roll, but I don't understand. The whole thing doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Richard nodded. I know, but often the truth is complicated. That's why so many people get in trouble with both the truth and with prophecy. Then what are we to think of Nadja's account? I mean, parts of it, like the part about ending prophecy, are pretty confusing to me. But those corpses who came in here and killed so many people are all too real. She pointed toward light coming from the opening. That's what matters most. I'm not sure about all the things that happened back in Nadja's time, but I know what's happening now. Does all this help us or not? What are we to do about it? What are you going to do about the barrier being breached and about ending prophecy? Richard's gaze scanned across Nadja Moon's account of that ancient war before he went to the opening overlooking the barrier standing before the Third Kingdom, a barrier that had stood for near to 3,000 years, holding back an unspeakable evil, a barrier that had now been breached. I'm going to do what I thought I would never have to do again. What would that be? She asked as she watched him glaring silently out into the murky morning light. Richard lifted his sword a few inches to make sure it was clear, and then let it drop back into its scabbard. I'm going to war. Going to war? Yes, with a madman who has been dead for 3,000 years, Richard said as he marched away. Chapter 33. Samantha hurried to catch up with him. What do you mean you're going to war? Richard, his mind lost in a jumble of thoughts, started back through the corridor the way they had come in. Samantha was right on his heels by the time he reached the opening with the round stone that had been blocking the passage on the way in, but now stood open. Shut this, he said as he marched through without pause. Samantha growled, slapped the metal plate, and then rushed to catch back up with him. Richard could hear the stone grinding across the floor as it slowly rolled back in front of the opening to block off the corridor to the portal for viewing the ancient barrier to the Third Kingdom. Samantha grabbed his wrist and dragged him to a halt. Lord Rawl, what do you mean you're going to war? I've read everything Nadja wanted us to know. There is still a lot I don't understand, but the one thing that's clear is that if we have any time left, it's rapidly running out. For everyone. I have to do something to stop what is happening, and I have to do it now, or it will soon be too late. Like what? Samantha sounded as exasperated as she looked. What are you going to do? What can you hope to do? Her voice echoed back from the distance through the simple stone corridor. What she meant, but didn't say, was what could he possibly hope to do without the help of his gift? He didn't have an answer to that unspoken question. He only knew that he had to stop what was coming after them all. He had not told Samantha all the gruesome details written on the wall. He had wanted to spare her the anguish of some of Nadja's words, but those words echoed in his own mind, and he knew the ghastly extent of what the people back in the time of the first confessor had faced, and what the world of life now faced again. Samantha's black hair looked even darker in the spectral glow of the light sphere she was holding. "Lord Rawle, answer me. What are you going to do?" Richard clenched his jaw a moment before answering. "I have to go in there." "Go in there?" She leaned toward him with urgency. "Go in where?" Richard flicked a hand back in the direction of the portal, looking out over a barrier that had for thousands of years held back an unspeakable evil. "I have to go in there, to the Third Kingdom. Knowing now what's beyond that barrier, I fully expect that I will have to fight a war to do it." She snatched a quick look back the way they had come. "Go into the Third Kingdom? Are you crazy?" "It's the only thing I can do, the only answer I can come up with." "Answer? Answer to what? How to get yourself killed?" Richard ignored the sarcasm as he started out again. "No, the answer to how to stay alive, how to keep us all alive." "Lord Rawle," she said, her massive black hair bouncing softly as she jogged along beside him, "you can't go in there." He tapped his chest. "What do I have in me?" he asked without slowing. Samantha pushed some of her hair back out of her face. "In you? You mean that touch of death?" "That's right." "What of it?" "You can't remove that touch of death from me or Colin." Richard glanced down at the concern on her face. "If we don't rid ourselves of this link to the world of the dead, then it will claim us both. You said yourself that Colin didn't have much time, and I have precious little more than she does." "I still don't think—" Not in the mood to argue, he jabbed a finger toward her. "You're the one who told me that I would soon start getting as sick as she is. You know very well that once I get to that point, I won't be able to do anything to help myself, much less anyone else. Would you have me lie down and wait for death?" She rushed along beside him in silence as they made their way back through the hauntingly empty tunnel. Richard came to a halt in front of the doorway closed off by the first shielded stone they had passed on their way in. "Open this, will you?" he said as he flicked a hand toward the metal plate on the wall. "My gift doesn't work, remember?" "I remember," Samantha grumbled as she moved close to slap the flat of her hand to the metal plate. "Which is why it's crazy for you to go in there." Richard snatched her wrist, stopping her before she could touch the metal plate. He thought he saw some hint, some glimmer of something in the center of the stone. "Wait," he said. She frowned up at the stone and then him. "Wait for what?" Instead of answering, Richard reached out and pressed the flat of his hand to the metal plate. The massive stone shielding the doorway did not move, but in the center of the round stone, where he thought he'd seen something glimmer, stone dust started to crumble away. Powdery silt poured out of incised lines in the center of the stone. It was as if from centuries of rolling back and forth into the slot in the side wall, the engraved lines had become packed with dirt and dusty, crushed stone. Only now, as it spilled out, did the engraved symbols reappear. "Would you look at that?" Samantha whispered in amazement. There, linked in a circle in the center of the stone, blocking their way out, was a small triangular assemblage of symbols in the language of creation. The three emblems formed a complex message. Richard squinted at the small designs as he worked the translation. The first of the three emblems said, "If you are reading this, it is because you are the bringer of death, and the barrier has been breached. What we could not stop, you now face. War is upon you." The second of the three emblems said, "Know that you are the only chance life has now. Know, too, that you are balanced between life and death. You have the potential to be the one to save the world of life or end it. You are not destined for anything. You make your own destiny." The third of the three emblems said, Know that you have within you what you need to survive. Use it. Seek the truth. Know that our hearts are with you. Make your own destiny and make it true, for life hangs in the balance. We leave you a reminder to keep with you of all that is important. Richard felt an icy chill run across his skin when he saw that it was signed Magda Cirrus, Mother Confessor, and Wizard Merit. They had been speaking to him personally. He half expected to see his own name engraved in the stone. He stared for a long moment at the symbols, at the names. He had read a number of ancient texts and accounts. This was the only thing he had ever seen from the very first confessor. He touched the name, imagining the time so long ago when she must have stood in this very spot as they engraved the words meant for him. His fingers on that name felt like a connection from Magda across the ages. Perhaps more than anyone alive, Richard understood what it meant for a woman to be a confessor. His life was devoted to a confessor, as had been Merit's. Richard knew precious little about the legendary figure of Magda Cirrus, but he knew Colin, and so in that way he knew Magda. In a way, by loving Colin, he knew Merit. In that way, he felt a personal connection to Magda and to Merit. As his fingers brushed the names in stone, he looked again at the words, saying they left him a reminder. His fingers drifted to the center between the three symbols, where there was a slight depression. He rubbed with his fingers, and the stone dust there began to fall away until it revealed that underneath there was a piece of ancient leather tightly stuffed into a hole in the stone. He pulled the leather out and opened it in his palm. There in the center rested a ring. He and Samantha stared at the silver ring. On the top face of the ring was a grace. It looked like a ring used for sealing wax on messages. The message they had sent him was the ring itself. It was a grace he was to wear to always remind him of what was at stake. He slipped it on to the ring finger of his right hand, the hand he used with the sword. It fit perfectly. Samantha gave him a look that said more than words could. She was as amazed as he. She knew well the importance of the grace. When Richard gestured at last, Samantha pressed her palm to the metal plate, and the rock rumbled aside to allow them to pass. Once through, she touched the plate on the other side to shield the doorway. Samantha didn't ask to have the message translated. She must have sensed by the look on his face and his silence that the words were for him and no one else. When he hadn't said anything for a time as they swiftly made their way through the passageway, she couldn't remain silent any longer. "So, have you finally come to your senses and realized that you can't really go in there?" "Look, Samantha," he said, "you know as well as I do that you can't get that deadly touch of the hedge-maid out of me. Only my friends can do that. The only way to save myself and Colin, and in turn hope to help everyone else, is to get my friends out of the hands of the Shantuk and then get us back to the containment field at the People's Palace. After they do cure us, then I can work to figure out how to put an end to the threat from the Third Kingdom before it's too late. Simple as that." "Simple as that? And what if Zed and Nikki and all the others are dead?" "Then I'll soon be dead too, and soon after that so will everyone else. I need Zed and Nikki. If there is a chance they're alive, then I have to try to find them." But it's a land filled with half-people and walking dead, and who knows what other unholy monsters might be in the Third Kingdom. It's too dangerous." "I'm the one, remember?" "Yes, which is exactly why you can't go there. We all need you." "What's your plan, then?" He looked down at her. How are we going to stop the half-people and the dead armies that have come back to life? Without a cure, I'll soon be dead, so you'll have to fight them alone. So what's your plan?" She pressed her lips tight for a moment. "Well," she finally said, "I guess there's good reason you're the Lord Rawle. But I still don't like your plan to go in there." "I don't much like it myself, but I can't help anyone if I'm dead, now can I? Basically, that is what the message back there on the stone door said. It was a message to me saying that I'm the bringer of death and war is now up to me. I'm a war wizard. This is what I have to do, what only I can do. A war wizard without his gift, she reminded him. When he didn't answer, Samantha sighed in frustration as she replaced the glowing light sphere in the iron bracket on the wall and followed him out of the hallway into the room where Colin lay on the mat. There was no one else in the quiet room. Richard knelt down beside Colin, watching her slow but steady breathing. Every time he looked at her, he was struck by how beautiful she was. Since the first time he had seen her, he had known that she was the one. Seeing her face always lifted his heart. She was the one, the only one for him, the last one of her kind. He was going to find a way to help save her life. Samantha had told him that with some of her injuries healed, and her resting and recovering after the healing, she should soon wake up. The main problem would remain, but she would regain consciousness and at least no longer suffer from all the injuries and blood loss at the hands of the hedge-maid. Richard pressed his hand to Colin's forehead. He was relieved to feel that while she was warm, she was not burning up with fever. That was a good sign, he told himself, a sign that she would hopefully wake soon. But he didn't know how long that would take, and time was working against him. If Zed and Nikki had been killed by the half-people who had captured them, then there could be no hope for Colin, for him, or for anyone else. Magda Siras had said that he could save the world of life or end it. "I don't have any time to waste," he said in a voice now calmer in the presence of the person he loved more than life itself. "I have to go." Samantha sighed unhappily. She considered quietly for a moment before speaking. "I wish I had some other answer, Lord Rawle. I hate to say it, but I think you may be right." "I know I'm right." Chapter 34. His decision final that he had to go into the Third Kingdom to look for Zed, Nikki, and the others, Richard turned his attention to Colin, checking to make sure that all of her wounds looked properly healed. Samantha lit a few more of the candles so he could see better and then watched him in silence as he touched her cheek, silently asking the good spirits to watch over her. "I'll need some traveling supplies," he told her as he smoothed back Colin's hair. "Maybe you could get some things together for me?" Samantha nodded. "All right. I can get us some supplies. I'll put together some of the things we'll need for such a journey." Richard looked up. "Just supplies for me, Samantha. You're not going." "Yes, I am," she said in a calm voice laced with iron determination. "It's too dangerous. You said so yourself." "I know it's dangerous. That's why I have to go with you." "If it's too dangerous for me, then it is definitely too dangerous for you. You don't know anything about dealing with such dangers." "I was dealing just fine with those walking corpses that were after me," she said under her breath as she went to a chest across the room and opened the lid. Richard didn't want to argue the point. He turned his attention once more to Colin, wishing she would wake before he left. He had so much to tell her. She had no idea of all the things that had happened. The last thing she probably remembered was being Jit's captive, being bound into those thorn walls and being bled to death. She wouldn't know about Zed, Nikki, and Kara coming to help get them out. She wouldn't have any idea about the mysterious people who had attacked them and been intent on eating her alive. He didn't want to leave her when she was in the dark about everything that had happened. He especially didn't want to leave her in the dark about where he was going and why. She was also defenseless against such an enemy. But waiting for her to wake up would in reality only further endanger her life. His first duty was to find a way to get the vile contamination of death out of her. To do that, he had to find Zed and Nikki. "Your gift doesn't work," Samantha said as she rummaged through the contents of the chest. "My gift works. You'll need me to go with you." "I have my sword." "Good for you. You still don't have the use of your gift." She pulled out a small backpack, then gestured to the hallway at the back of the room. "You couldn't even get past a shield without me. What are you going to do if you need some kind of simple magic like that?" I may be young and inexperienced, and I admit that I have a lot yet to learn, but at least my gift works." Richard knew that she had no real concept of the danger she would be facing, and he didn't have time to explain it to her. "I appreciate the concern, but it would only make it more difficult if I were to take you with me. I've fought a lot of battles before without my gift helping me. I'll be fine." She flipped open the flap on the pack, checking the contents still inside. "There are things I can do with my ability, things my mother taught me that I know how to do, that you can't do and may need done. After all, I healed you of those terrible bite wounds, didn't I?" "Indeed you did," Richard admitted. He was grateful that Samantha had been brave enough to do what she had been so fearful of in order to save Colin's life, his too. "And I deeply appreciate it. But this is different." Bending over the chest, digging something out, she looked back over her shoulder at him. "I thought your plan was crazy, but you convinced me that it's vital that you go in there to try to rescue your friends." She pulled a knife in a sheath out of the chest, looked it over a moment, and then put it into the pack. "You convinced me that all our lives may depend on this. You were right. So if it's really that vital, which it is, then I have to go along so that I can help make sure you succeed." She glanced down into the chest. "Do you think we need to take soap?" She snatched it up and stuffed it into the pack. "Never mind. I had better take it." "Samantha, it's simply too dangerous for you to come with me," he said with calm finality. He was worried about Colin and wanted to be on his way to get help for her. Samantha would only slow him down. He was not in the mood to argue, but he hoped to make Samantha at least understand that he had good reason not to let her come along on such a journey. "You could easily be killed. I could never forgive myself if I let you go with me and something terrible happened to you." She shot him an impatient look. "If you don't accomplish what you were going in there to do, Lord Roll, then you will die, and if you die, then the Mother Confessor dies. I die. We all die. You said so yourself. You're putting my safety ahead of saving the Mother Confessor, ahead of saving everyone. I can help you, and you may need my help. I may be able to use my gift to get you out of trouble. That may be the edge you need in order to rescue your friends and succeed. Even if it costs me my life, anything I do that helps you might very well be the very help needed to save all the people of my village along with everyone else. Stop worrying about one young woman and start worrying about how important it is for you to succeed. Think of all those words you read back there and how important this is. You're a pretty smart man. You should be able to see the sense in what I'm saying." Richard started to object. Samantha held up a finger to silence him before he could answer. "Are you really going to turn down gifted help? That's your plan? Do without what could make the difference?" "My plan is to move swiftly, strike fast, and get out. You would slow me down." She arched an admonishing eyebrow. "And if you break a leg in a badger hole while moving swiftly, who is going to help you? I'm going with you, Lord Rawl, and that's all there is to it." Richard let out a long sigh. "You make a lot of sense, Samantha. You really do. But I know a lot more about these kinds of things than you. I fought for years in the war with the old world. You've never had to face anything remotely like the dangers out there." "Those dangers came here into my home looking for me, remember?" She shrugged with one shoulder as she looked away from his eyes. "Not only that, but my mother may be held captive with your friends. You said so yourself. If there is any way for me to help rescue her too, then I want to go to make sure we get her away from those unholy cannibals." Richard had thought that might have had something to do with it. "I know how you feel. I really do. I promise you that if she is being held captive, I will fight to get her safely out, the same as I will fight to get my people out. But I'll handle it. I can't allow you to come along." She stood and faced him. "All right. You are the Lord Roll. You do what you think best." She planted her small hands on her narrow hips and cocked her head with a serious look. "But you know, of course, that if you don't let me go with you, I will simply follow you. You can't stop me from following you. Being separated like that, each of us alone rather than traveling together, will only be more dangerous for both of us. It would be better if we were to travel together. You could do what you can to protect me that way, and in turn I could do what I can to protect you. But one way or another, with you or following in your footsteps, I'm going. That's all there is to it." Richard pressed his lips tight as he appraised the determination in her dark eyes. "You are one stubborn little girl." "Not a girl," she said with conviction. "Samantha, sorceress serving the Lord Roll." Richard couldn't help but to smile. "So you are. Well, I guess you give me no choice in the matter, and what you say does have some good points." He shook his head to himself. "All right, I'll take you with me." Samantha smiled. "You won't be sorry, Lord Roll." "I hope not, and I hope you won't be sorry. Let's hurry and get supplies together for the two of us then. And I want someone to watch over Colin while we're gone." "Esther will watch her." Richard nodded. "Why don't you go get her? Before we leave, we need to tell Esther a little bit of what we learned so that she can warn the others and then tell Colin when she wakes." Chapter 35. "I'll get Esther," Samantha said on the way across the room. She turned back from the doorway, looking a bit suspicious. "Don't forget, if you leave without me, I will simply follow you. I hope you know better than to try to trick me." "I told you that you could come with me," Richard said in an earnest tone. "I keep my word." "All right, then." She looked just a bit sheepish for floating the accusation. He didn't want to put her young, inexperienced life in such terrible jeopardy, but he knew that she was right about her potential value to him. With a touch of death lurking within him, he didn't know how long it would be before it might start to become a real problem that could slow him down. If he didn't succeed, then everyone was going to be at the mercy of whatever could now escape from the Third Kingdom. He could already feel the drag of that sickness making him feel unusually drained and weary. He could feel himself being inexorably drawn toward the darkness of death within. The inevitability of dying had always existed in the background of his mind, but it was a distant reality that most of the time went unnoticed. Now death felt close and coldly real. In a way, that darkness trying to draw him in was beginning to feel appealing, inviting him to cross the veil of life into the unfeeling eternity of nothingness. It offered the comforting release of all effort, all cares, all fears. Richard might very well need Samantha's help before their journey was over. Even if she was a small help, it might be enough to make a difference. Richard remembered his grandfather once telling him that wizards had to use people. He didn't like the feeling that he was using Samantha, even though he knew she was willing, and even if she was not really giving him a choice. He knew in his own mind that it was really by his choice, not hers, and that she very well might lose her life on such a dangerous journey. They both might. "I'll need a pack as well," he told her. "I don't have any supplies with me. Most everything I had, except my sword, was in the wagon." He checked in his pocket. "Wait, I've got a flint and steel for starting a fire, at least." Samantha nodded. "I'll tell the men that we need just about everything else, then." "We need traveling food, so that we don't have to spend a lot of time hunting for something to eat. But we should have some small items in case we do need to hunt. Some line and fish hooks, things like that. If someone has a bow, that would be a big help as well." "I'm sure that one of the men would be honored to provide a bow and arrows to help in the effort of stopping the threat. We have supplies of food that keeps well for traveling. It doesn't taste very good, though." Richard smiled a little. "It never does." "The gift had kept journey supplies, dried meat, fish, hard biscuits, and such, in case they ever had to go well, I was going to say to warn the Wizards' Council, but I guess they're long gone." She gestured to the hall. "The travel supplies are kept in the second room to the right in a cabinet. Take what you think we'll need. I'll be back as soon as I get Esther and gather up some of the other things we'll need." When Richard nodded, Samantha dashed out the doorway. After she was gone, he knelt back down beside Colin, lifting her limp hand to hold it in his for a moment. He wished she would wake, so that he could tell her where he was going and about the threat from the Third Kingdom. The last thing she knew about had been the threat from Jit. He watched her steady breathing, watched her peaceful expression. He wished she would wake, but wishing couldn't make it happen. She was going to need help if she was to live. They both were. He had to try to get that help. In the quiet stillness before the storm that he knew was about to break, he leaned down and gently kissed her soft lips, hoping it would last him, and that it would not be the last time he ever kissed her. He knew that if she were awake, she would tell him not to worry about her, but to go do what he needed to do. Knowing that time was short, he rushed to the second room and found the journey supplies. He collected what he thought they could carry without slowing them down, piling it neatly in the front room. In short order, Samantha, carrying a second pack for him and 2 hooded traveling cloaks over her arm, hurriedly ushered Esther into the outer room. "Some of the others are getting some supplies together for us," Samantha told him as she closed the door. "Lord Rawle, what is it?" Esther asked, looking back and forth between the two of them as she squeezed one hand with the other. "Sammy said it's important, but she wouldn't say what it was about. Is the Mother Confessor—" "She's all right for the moment," Richard said, "but we need your help. Samantha and I have to go." "Samantha?" the woman asked with a puzzled look. "Sammy. You called her Sammy," Richard said. "I call her Samantha because I think she is growing into a woman, and she now has to face some very grown-up challenges. Samantha seems a more appropriate name. Like I was saying, I have to go, and Samantha is going with me." "Going with you? Where?" The woman looked more bewildered than ever. Richard didn't want to add to her sense of confusion, but he needed her to be aware of what was going on. She needed to be able to let everyone else know of the threat, and she needed to tell Colin about it when she woke up. "There is trouble," Richard told Esther. "You know those 2 men who were attacking me, the ones you helped save me from?" Esther nodded. "Of course." "Well, those men were cannibals." "Cannibals?" "Yes. Don't you remember how they were attacking me with their teeth, biting me?" But, I don't have time to explain everything. The important part that you need to understand is that this village was put here long ago in ancient times to watch over the barrier." "The North Wall," Samantha told Esther. She looked over at Richard. "Everyone in the Darklands knows it as the North Wall." Richard nodded. "The North Wall. The problem we're all facing now is that the North Wall was keeping some very dangerous threats locked away to prevent them from harming the people of the New World. It has kept everyone safe since the Ancient War, the Great War thousands of years ago." Esther nodded with a troubled look. "I know some about that history. I've heard tales since childhood about otherworldly dangers lying in wait beyond the North Wall. No one ever knew what was on the other side, but we all knew it was evil." "Those tales probably fall well short of the reality. With the barrier breaking down, what was on the other side is now getting out. What no one knew was that Jit was only the beginning of that evil escaping from beyond that North Wall." Esther leaned forward a little. "What is it that's on the other side?" "You remember those creatures that looked like walking corpses that came up here the other night and hurt so many people, killed so many?" Her knuckles were white. "How could I forget such a thing?" "They were corpses animated by occult magic from beyond the North Wall. They were the walking dead." Unable to speak, Esther stiffened with a look of horror. "The people from beyond that wall aren't like us," Richard said. "They're a kind of cannibal." She frowned in confusion. "A kind of cannibal? What do you mean? How can there be different kinds?" "They eat living people, eat them while they are still alive, to try to steal their souls," Samantha said. Esther gasped, but said nothing. She looked at a complete loss for words. "Those from beyond the wall," Richard told the woman, "attacked my friends who were taking us back to the People's Palace. They were also the ones who killed Samantha's father and likely took her mother. I think that my friends and Samantha's mother may still be alive. We're going in there, beyond the north wall, to try to get them back out." Esther looked at Samantha before looking back at Richard. "Are you serious? Do you so soon forget Henrik's story? They attacked a whole column of your elite troops, your personal guard from the palace, and overpowered them. And you think that you two can go in there alone and not be slaughtered the moment you step through the north gate?" That same thought had occurred to Richard. "He won't be alone," Samantha said. "I'll be with him." "Sometimes it's safer to be few in number," Richard said. "We won't be noticed the way a whole column of troops would be." "Lord Rawle, far be it from me to tell you your business, but you were alone when those two men attacked you, and had we not come along when we did, you would be dead now." Richard sighed as he rose up from beside Colin. "I know, but there's no choice. It's something I have to do. This threat could kill people in numbers beyond your ability to imagine. I'm the Lord Rawle. I have to do what is necessary to protect all the people of the New World." Esther dipped her head. "I can't argue with the word of the Lord Rawle." Esther gestured at Samantha. "But why is she going?" "Because she is stubborn," Richard said. For the first time a small smile touched Esther's lips. "I see you have gotten to know her." "I have the gift," Samantha said in her own defense. "Lord Rawle and the Mother Confessor are sick with Jit's touch of death in them, and their magic doesn't work. I can at least help Lord Rawle with my gift. And if we can get my mother out, then she can help him, too." Esther considered briefly. "I see. That's very brave of you, Samantha. Well, what can we do to help, Lord Rawle?" "You can watch over Colin for me, and when she wakes up, tell her what's happening. I'll be back as soon as I can get my friends out. Then we must rush back to the people's palace so that they can cure us of the hedge-maid's deadly touch. After that, I will deal with the threat from beyond the north wall. When she wakes, tell Colin what I've told you, and that I said it's important for her to wait here for me. I will be back for her. I will be bringing help. I need to briefly explain some of what I've learned so that you can tell the others here about the threat that is now loose. The people of Streuza need to stay up here as much as possible. They shouldn't go out alone, only in large groups. Keep a watch at all times. The unholy creatures from beyond the north wall may try to get up here to attack your people." "You mean to eat us alive?" Richard took a breath. "I'm afraid so. From up here you have a better chance of holding them off. Hopefully I'll be back before you have any trouble." "We need to leave right away," Richard added. "There's still plenty of light left. We need to get as far as we can before dark." "It's a pretty long way to the north wall," Esther said. "It will take you days to get there." "I know. That's all the more reason I have to hurry." Chapter 36. The climb down the side of the mountain in the damp drizzle was harder than the climb up had been. As he led the way, Richard idly wondered how many people from the village of Streuza, over all the time the cave village had been up there, had slipped in the wet on the narrow trail and fallen to their death. Looking up at one point, Richard saw crowds of people lining the rim of the cavern, gazing down at him and Samantha as they made the treacherous descent on the way to an even more treacherous unknown land beyond the mysterious barrier they knew as the North Wall. They were probably wondering if the two would ever be seen again. Richard dared not entertain such doubts. Colin was up there, and he needed to bring help back for her. If he failed, he was failing her, and she would die. As Richard and Samantha had swiftly put together their supplies, he had briefly explained the dangers from the barrier failing to those gathered around helping. With no time to explain things to all the people of Streuza, Richard told Esther and those gathered around that they would have to be the ones to let all the rest of the people know what had happened. With what they called the North Wall, and fill them in with more of the details of the new dangers. The dark lands were already a dangerous place. With the menace of the hedge maid recently appearing out of nowhere, and the mysterious hordes attacking, killing, or carrying off all the soldiers and gifted who had been with the Lord Roll, to say nothing of the grotesque creatures that had attacked and killed so many people up in the caves, the people of Stroiza were already on high alert. He had no doubt that they would take the warnings seriously. While he had had the chance, Richard had impressed on those gathered around the previously unknown sort of threat that those from the Third Kingdom represented. Like him, none of them had ever imagined people or half-people who thought they could steal another person's soul by eating them alive. He had told the people listening to come down the mountain only for something essential, and then only in groups prepared to fight off an attack. He'd been glad to hear that they had already avoided coming down ever since the attack by the walking dead. They told him that groups of men had quickly rushed down to tend their animals as necessary, but they didn't linger. They feared that more of those corpse-like monsters might be lurking down below. Richard had told them that they could very well be right. That was before they knew of the threat of the half-people. Fortunately, as of yet, they had not encountered any more of the awakened dead. He was glad that the trail up was so strenuous. The difficulty of coming up that mountainside trail to attack the cave village was probably the best defense these people had, now that they were properly on alert. They had been careless in keeping watch before, but he doubted that they would be that inattentive again. As he paused to gaze out over the gloomy wilderness, the thought occurred to him that those back in Naja Moon's time probably planned the cave village high up in the mountain with defensive safety in mind. It was even possible, if not likely, that they were the ones who had constructed the cave homes in the first place for just this eventuality. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Still, whether it was by initial intent or the village had come to be this way over time, these were not a people who were schooled in the art of fighting. They had, after all, fought off his attackers with a rock, even though they carried simple knives. He had to admit, though, that in that instance it had been pretty effective. He had told them that they shouldn't depend on such methods in the future, and told them that when they went down to tend the animals to always have knives on them. A rock was all well and good, but a blade would serve them better in a fight for their lives. These people, though, were meant to wait and watch. They were sentinels, watchers, the ones who were supposed to raise an alarm. It was clear to Richard that it was never intended that they would be the ones to be the first line of defense and fight the war they were here to warn about. Now that the ancient war had flared anew, they were going to have to defend themselves as best they could until Richard could do something to stop the threat. Henrik had seen all the rushed preparations and had wanted to come with Richard and Samantha. Richard asked the boy to instead stay and help watch over Colin. When she woke, Henrik would then be able to fill in a lot of the blanks for her about what had happened after Richard had killed Jit. Esther could fill Colin in on what Richard had since learned about the barrier failing and what he and Samantha had gone to do. Colin had rescued Henrik from the hedge-maid's clutches. Because of that, he had a special kind of loyalty and attachment to her, so it hadn't taken a lot of convincing for Richard to get the boy to stay behind and help Colin. Richard hiked the bow up onto his shoulder before negotiating a particularly treacherous turn on the steep trail. Between frequently looking down to watch his footing and looking ahead for handholds, he scanned the forest spread out in the distance below, looking for any sign of half-people lying in wait. He didn't see anyone or anything out of the ordinary, but that didn't allay his concern. The unseen threats were what worried him the most. Samantha seemed completely comfortable on the trail. She danced down behind him like a mountain goat, pausing to wait for him to make it past difficult spots where he was more careful. It wasn't that he was going slow. He wasn't. It was simply that she had grown up ascending and descending the trail, and she was intimately familiar with it. Either that, or she was not properly cautious. When they finally reached the boulder field at the bottom of the mountain, he again scanned the gloomy countryside out beyond the small sheds, buildings, and shelters housing the village's animals and tools. The open fields out beyond allowed him to see a goodly distance, all the way to the dark swath of sodden forest in the distance. What he could see looked deserted. The chickens and geese were making a racket. They had been quiet until Richard and Samantha had made it down near their coops, and that was probably what disturbed them, so he wasn't alarmed. Moving out of the boulders, he noticed that the rest of the animals seemed strangely quiet. The sheep huddled together under a roof of a small pole building. They were either staying out of the drizzle or they were afraid of something. The hogs were likewise quiet and crowded together in corners of their pens. Richard checked the damp ground, looking for fresh tracks that would indicate someone was about. There were tracks everywhere from people going about the work of looking after the animals. In fact, there were so many tracks through the mud that it made it difficult to make out anything suspicious. But then he spotted a track that brought him to a halt. The people of Stroyza all wore shoes or boots. The print from this particular left foot was bare. What was so disturbing, though, was that the right footprint wasn't bare, but it wasn't a boot print either. It was a soft, irregular impression. It looked like the person's foot might have been wrapped in cloth. At the same time, as he saw tracks that concerned him, Richard looked up just as a man with dark, sunken eyes stepped out from behind the chicken coop. Chapter 37. The man wasn't one of the villagers. His clothes were little more than tattered rags draped over his bony frame, exposing oozing lesions. In places, corners of different kinds of cloth hung like rotted flags. His left foot was bare. His right foot was wrapped in muddy rags. Considering his clothes alone, as filthy and frayed as they were, Richard's first thought was that this was another of the walking dead, dug up out of a grave somewhere and sent on a mission to attack the people of Stroyza. But this was no walking corpse. This man was alive, although by the looks of him he was well on the way to being dead. He stared with sunken eyes rimmed with dark reddish circles. The skin of his exposed arms was riddled with open sores and scabs. Except for not looking to have any other deformities, he looked to be a leper. There was no time to feel sorry for the man. Almost as soon as he spotted Richard, the man rushed at him, his lips curling back. As he came, he let out a bellowing roar, an otherworldly, feral, fierce sound, a sound born of savage hunger. His jaws were open wide, and his teeth were bared for the attack. Richard pivoted to his left as he threw his leg out, planting his boot squarely in the center of the man's chest as he charged in. The swift, powerful blow drove a grunt from the man and also drove him back, gaining Richard precious fighting room. The man stumbled backward several steps as he struggled to catch his balance. As soon as he regained his footing, he immediately lunged toward Richard again. Twisting to the left, coiled like a spring, Richard now had not only the time he needed, but also the fighting room. The clear ring of steel in the still midday air announced the sword of truth, clearing the scabbard. The sword's rage came out with the blade. Richard's own anger was already there, waiting. Together, those twin storms fired the fury powering the blade's magic. Samantha let out a squeak as she dove behind Richard, both for cover and to get out of the way of his deadly blade. Richard's gaze was fixed on the threat, again rushing toward him. As his sword cleared the sheath, Richard uncoiled and whipped the blade around in a backhanded arc, following the path needed to take it where he was looking. Before the man could take another step, the blade was already there to meet him. The silence was broken by the crack of bone. A red mist filled the damp morning air. Before Samantha had finished diving behind Richard, the man's head was off and tumbling up through the air. It bounced down on the top rail of a hog pen, leaving a splash of blood, and then came down with a thud in the mud among the pigs. The pigs snorted, pushing back against one another, at first trying to get away from the threat, and then, as the head rolled to rest, the smell of fresh blood swiftly overcame their fear, and they were on it, jostling one another to get at the gory prize. The headless man toppled forward, hitting the ground hard at Richard's feet, splashing blood and mud across his boots. Already Richard was scanning the trees, fields, and nearby buildings for any other sign of threat. He expected a horde of half-people to emerge suddenly and attack all at once, hoping to overpower and rip into him with their teeth before he could fight them all off. But he didn't see anyone else. Stillness settled once more over the countryside out beyond the animal pens. The pigs snorted and squealed as they fought to get at the head. The chickens, rattled by the man's roar, were in a frenzied, flapping panic. Samantha, clutching his cloak, peeked out from behind Richard. Her face was white. "Are you all right?" he asked, his voice still alive with the twin rage within him. Samantha's mass of black hair jiggled up and down as she nodded, her eyes wide. Richard, still holding the sword, looked back up the mountain to the cave opening. All the people up top gaped down in horror. He didn't think it was necessary to yell up to them to ask. They got the point. "He was right here among us," Samantha said, clearly surprised that one of the half-people had been hiding this close. "They've found where we live." "They will find where everyone lives," Richard said. "They're on the hunt for souls." Richard laid a hand on Samantha's shoulder, holding her back, and told her to wait where she was while he checked the area. She looked forlorn as she waited, standing all alone with her elbows pulled in tight to her sides and her hands clenched in a tight knot under her chin as she watched him searching the area around the small buildings. More than anything, seeing that thin, frail young woman standing there all alone made him realize how alone she really must feel, with her father murdered and her mother missing. She was only now stepping away from being a girl into a world that demanded she grow up or die. Richard reminded himself again that if there was anything he could do to rescue her mother, he was going to do it. Samantha watched as Richard looked inside the buildings and coops and all around the firewood piles for anyone who might be hiding. As he went around each structure, making sure there was no one hidden behind them, she snatched glances to the sides for any sign of trouble. After Richard had satisfied himself that the area was clear and that there was no one lying in wait, he signaled for Samantha to come on ahead. She raced to catch up with him as he started down the lane between the pens. "Are you starting to see why coming along with me is going to be so dangerous?" he asked, as he slid his sword back in its sheath. As he released the hilt, he let the anger go as well. "I'd rather be with you than back there with my people," she said. "They have numbers. You have a sword. After seeing them attacked the other night, and after seeing you use that sword just now, I'd rather be with one of you and your sword than with all of them." Richard had to admit that she had a point. "Did you sense that man at all with your gift?" Samantha frowned. "Sense him? What do you mean?" "Gifted people, wizards and sorceresses, can often sense when there is someone around. They can often sense someone in the darkness, or someone hiding like that man was hiding." "Really?" Her mouth twisted with displeasure. "I wish my mother would have taught me that trick." "Streuzer doesn't have any horses, do they?" he asked, even though he thought he knew the answer. Samantha shook her head. "Just oxen to help in the fields." It struck him that they lived here. They had nowhere to go. Unless, of course, in their duty as sentinels, they had need to put out a warning about the gates to the Third Kingdom being open, but that had not been necessary for thousands of years. Since they didn't have horses, there was no choice but to walk. From some of the terrain he had seen through the viewing port, horses could not make it all the way to where they needed to go, so it wasn't as big a hindrance as it might seem. They would have to make do and cover the most ground they could on foot. As they took the turn, making their way down the path leading north through the fields, Samantha pulled the hood of her cloak up over her hair. The drizzle was getting thicker. By the look of the overcast, Richard thought that it might soon be raining. It was going to be miserable traveling weather. At least the forest, still some distance off, would offer them some protection. He hurried his pace to make it to the trees quicker. Samantha didn't look to be bothered by the gloom. "Does it get gloomy like this often here?" he asked her. She nodded. "It's dark and dreary here a lot. I've often wished that I could live someplace sunny rather than in the dark lands." Before they reached the edge of the fields off ahead among the towering trees, Richard thought that for just a brief moment he spotted eyes back in the darkness of the thick forest. Chapter 38. Richard put his right arm out when he stopped, bringing Samantha to a halt as well. She looked up at him with a puzzled expression. "Do you notice anything up ahead?" Richard asked in a hushed tone, gesturing with a slight nod of his head. Samantha looked toward the trees and then frowned back up at him. "I see trees? What do you mean? Like what?" "I mean, do you see eyes watching us?" She turned her frown toward the dark forest rising up before them. "Eyes?" she asked in a voice drawn thin and high with alarm. She leaned a little bit to each side, then forward a little, peering into the dark places among the trees. Richard carefully, methodically, studied the dark shadows back in behind the trees. The woods weren't too far off. In fact, at the moment, they were feeling uncomfortably close. He saw a few sparrows darting among the pine boughs and a squirrel or maybe a mouse rummaging among the leaf litter. Nothing larger. "No, I don't see anything," she finally said. "You saw eyes watching us? Where?" "I think I saw them up ahead, back in the trees, just off to the right of the trail." Samantha's gaze darted back to the forest, checking where he said he saw something. "Are you sure?" "No, I only saw it for a moment. I've spent most of my life in the woods, and I know that sometimes light reflecting off wet leaves or a few light patches of moss, things like that, can sometimes look like eyes. Sometimes it can really fool you." "Maybe that's what you saw this time." She sounded more hopeful than confident. "It's possible, but now I don't see it." Richard took 2 steps back to replicate where he had been, trying to see if it was a reflection off wet leaves when seen from just a certain angle. He didn't see it again, so he doubted it was a reflection he'd seen. As he came forward to step up beside her, he still didn't see it again. "That's good if you don't see it, right? That means it was nothing, right?" Richard stared into the dark recesses of the forest, back among the bases of the towering trunks and the smaller shrubs. "Maybe. It might have been a trick of the light or some water dripping off leaves. But it could also mean that it was somebody, and when I spotted them, they moved back and hid behind cover." Samantha scanned the fields to their left. To the right, the rocky ground rose up sharply into the mountain home where she lived. She looked back to the forest, waiting for them at the end of the lightly traveled trail. "What should we do?" she asked. Richard surveyed the lay of the land. To the right, the mountain made passage impossible. To the left, skirting the path, looked like an option, but not a good one. "Are there any other paths or roads going in this general direction?" Samantha shook her head. "There are more populated areas to the south. Very few people live in this direction. This is the only path going north, and it only goes north for a ways. If we go off the path, it will be slow going through the forest. We will have to do that eventually because the path doesn't go all the way north to the wall. It turns off to the west, less than halfway to where we're going. It eventually turns some more to go to the southwest as it makes its way around rugged, rocky ridges. But to the north, after the trail turns away, is uncharted wilderness. It only goes north as far as it does because of rugged mountains due west of here. The trail only goes north as far as it has to in order to get around impassable country. Then it turns on its way to the few other villages to the west and south. Do many people travel through here? She tilted her head to the west. Those villages are distant over those mountains. Most of the people there trade with places to the south of them, which are closer, so people rarely travel here because Stroyza is not only pretty isolated, it's not on the way to anywhere. This part of the Dark Lands is just too rugged and uninhabited to be worthwhile for most traders to have any reason to come this way. So we don't see many people other than a few trappers, merchants, and traders trying to scratch out a living. Hands on his hips, Richard nodded as he studied the lay of the land. I should have realized it. She looked up at him. What do you mean? Well, in Najamun's time, they were trying to save everyone from the danger of the half-people and the walking dead, right? Right, Samantha said, not really following what he was getting at. Well, if you wanted to stick something dangerous somewhere, where it would have the least chance to harm anyone, where would you put it? Samantha's gaze shot back to the north. Someplace deserted. Someplace people never went. Someplace where no one was likely to ever go near. Right. She lifted her arms a little. So what are we going to do? We have to head north if we're to get to the north wall. You saw it through the viewing port. The barrier that runs between a gap in the mountains is to the north. That gap in the mountains isn't very wide, and there doesn't seem to be another way in. We have to go north if we are going to get into the Third Kingdom. This is the only path that heads in that direction, at least for part of the way, and then we'll have to go through uncharted woods. That's exactly why I don't like walking up this path into the trees. It makes a perfect place to ambush any unsuspecting traveler. Richard looked down at the concern on her face. In order to try to steal their soul. Samantha rubbed her arms as if having a sudden chill in the damp but warm air as she contemplated people who would try to eat them alive to get at their soul. They have just as much chance of that as pigs have of becoming human by eating that fellow's head. Richard huffed a chuckle of agreement. She peered up expectantly. Then what are we to do? We haven't really even begun the journey. We've only been walking for a short time. We have a long way to travel. Richard flicked a hand to the field off to the left of the path. It was mostly dirt with a few clumps of weeds here and there. Whatever had been growing in it had been harvested and the ground plowed in preparation for planting another crop. Let's cut through this field. Maybe we can find a trail used by animals to go through the woods. Deer runs often make a usable path. Then at least we wouldn't have to fight our way through dense brush. All the way? She asked, incredulous. You think we should follow deer trails all the way north? Lord Rawle, deer trails usually run hither and yon. Deer aren't looking to make time and get somewhere. They just wander around looking for forage. Richard was nodding as she was talking. I know. But what I'm thinking is that if someone is lying in wait, they would be right up there, waiting to catch anyone unsuspecting who follows the trail into the woods. I'm thinking that if we can make our way through the woods and around the path for a while, then we can finally catch back up with it farther north, in a few hours maybe, and then make time on the regular trail. But if someone is waiting in ambush on the trail, they could be waiting in ambush all along the trail. Possibly. But if these half-people are as desperate for souls as Naja says, then they wouldn't want others to get the first chance when people follow the trail north into the woods. They have probably already learned from the planted fields and animals that people live here, and they have probably been watching, so they know that very, very few people travel north like this. So, what good does that do for us? Richard rested the palm of his left hand on the hilt of his sword, still surveying the lay of the land, looking for an opening they could use. Well, he finally said, if their pickings are slim, if there are few souls for the taking, then they aren't going to want to leave those souls to other half-people who are waiting right at the trailhead. If the first in line caught anyone happening by on the trail, then there wouldn't be anyone left for other half-people lying in wait farther north. It seems to me that half-people would be eager and want to be first to get any soul." Samantha nodded as she thought it over. "That makes sense. They would be jealous of others getting first chance at any souls, so they would all want to be right here, like a pack of hungry wolves, where they can hide in the woods at the beginning of the trail north." "That's what I'm thinking." Richard turned, looking back the way they had come. "I bet that fellow back there by your animals got the idea that he would wait even closer. He probably thought that he would get first pick of the souls living here. By the looks of him, he was desperate and not a very clear thinker. Being alone like that didn't give him as good a chance at success as some of them working together to overpower people." "Well, then, it seems that you're saying that you expect them all to be waiting just up ahead." She started to lift her hand to point. Richard pushed her hand down. "Don't point. If there are half-people out there, they will be watching us." Samantha was looking alarmed again. "So what do we do?" "I think we should try to go around them and pick up the trail farther north." "Maybe we should wait until dark, so they wouldn't see us doing that. I mean, if you're worried about pointing where we are thinking of going because they might be watching us, they will certainly be able to see where we head off to skirt the trailhead unless it's dark out." "That certainly makes the most sense, and I'd rather wait until dark. But there's two problems with that." "Like what?" "First, it's overcast. That means there won't be any moonlight or even stars to help us navigate through strange countryside in the pitch black. It's dangerous enough when you know where you are, and you're following trails you know. In the dark and unfamiliar country, trying to cross trackless woods, it's really dangerous. It only takes one mistake in the dark, and your journey is done. You could hit dried branches that could blind an eye, or step in a split in the rock and snap the bone in your leg, or you could even fall over a cliff. Even a small cliff, not much higher than I am tall, is enough to kill you in the dark. I could heal you if you got hurt like some of those things." "And what if it was you who fell and split your skull open on a rock?" Samantha made a sour expression as she thought it over for a moment. "What's the second reason?" Richard started off across the field to the left. "The second reason is that we can't afford to lose any time. Every moment we're delayed could mean the lives of the people we're on our way to help could be lost." Samantha hurried to follow after him across the rough plowed ground, stepping high over clods of dirt to keep from tripping. "Well, I know that I would hate to arrive the day after my mother was killed, and for the rest of my life wish I would have hurried just a little faster." "Exactly," Richard said as he steered a course across the rough open ground for a small opening into the woods that he had spotted off in that direction. It looked like a small deer trail, but it was their best option. The only problem was that if there were half-people back at the trail, they would be watching and know where the two of them were headed. It wouldn't give the two of them much of a head start. It couldn't be helped. It was the best of a bad situation. Chapter 39. As they made their way as quietly and swiftly as possible across the field of broken ground, the half-people began to emerge from the woods. At first there were only a dozen or so, but in short order they were emerging from the woods in droves. It was not only alarming to see them breaking cover and coming out onto the open ground, it was alarming to see their numbers growing so quickly. What was only a moment before a handful that Richard could have handled had become a crowd that could easily overwhelm him on open ground. Richard could see that he and Samantha weren't going to make it to the woods in time. The people running across the plowed field were going to cut them off before they reached the tree line. Richard didn't see any weapons being carried by the half-people. They looked like a ragtag mob. But as they ran, rapidly closing the distance, they began to howl like demons hungry for blood. A chill ran through Richard, knowing that was exactly what they were hungry for. At that point, Richard wasn't exactly sure what to do. They would have a better chance in the woods because it was easier to fight large numbers in confined spaces. With limited room, they couldn't all attack at once because it would be too hard to crowd in around their prey. Out in the open, Richard and Samantha stood almost no chance. The howling masses could pile in from all sides at once. Richard's sword could only cut down so many, and could only cut them down so fast. It couldn't stop an avalanche of people descending on him and Samantha out in the open. More than that, though, these were people in only a limited sense. He couldn't expect them to think like an ordinary enemy in a battle. From what Naja's account had warned and from what Richard had seen of the man back by the animal pens, these people, if they could be called that, didn't seem to fear for their own lives the way any ordinary enemy fighter would, or any ordinary human for that matter. In the war, Richard had seen enemy troops making a mad charge without regard for their own lives, but this was different. These people were this way by their nature. Since they weren't going to be able to make it to the woods, Richard slowed and finally came to a stop. He looked back the way they had come as well as off to each side. None of those other choices were a good option because on open ground these unholy half-dead would likely be able to run them down in short order. Now that these beasts had 2 souls in sight, they were unlikely to stop for anything. Richard felt for the first time what it must have felt like for Zed, Niki, Kara, and all the rest of his friends and soldiers as they had watched the howling menace coming for them. It was as horrifying as anything Richard had ever faced. Samantha, rather than panicking and asking him what they should do, started twirling her arms in a most peculiar manner. He couldn't imagine what she could be doing. She wasn't twirling them fast, but in a labored way, as if she were moving something invisible but heavy. Richard saw then some of the dirt in the field out in front of them start to be lifted by gusts of wind building out of nowhere. He at last understood what she was trying to do. She was gathering wind, calling it to do her bidding, gathering it into a focused wind storm. "Can you do more?" he asked, checking the distance to the people running toward them, calculating how long they had before they would be overwhelmed. "Trying," was all she could manage to say as her arms built speed, twirling faster and faster. Richard could see beads of sweat on her forehead. As the gusts of wind she was calling forth built speed and power, they began picking up more dirt with every fitful gust. Pieces of straw and grass were lifted into the swirl of dirt and debris that was rapidly building into a whirlwind. "It's too bad that the ground is wet," he called out to her over the howl of the crazed attackers and the ever-increasing howl of the wind. "If it was dry, it would be dusty, and the dust could hide us long enough for us to escape into the woods. That way they wouldn't see where we went." Samantha briefly glanced up. He could see the spark of an idea in her eyes and the slight curl of her lips before she turned her attention back to the task at hand. She added an alternating whipping motion to what she was doing with circling her arms, as if casting something out. Richard understood as he began to feel the heat she was generating with what she was doing. The gifted could gather heat from the air and focus it the same way they could gather the air itself. Soon it felt like standing near a bonfire. She was not only gathering the air into gusts to build those into a whirlwind, she was gathering heat out of the air and casting it against the ground. Richard had seen sorceresses and even Zed gather heat from the air, or even pull heat out of the air to freeze water. Samantha was doing the same thing. The heat was intense enough to confuse the onrushing horde, and in their confusion they slowed their mad rush. Some of them began to shield their eyes from the dirt and debris blowing at them, while others rubbed at their eyes, trying to get the dirt out so they could see. In what seemed a sudden turn under the withering heat, the wet ground flashed to dry as the moisture was driven out. In short order, great billowing clouds of dust rose up, lifting into the air in brown curtains. As some of the half-people started to run to the sides in an attempt to find a way around the wall of dirt, dust, and debris, Samantha recognized what they were doing and again started to whirl her arms around over her head. The hot winds, along with all the dust she was stirring up, started to rotate. A wall of the dirt and debris blew in around Richard and Samantha, rotating around them faster and faster, picking up both speed and dust as they stood at the center of the howling storm. Before long, Richard couldn't see a thing. He knew that if he couldn't see anything, including the half-people, they couldn't see him. He knew where the deer trail was in relation to where they stood out in the field. He kept the place fixed in his mind, even though he couldn't see it anymore. In mere moments he had lost sight of the forest, as well as the confused half-people that had been darting around, trying to find a way to get at them through the blinding wall of dust. The dust now rotated in towering walls around Richard and Samantha, and had become so thick that it closed in completely, darkening the light that could get down inside. It felt like dusk inside the rotating storm of dirt and dust, and getting darker by the moment. Meanwhile, Samantha's arms continued twirling around over her head, keeping up the momentum of the wind. Once everything had grown dim and dark, and Richard couldn't see a single one of the half-people, and hardly more than the hand in front of his face, he leaned close to Samantha so she could hear him over the howl of the wind. "Can you move while you're doing that?" She glanced over at him, clearly in the throes of intense concentration. "I don't know," she yelled over the noise. The look on her face, though, told him that she didn't believe she could, even if she knew she had to try. It was plainly evident that it was tremendously difficult for her to keep up such focused effort. He knew that they only needed to get to the trees without the half-people seeing where they went, and then they would have a chance. Richard was struck with a sudden idea. He bent down and leaned in close. "You just keep doing what you're doing, Samantha. Don't stop," he yelled over the roar of the wind. The howl of the wind had grown so loud that he could no longer hear the howls of the half-people screaming for blood. Samantha glanced over at him, clearly puzzled by what he intended. She couldn't spare the energy to answer. She simply nodded. Richard slipped his arms around her waist and lifted her up. "Keep doing what you're doing. Don't stop. I'm going to get us to the woods." Samantha's arms kept twirling even as he lifted her. The wind kept blowing and gusting up a dust storm around them as Richard hoisted the slim young woman up, sitting her atop his shoulder. He held her tightly by the waist to steady her as he started running. Richard knew that she had to be getting tired from the effort, but she didn't slow the pace or complain. She kept it up and kept the curtain of dirt and debris rotating around them in a massive dust storm that blanketed the field all around. Richard had no idea how large the dust storm was, but he did know that it was hiding them, and that was what mattered. Before it had become opaque, though, he had seen that it was not some isolated little whirlwind. It was massive, covering a lot of ground and enveloping the entire swarm of half-people charging out of the woods and coming after them. It was sweltering hot inside the rotating dust cloud. Richard could hardly breathe from the heat. His nose was filling with dust, making it difficult to breathe. He didn't slow, though. This was their only chance. He ran until he heard the dirt and flying debris hitting the leaves and pine needles of trees. He could hear it pelting wet trees. He could hear the litter of the forest floor pulled up into the whirlwind and clattering against trunks. He could hear tree limbs whipping in the wind. Some of those limbs snapped in the gusts. Richard suddenly spotted the deer trail and without pause plunged into it, into the woods. Samantha still up on his shoulder, twirling her arms, still calling the wind around them. Chapter 40. Richard had to swing Samantha down off his shoulder as he dove into the woods for fear that he would smack her face into a limb and break her delicate little neck. He held her against his right hip, slung on his arm. He had to duck forward himself as he ran into the deer run to keep from hitting low limbs and saplings that were bent in over the tunnel-like trail. Like others Richard had used before, a deer trail was not very tall, but it was wide enough, As he ran, small saplings leaning in here and there slapped at his arms. Samantha's arms finally stopped their frantic flailing and spinning. She slumped, panting with exhaustion from the effort. He could see that it had taken every ounce of strength that she had. Now it was up to him to get them away from the horde of half-people who had been after them. He didn't think that they had seen which way Richard had run, but he imagined that they could probably guess that he would head for the woods. He expected them to show up at any moment. Through the blur of branches, brush, and green flashing by, Richard spotted one of the half-people. He was dressed better than the man Richard had beheaded, but not much better. As soon as he spotted Richard and Samantha, he raced in from the left side. As he got close, he bared his teeth. Richard could see that he was missing a few. His jaws started snapping in anticipation of catching flesh and ripping it off. Without pause, as soon as the man was within reach, Richard put his hand behind the man's head and used his momentum to propel him forward. Richard, bigger than the lone man and already running while he carried Samantha under his right arm, used his hand on the back of the man's head to steer him onward, moving him so fast that it not only took control of his direction but almost took him from his feet. As they raced up on a tree, Richard ran the man's face hard into the thick trunk, right over the stump of a dried, broken-off limb, driving it straight through the man's face. The impact was so hard, Richard could feel the man's head crack apart like a melon on a rock. With fluid movement, Richard released the man as he smacked into the tree and kept running. That was one attacker who wouldn't be following them. After he had gone on a short distance more, Richard stopped to listen for signs that they were being closely pursued. He panted, catching his breath as he quickly appraised the situation. He tried to breathe as quietly as possible so he could listen. Samantha pushed at his arm, wanting down, so he eased her down to the ground. She bent forward, her mass of black hair hanging down around her face, hands on her knees as she panted, trying to catch her breath after the exertion of creating the windstorm. "That was brilliant," Richard whispered to her. She could only nod as she gasped for air. Richard let her recover as he listened for sounds of the half-people in hot pursuit. And then in the distance he heard them crashing through the woods, coming toward him and Samantha. It sounded like hundreds of people charging through the woods. Even though they were still a ways off, it wouldn't be long before they reached their prey. "Can you run, or should I carry you?" he asked. She answered by snatching up his hand and starting out at a trot. Richard started running, rapidly passing her and half pulling her along with him as he raced up the deer trail. As fear overcame her exhaustion, she had no trouble racing to keep up with him. The trail wound haphazardly through the woods as it made its way past trees, steep ledges, and drops, so they didn't encounter any obstacles in the path. As open as it was, Richard was able to keep moving along the winding deer trail at a rapid pace. It seemed, though, that no matter how much ground Richard covered, the half-people were still coming and getting closer all the time. He noticed that while they were mostly coming in from the direction of the trail off to Richard's right, some were coming up from behind, back in the direction of the field. Richard knew that he had to do something to slow them down so that he and Samantha could vanish. He just couldn't imagine what would slow them. He was only one person, and it sounded like there were hundreds in pursuit. He knew that he could fight them off for a while in the woods, but if their numbers were great enough, it would eventually be a losing war. "How did you know to do that?" he asked Samantha. "My mother taught me the wind trick," she said, gulping for air as she was sometimes pulled up and over steeper places by his hand holding hers. "And the heat to dry out the dirt?" "I don't know. I guess it was just something I put together on my own out of desperation." Richard smiled down at her. "Inventing magic?" She smiled back with a breathless, "I guess." "Well, do you have any magic tricks to use to slow them down so we can escape and disappear into the forest?" "Sorry, Lord Roll, but I don't know what else to do." Richard nodded as he pressed onward. The trees around them were becoming larger and farther apart, while at the same time the forest floor began to thin out of underbrush that couldn't grow in the deep shade. The dark lands seemed to have precious little sunlight in the first place, But on the hushed floor and under the massive pines it was darker yet. Although that made it easier to run, the problem was that as the forest became more open, they could more easily be spotted. Richard spotted them first, though. He saw 10 or 12 of the half-people in tattered clothes racing through the woods, dodging trees and jumping rocks and rotting logs as they steadily angled in to intercept Richard and Samantha. The deeper into the woods they went, the more open the forest down below became. The immense pines had no boughs down low. The huge trunks stood in sprawling beds of fern beside streams and along exposed rock ledges. The more ground that Richard and Samantha covered, the rockier the ground became, and the broader the girth of the trees grew. To make progress, Richard had to start climbing over the occasional layer of rocks and lines of ridges thrusting up through the leaf litter of the forest floor. The problem was that while he was slowed by the lay of the land, the half-people, still some distance off on flatter ground, were able to run faster and close some of the distance. More than that, though, they ran headlong, utterly careless as they ran, driven by the mad need to devour a soul. Richard saw one man hit a tree square, rebound, and go down. Another tripped jumping over a log. He didn't rise out of the brush. Another caught a limb across the throat. His feet went flying out, and he went down on his back onto rock with a heavy thud. The odd person running would occasionally catch a foot in a hole or under a downed limb and snap their leg. But for every one who went down, it seemed like a dozen more showed up to join in the chase. Richard frantically tried to think of a way to slow them or to gain enough distance that he and Samantha could disappear into the trackless forest. He couldn't come up with a way to slow so many people. The trick with the wind that Samantha had used to such great effect in the open field would not work in the forest. It might be inconvenient and distracting, but it wouldn't stop their pursuers. Richard had a sudden idea. He looked over at Samantha running beside him. Having to take 2 or 3 steps for every one of his strides, her feet seemed to fly over the ground, sometimes not even touching, as he occasionally pulled her over an obstacle as they raced through the woods. "That thing you did with heat, to dry the dirt and make dust. How did you do that?" "Just gathered heat out of the air," she said, sounding a bit perplexed by the question. "It was pretty simple." "Did your mother teach you to gather heat like that? Did she teach you how to make things hot?" Samantha made a face. "I don't know. A little, I guess. She taught me a lot of things growing up. Not necessarily a lesson, just little things, like pulling heat out of the air and putting it someplace." "Did she teach you how to heat rocks to keep you warm on cold nights?" Samantha smiled even as she ran, still trying to catch her breath. "Yes. When I was little, she would do that and put the warm rocks in my bed. Then later she showed me how, so that someday I could do the same thing for my little ones." "So you know how to put that heat you gather from the air into things? You can focus it." She nodded when he looked back at her, perplexed by what he was getting at. Richard dove behind a long ledge, pulling her over it with him. He caught her around the waist and pulled her down behind the far side of the rock. He squatted down, turning her face toward him to make sure that he had her attention. "Did she ever teach you how to make trees explode?" Samantha's brow lifted in surprise. "Make trees explode? Are you serious?" "Yes, I've seen it done, especially in war. Wizards and even sorceresses would focus the heat they gather, kind of like you gathered it, to dry the dirt. Only they would then focus that heat into a spot inside the trunks of trees, kind of like you do inside rocks to warm them. When they focused enough heat, and it was intense enough, it would make the sap in the tree trunk instantly boil and vaporize. They would do it so quickly, so suddenly, that as the sap vaporized, it would make the tree trunk explode." Her jaw was hanging open. "Really?" "Really. The flying splinters and pieces of wood could cut down anyone nearby. It would shred them to pieces. It could stop a line of troops, bring a headlong assault to an abrupt halt." "But I don't know how to do such a thing." Richard peered out over the rock ledge and then leaned back down close to her. "You need to learn fast. It may be the only thing that can save us." Richard carefully lifted his head and pointed off into the distance. "There, see that handful of men over there who stopped, trying to see where we went?" She peeked over the edge of the rock. "Yes, I see them." Richard put his hand on her head and pushed it back down so the men wouldn't spot her. "Try to gather heat and put it into that tree trunk beside them. See if you can focus the heat really fast. If you can do it fast enough and with enough intensity, you can make the trunk explode. I've seen it done, Samantha. I know it can be done. You've got to try." She pressed her lips tight for a moment and then peeked over the rock again. She took a deep breath and then laid both arms on top of the rock, aiming her palms out at the tree. She squinted with the effort, her fingers trembling as she tried. Finally, the breath she had been holding left her lungs in a rush. "I'm sorry, Lord Rawle, but I can't do it. I just can't." Richard let out a disappointed sigh of his own and finally nodded. "I know you did your—" A man suddenly dove over the top of the rock behind them. Richard seized the man's ragged clothes in his fists as he came diving in and used the man's momentum to heave him out over the rim of ledge. As the man tumbled away, 3 more men came over the top of the rock. Chapter 41. Richard drew his sword as he sprang up. Powered by the anger of the blade's magic as well as his own fury, he spun to the attack. The first man to come in at him lost his head for it. The second figure to leap in at him was a woman, equally vicious in her frenzied attempt to rip into him with her teeth. As Richard kicked her legs out from under her, a powerful swing of his sword caught the back of her head, taking off the top half of her skull. The large disk of bone with the scalp of ratty hair cartwheeled down the rock ledge. Strands of hair flung outward as it tumbled away. Richard spun back to the side just in time to meet another woman's charge. With one powerful swing, the blade cut her ribs open to her spine. As she fell at his feet, her insides erupting from the massive wound, Richard drove the point of the steel pommel back into a man's face. On the rebound, he thrust the sword forward through a man reaching for Samantha. He used his foot to shove the man back off the blade, while at the same time reaching back with his free hand to seize Samantha's arm. The mortally wounded man fell back across the rock, clutching the wound through his chest, choking on his own blood. Richard yanked Samantha up and out of the way as 2 more men dove in at them, hands clawed as they snatched for her. Their fingers caught only empty air. When they missed, as they grabbed for her, they sprawled forward. Richard stomped the back of one man's head, smashing his face into the rough granite, while he stabbed the other twice in quick succession. The man Richard had stomped clutched his hands over his ruined face as he writhed in agony. "Let's go," Richard yelled at Samantha. Speed of movement was life. Richard wasted no time in continuing to engage the enemy unless he had to. Instead, when he could, he simply slipped through their ranks to escape their reaching hands as he pulled Samantha along with him through every sharp, evasive turn he took. As he ran, he beheaded anyone that came in close enough or took off the arms of those reaching in to keep them from getting hold of either Samantha or himself. He wasn't interested in fighting them if he didn't have to. There were too many to hope to eliminate them all. He was more interested in escaping, because fighting would risk being taken down and then having them get hold of Samantha. It amazed him the way the half-people charged in without any regard for their own safety. They showed little or no fear of his sword, only avoiding it sometimes as if it were nothing more than a mere nuisance on their way in to try to get to him. That made it all the easier for Richard to cut them down. They fell with terrible gaping wounds or fell dead in great numbers. The problem was that there were simply so many of them. It was clear to Richard that their single-minded goal was to get at someone with a soul. That seemed to be all that mattered to them. Though they carried no weapons other than an occasional knife at their side, which he never saw one of them draw, their unwavering purpose in and of itself made them incredibly dangerous. In that purpose, their teeth were their weapons of choice. As they attacked, they did little to protect themselves and almost nothing to escape the certain death of his blade. They were determined to get what they were after. Nothing else mattered. Some were able to get in closer because he was so busy handling the great many presenting themselves for slaughter. But when he did get to them, they made easy targets of themselves. Richard was only too happy to oblige them. The sword's fury demanded their blood, and Richard's anger was more than enough to provide the muscle the blade needed. He just wanted these monsters to stay away from him, and if killing them was the only way, then he killed them as fast as they came at him. Holding Samantha's wrist in his left hand, he pulled her like a rag doll, this way and that, to keep her out of the reaching hands of the half-people. He danced over the tops of rock as soon as a slight opening in the rush of half-people presented itself. He dodged from side to side to avoid reaching fingers, occasionally kicking men and women out of the way, if that was all it took. If they presented a more serious threat, and it took more than a kick, he used his sword to cut them down. As he raced through the woods, using the tops of outcroppings of ledge as stepping stones, he swung the sword one way, cutting down those to one side, and then with a backhanded swing slashed those on the other side, leaving a trail of blood, the dying, and bodies in his wake. Some of the attackers growled or roared in their mania to get at the souls they wanted, or cried out in anger as they missed snatching his and Samantha's legs. The ones he killed made very little noise as they were stabbed or slashed. Even the ones who lost a limb didn't let out the kind of screams that a normal person would have, had they taken such grievous wounds. When the opportunity presented itself, Richard leaped down from a rock onto the forest floor. Once back on more even ground, and with a brief opening, he broke into a dead run. Seeing what he was doing and where he was heading, Samantha stayed a half a step ahead of him. Those chasing them on the more open ground, of course, could run faster as well, so Richard periodically had to turn to cut down any of the faster pursuers that got close. Sometimes simply dodging to the side was enough to throw the horde of half-people off stride long enough for Richard and Samantha to be able to put distance on them. Unfortunately, others came charging in from the sides, and then they, too, had to be either dodged or dealt with. Richard knew that he had to be effective with every single thing he did. If he missed once, darted the wrong direction, or made any mistake at all, they would be on him. It felt like trying to outrun a cloud of angry gnats. When he glanced back over his shoulder after he swung the blade, splitting the face of a woman who sprang up in front of him, he saw that most of those coming up from behind were trying to snatch Samantha rather than get to him. Samantha was frantically using her hands to try to cast some kind of magic. Those coming for her showed no ill effect from her ability, and it certainly wasn't slowing them. Whatever she was doing obviously wasn't working. This was the same thing Henrik had reported about the attack on the column of troops. Henrik had told him that nothing Zed or Niki had done seemed to have had the desired effect. Samantha was now having that same difficulty with her gift. The whirlwind was the most effective thing Samantha had so far conjured, but in the forest, on the run, that kind of thing would do them little good. He supposed that in a fight, those with the gift instinctively fell back on what they knew. But using her instincts was doing them no good. It was only using up her strength to no effect and slowing them down. That was why Richard had wanted her to use her ability to make trees explode. Magic didn't work directly against these unholy half-dead, but exterior things, such as his sword or even a rock to their heads, did work. They could be hurt, but not with magic directly. He had wanted her to make trees explode in order to cut down their attackers. That was how he had figured out magic could be used against them. But Samantha had tried, and she couldn't do it. Coming over the top of a rise, Richard lifted Samantha from the ground, spun her around, and set her down behind him out of the way. With both hands now on his sword, his swift blows cut into 2 men and a woman who rushed in at him. They all fell, clutching gaping wounds to try to hold their insides from spilling out. Richard knew that they would spend hours lying there on the ground, suffering a slow and agonizing death. When he saw that the forest was getting ever more crowded with mobs of growling men and women closing in from all sides, he turned, looking for something they could use for a defensive position. Defense was not the way to win a battle, but at the moment he was rapidly running out of options. He pointed with his bloody sword. "There!" he yelled at Samantha. "Get between those rocks. Get back in far enough that they can't reach you." Without question or hesitation, Samantha scrambled to dive into a narrow split in the jumble of ledge jutting up from the forest floor. She was small enough to squeeze way back into the narrow split in the rock. He hoped she could go back in far enough to be out of the reach of all the half-people grabbing for her, at least for a brief time. Time enough to give him the chance to fight off the closest attackers. Richard knew, though, that it wouldn't protect her for long. Defensive action was not going to save them. There were simply too many half-people swarming in from all around. It would only be a matter of time before some of the smaller among them squirmed far enough into the split in the rock to be able to reach in, get hold of her, and drag her out. If they did that, they would tear into her with their teeth and eat her alive on the spot. Richard's heart pounded with the fear of such a thought. He forced aside the horrific notion, making himself think instead of how to prevent such a thing from happening. He had made a calculated decision to keep her safe, if only temporarily. Now he had to make use of the chance that gave him to turn from defense to offense. Having her crouched back in the protection of the rock gave Richard at least a brief opening to fight off the half-people without having to try to keep them off Samantha at the same time. He knew that fighting off the hordes coming in at them wouldn't be enough to save them, but it would stall the inevitable while he tried to come up with a better solution. It bought them both a bit of time, that was all. How much depended on him, on how hard he could fight, on how ferocious he could be. It was already obvious that hacking them to pieces didn't instill a sense of fear in the half-people. They showed virtually no fear of anything. They wanted one thing and one thing only. There was no way to outrun the half-people, so he stood his ground and hacked away at them without pause. Despite how hard he tried to come up with a solution as he fought, he couldn't think of anything. He had no time to think, really. It took all his effort to continue to swing the sword, to continue to cut down the packs of people charging in all around him. Richard stood on the high piece of ground he had staked out and unleashed the full fury of his anger at the throngs flocking in around him. He used the obstacles close in around him, tree trunks and a projection of rock, to keep his attackers from rushing straight in. He was merciless in the way he hacked apart clusters of people when they rushed in close enough. At the same time, he had to fight over and around growing piles of bloody corpses. The tightly focused battle was an orgy of slaughter. Limbs, heads, and parts of bodies from men and women alike littered the ground. Some of the fallen, still alive, twitched in shock and agony. The rocky ledge was painted in a grotesque patchwork of viscera, vomit, urine, and blood. As he fought, Richard had to be careful not to fall over the bodies or slip on the gore as he swung his sword and dodged fearless charges. The ground everywhere was spattered with a red rain. Blood dripped from the tips of leaves on the trees closest in all around and ran down the face of rocks. Severed fingers from people trying to grab the blade of his sword lay scattered over the rock like fallen red leaves in autumn. Richard's arms began to feel as heavy as lead. It was tiring to swing the sword without pause. There was no time to catch his breath. Stopping for any reason would mean certain death. He remembered the pain caused by the men who had attacked him, the pain of them biting him, trying to tear his flesh off with their teeth. That memory, that fear, that terror of such a gruesome end, not only for himself but for Samantha as well, drove him on with renewed fury. Bodies and body parts lay in tangled heaps. The people running in to attack were tripping and falling over them before they could even get to Richard. Others were slipping on the blood and gore. Sprawled on the ground, they were all the easier to kill. As the ones still alive scrambled to their feet, they were covered in the blood of those they had fallen among, making it hard for Richard to know who he had cut. and didn't need to cut again, and who might still represent a threat, so he simply cut any of them within range. The most they ever did to defend themselves was to lift an arm before their faces. That cost them the arm and then their head. It was ridiculously easy to kill such single-minded half-people, but their sheer numbers were going to win out in the end, and then he and Samantha would be the ones butchered. Richard turned when he heard Samantha suddenly scream in terror. He saw a clot of people crowded in around the narrow opening in the rock, all of them leaning in the opening from every direction at the same time, dozens of arms reaching, hands grabbing at her, trying to get even a finger hold on her to try to drag her out. Richard swung the sword in a wild frenzy, severing half a dozen arms at a time, as if he were hacking away a thicket of brush. When he had slaughtered all those around the opening to her hiding place, he could see her wide eyes back in the darkness, tears of terror streaming down her face. She reached out to him, pleading with her open arms, wanting him to come to her. It was a sight of such abject misery that it nearly broke his heart. Richard looked out at all the masses of people flooding in toward him from every direction. There was nothing he could do. He dove into the split in the rock over Samantha, covering her, protecting her with his own body. He put his back to her. He felt her arms close around him, clutching him in tight against her. Richard pointed his sword outward to try to stall the inevitable as he waited for the end. Chapter 42. Richard felt Samantha's arms tighten around him. "I'm sorry," was all he could whisper back over his shoulder. "I'm so sorry, Samantha." He felt shame for letting himself so easily be talked into allowing her to come along, for how miserably he had failed to protect her, how he had failed Colin, failed Nadja, Magda, and Merritt's efforts, failed everyone else who depended on him as the Lord Rawle to be their protector. He should have never agreed to bring Samantha. She was one of the watchers. She was supposed to warn others. She had done that. She was not meant to fight the evil she was born there to warn others of. He was supposed to be the one to end prophecy and end the threat. It was his responsibility, not hers. Zed had always told him to think of the solution, not the problem. He tried, but this time he had no solution. He had failed. He wanted to think that sometimes there simply wasn't a solution, but that would be absolving himself of responsibility when it had been his responsibility. To think there was no solution was to surrender. It was to come to nothing, though. Despite how hard he tried, he could think of no solution, and he couldn't fight any harder. Couldn't fight off such an overpowering mass of half-people all wanting to rip him and Samantha apart and steal their souls. Not even Zed, Nikki, Kara's husband, Ben, the general of all those elite troops of the first file, had been able to hold off such overwhelming numbers. Still, that was no excuse. He was the Lord Rawle. In the end, it didn't really matter that they failed. It only mattered if he failed. Richard watched out through the opening in the rock. He could see all the hands reaching back into the darkness for him. Fingers clawed the air, trying to catch hold of his clothes. Some of them grabbed the sword instead and lost those fingers. He could see the shapes of hungry mouths growling with sick need. They bared their teeth for the task for which they so desperately lusted, for the taste of human flesh. It was all coming to an end before his journey of rescue had even begun. They hadn't even made it beyond the outskirts of Streuza. They hadn't even made it safely across the fields and into the forest. "Don't be sorry," Samantha whispered back from the darkness behind him. "Don't be sorry, Lord Rawle. You had the idea. It's not your fault. It's mine." "What?" Samantha put her hand on the top of his head and pushed it lower. "Keep your head down," she whispered as if from some distant dreamlike place. Richard frowned and was about to ask her what she was talking about when her small fingers tightened on his head, keeping it down. And then the ground suddenly shook with a thunderous explosion. An instant later a deep shock wave hammered his chest. He couldn't make out its source. 3 more deafening explosions came in rapid succession, almost on top of one another. The ear-splitting cracks of the detonations were like lightning hitting a tree right beside him. Each booming blast made him flinch. The explosions, being so close, left his ears ringing. There was a brief moment of silence before another series of explosions, only there were more this time. All around, the wallop of explosions shook the ground like a thunder and lightning storm gone crazy. The staggering concussions, one on top of another in rapid succession, sent shock waves ripping through the air. They shook the ground so powerfully that it made his head hurt. Dirt and small rocks rained down. Again there was a preciously brief pause in the deafening thumps, and then the thunderous explosions erupted again, coming so close on top of one another that it reminded him of the sound of canvas ripping. After the briefest of pauses, another series of explosions began, the echoing booms in a measured pace, one right after another, like some celestial blacksmith hammer raining down mighty blows on the anvil of the world. The very air shook with the power of those blows. Then Richard heard clattering against the rock over his head as a rain of debris began falling. Some of it struck the rock with astounding violence. Other sharp impacts sounded like the crack of a whip. Some of it sounded like it might fracture the rock over his head. And then pieces of wood began cascading down. Splinters of wood, some no bigger than sewing needles, pelted him, while other pieces, as big as oars, crashed into the rock, bouncing back into the air to eventually come raining down all around. Richard saw that many of the pieces were covered in blood. Some even held skewered pieces of mangled flesh. He could hear tree limbs under great weight snap in rapid succession. Then the sound of massive trunks fracturing. As trees crashed down through the forest canopy, the colossal trees shook the ground when they hit. The rumbling sound of trees toppling to the ground boomed all around them. One of the enormous trunks smashed down with a jarring impact onto the rock they were cowering in. Richard thought that the rock might shatter from the blow. Instead, the impact of the great weight snapped the trunk in half above where Richard and Samantha crouched. Trees in the forest all around upended, ripping great limbs off as they fell. The ground shook with loud booming blasts that reverberated through the woods. As the tumultuous explosions continued at an unabated pace, the detonations moved ever outward, ever farther away, the ground shaking with each powerful blow until it all joined together to feel like an earthquake. It felt powerful enough to bring down mountains. It seemed like it went on forever, but Richard knew that it had all happened in a mere moment in time, a thunderous, violent, murderous moment that had ripped through the forest with incredible brute force and merciless violence. Almost as soon as they had started, the explosions came to an abrupt end. Though the explosions stopped, trees continued to fall. Each giant monarch snapping limbs of other trees on the way down, even splintering the trunks of neighbors that in turn were knocked over. Richard could hear the muffled sound of roots popping under the tremendous pressure as toppled trees fell against others. The ground shook with the impact when each one finally came to ground. Giant splinters still rained down for another long moment. Tree trunks cracked in long ripping splits before they came crashing down. Gradually the noises of all the destruction came to an end as one last tree smashed down not far away, making the ground rumble. When the world finally went silent, Richard still didn't move. He wasn't sure he should, wasn't sure it was really over. Samantha still had her hand protectively over his head, holding it down. Samantha slowly withdrew her hand. "Lord Rawle?" she asked, in a soft voice choked with tears. "Are you still alive? Are you all right? Dear spirits, please be alive." Richard blinked as he brought his head up. He had to push piles of bloody, splintered wood off himself. There was so much debris piled into the narrow opening in the rock where he and Samantha hid that they were nearly buried. "I'm alive." He rotated and bent his arms. "I think I'm all right. Are you?" He rocked his shoulders back and forth in order to squeeze himself out of the opening enough to turn and look back. Tears streamed down Samantha's face. She looked more than miserable, more than merely exhausted. She managed a nod. I think so. Richard flicked his sword, shedding all the debris covering it, and then uncurled himself enough to stand up and take a quick look around to check for any threat from the half-people, even though he truly didn't expect to see anyone standing. He didn't. It looked like the world of life had been blasted out of existence. The dense forest that had closed them in from overhead with a thick canopy that shut out the sky and daylight had been completely ripped open. Overhead there was a large open patch of sky thickly overcast with leaden clouds. He could smell fresh wet wood as if from sawing logs. The scent of fresh wood was mixed with the gagging stench of blood. Off in every direction around them not a single tree still stood. All around them the trees lay felled. Here and there a few grotesquely splintered trunks jutted from stumps. In other places toppled trees had pulled up mats of forest floor along with their broken roots. It was a scene of such mass destruction that it was hard for Richard to believe what he was seeing. Timber lay everywhere like hundreds of broken sticks cast to the ground by a giant. The patches of forest floor he could see between downed trees were covered with a deep layer of shattered, splintered wood, sticking up every which way in fragmented, spiked debris. Everywhere under tree trunks, enormous limbs, branches, and man-sized splinters lay a carpet of bloody, shredded bodies. No one could have lived through such a fierce storm of fragmented splinters driven by so many violent explosions. Gazing out over the expanse of that destruction, Richard didn't see a single movement. The half-people caught in that violent rage of explosions had been torn to pieces. The pieces of bloody flesh he could see were unrecognizable. Most of what he saw looked like ground meat. Richard turned back to Samantha. She watched him from the darkness of that split in the rock, as if not sure whether she wanted to come out or not. Richard held his arms out to her in invitation. When he did, she sprang out of the narrow cleft in the rock and raced into his arms, finally giving in to sobs. Chapter 43. "It's all right, Samantha," he said softly as he smoothed her wild tangle of black hair, gently holding her head to his chest. "It's all right. We're safe." She cried in racking sobs. He gently shushed her, letting her know that it was all right, that it was over, that she was safe, now. "I'm so sorry," she sobbed. Richard frowned. "Sorry? Why would you be sorry?" "Because I almost got us killed." "What are you talking about?" She looked up at him, her big dark eyes brimming with tears. "You brought me along because I said I could help you. I convinced you that you needed me, that it was important to take me because I'm gifted. Then, when you needed me most, when everything was at risk, you told me what I needed to do. You even explained how to make the trees explode. You brought me along to help you, and when you told me what I needed to do and how to do it, I failed you. You could have easily been killed any one of 100 times fighting off those monsters while we tried to get away. I didn't do anything to help you. You are the one. I recognized that from the beginning, and I failed to do as I promised, and as you asked of me. You were nearly killed. You were the one to save us all. It would have been my fault that the world of life ended, all because you told me what to do and how to do it, and I didn't do it." Richard shook his head reassuringly. "Samantha, that's not true. You were doing your best." "No, I wasn't." "What do you mean?" She hesitated, looking for the words. "I was afraid. I was afraid to do what you said. I was afraid that I'd mess it up, that I'd do it wrong, that I wouldn't be able to do it good enough, and that I'd fail you, fail everyone. So I couldn't do it. I tried, but I was afraid that I'd fail." Richard smiled as he looked down at her, smoothing her hair. "You didn't fail, Samantha." He swept an arm out, gesturing around them. "You stopped the threat." She wiped at her eyes and finally looked around, really looked around. She blinked, seeing the totality of it for the first time. "I did this?" "It wasn't me," Richard said. It's just as you said, she whispered, mostly to herself. It would save us if I did what you told me. But you said you tried and couldn't. Richard was puzzled. She had tried. He'd seen her try. But she hadn't been able to do it. So why did it finally work? Samantha stared off for a time, perhaps looking into her own visions as she seemed to search for the words to explain it. When I was back in that hole, she finally said, shaking and terrified that I was going to die, that those unholy half-people were going to drag me out of there, rip me apart with their teeth, and eat me alive, I suddenly thought of my mother. Your mother? What do you mean? She saw that happen to my father. That's what they did to him. She saw those monsters like a pack of wild animals, using their teeth to rip into the man she loved, the man I loved, and devour his flesh and blood. I could finally truly understand how horrified and afraid she must have been. Then they took her. After murdering the man she loved, they took her. Can you imagine what she must have been thinking? How horrified, despairing, and afraid she must have been? If she really is still alive, then you are her only hope of rescue. I'm her daughter, the one who loves her more than anything, who insisted on coming along because I'm supposed to be helping you so that you can get her away from these savages. You're my mother's only hope, her last hope. And there I was cowering in a hole, shaking from head to foot. You shouldn't be ashamed of being afraid, Richard offered in solace. I was afraid too. She looked up. You were? Of course. I can't imagine not being afraid in such a situation. It's a normal reaction of anyone with a soul. But I was also afraid because I was thinking that it was me who failed us, failed everyone depending on me. She laid a hand, her tiny fingers, against his chest. But you brought me to help you. You gave me the chance. Then, when we were attacked, you had the idea of how to get us out of such a tough spot, and you told me what to do. You knew what was needed because you were the one. You even explained how it worked. I'm the one who failed. Richard looked around at the scene of destruction. I don't think you failed at all, Samantha. In the end, you didn't give up. You redoubled your effort, and then you did it. You protected me. You stopped the threat. That's what matters. She smiled with a bit of relief, if not pride, as she looked around with him. When you told me about doing this, I didn't know that it would do this much damage. I never imagined. Richard turned more serious as he glanced across the expanse of destruction. Well, I have to tell you, I never saw a sorceress create quite so much havoc. But you did what was needed. Anything less, I think, would have not been enough to save us. She looked out where his gaze went across the leveled forest. I never imagined I could do such a thing. I didn't know the gift could be so destructive. Destruction in the cause of good is a glorious thing. She smiled at such an odd-sounding concept. So, he finally asked, if you tried and couldn't do it, then what happened? How were you suddenly able to do it? I got angry, she said rather quietly, almost as if she were ashamed of it. Angry? She nodded. I was back in the hole, thinking about how I was about to die, and then I thought of my mother, like I told you, about what had happened to her. That made me angry, angry at myself, for failing her, for failing you, for failing everyone. I was so angry. But mostly, more than being furious with myself, I was enraged at these half-people, enraged that they would harm so good a man as my father, as so many others, as you. I was enraged at what they were doing, at what they want to do to everyone. Our souls are ours. What gives them the right to our souls? I don't think they can really steal our souls, Samantha. Nadja said as much. Yes, but they want to. They intend to. They try to. That they can't doesn't really mean much if we're dead. They murder innocent people to try to get their souls, and that's what matters. What makes them think they have the right to someone else's soul, someone else's life? Richard could only shake his head. "I was so angry," she said, "that it just sort of boiled over. I wanted more than anything to wipe them all out of the world alive. So, when I got that angry, trying to think of how to strike back at them for what they were doing, I latched on to what you told me to do with the trees. I let that anger build toward the ones who were causing so much suffering and death. When I did that, I realized that I was beginning to feel the trees all around us." "Feeling the trees?" Richard asked. "That's right. I reached out to them with my mind, feeling where they all were, and I focused all that anger boiling over inside me into putting intense heat in a spot inside the trunks of those trees I could feel, just like you told me to do. I guess I couldn't do it at first because I was only scared. I couldn't really do it until I was angry." Richard studied her big eyes a moment. "That's how my gift works, through anger." "Really?" He nodded. "I sometimes wish I was able to control my gift more, so I could direct it to the tasks at hand, control it intentionally. But I'm afraid that as a war wizard, my gift works differently than in others. It's anger or intense need that summons my gift, gives it its power. Yours seems to work both ways, by intent and then also through anger." She looked around again. "But even so, I never could have imagined that I would be able to do this. I never imagined that I could muster this much force, create this much destruction. It's kind of, I don't know, frightening."
"I guess that you put the force into it that the task required, and the task was just. If you want to lift something light, it's easy. Lifting something heavier takes more muscle. I guess that in this case anything less would have failed to do the job, and evil would have won out. Your mind directed your gift to do what was needed, the same way you would use more muscle to lift something heavy. You don't have to think about it. Your mind and body simply adjust to the weight of the task. I would guess that in this case, that's what happened when you used your gift." Richard gazed out across the open area. "And this is what was needed." Still, the level of destruction was astounding, and he could understand her apprehension at seeing what she had done. He had seen a number of things done by gifted people, but he didn't think he had ever seen anything quite like this. He remembered the way Esther seemed to have a shadow of fear for Samantha. Samantha had even mentioned how people feared her and her relatives because they were gifted. That was certainly true enough with the gifted anywhere. Most people who couldn't wield magic feared those who could. They feared the unknown, feared what the gifted might be able to do. Richard remembered when he first met Colin how surprised he was when he learned how much people feared her. He had seen people, even queens, quake in her presence. A confessor was in many ways much more frightening to people than an ordinary gifted person. A gifted person could take your life. A confessor could take your mind. He guessed that, in essence, a confessor could take your soul. In much the same way ordinary people feared prophets. They feared what a prophet might see of their future. They feared what secret knowledge they might have of coming events. Because of that, while they feared prophets, they also wanted to know what prophecy foretold about coming events for them. Right before he had come to the Dark Lands to get Colin out of Jit's clutches, Richard had a great deal of trouble back at the palace because visiting rulers, there for Kara's wedding to Benjamin, wanted to know about prophecy. They thought Richard was hiding prophecy from them, that he didn't trust them to hear it. For that reason, some of those leaders had abandoned him and the unity of the Daharan Empire to throw the lot of their lands and people in with Hannes Ark, the head of Fajin province, all for the promise of leadership guided by prophecy. While Hannes Ark was the ruler of the Dark Lands as part of Fajin province, Richard ruled the Daharan Empire, and the Daharan Empire ruled Fajin province. Hannes Ark and his followers appeared to want to break away from that alliance to instead follow prophecy. He glanced over at Samantha, lit by the heavy overcast of the now open sky. He was beginning to see her in a new light.
He had thought she was an inexperienced sorceress who was only now beginning to come into her own. As he looked around at the destruction, he wondered if she was something more. He wondered about the role of Stroiza and the gifted living there. He wondered if Naja Moon's people back in ancient times had left gifted in Stroiza to be more than mere sentinels meant to watch for the barrier failing. He wondered if they had a larger purpose than to warn others, as he had thought at first. As he scanned the massive destruction wrought by this small, frail-looking young woman, he began to wonder if those people in ancient times with such mysterious abilities had perhaps given the gifted here at Stroiza more than an explanation written in the language of creation on their walls. He wondered if they had given them some ability to fight. Nadja said that they didn't have a way to end the threat, so they wouldn't have been able to give such an ability to any of the gifted of Stroiza. But they might have at least been able to give them the ability to fight. Samantha had certainly demonstrated more resolve and strength than he would have expected. He wondered if she was perhaps intended to be more than a mere sentinel. He wondered if she was, in fact, a weapon left by the ancients. This day she had certainly proven herself to be so. Chapter 44. After retrieving his bow from the split in the rock that had protected them and hooking it back over his shoulder, Richard stepped to the edge of the rock outcropping where he and Samantha had been protected from the lethal storm of splintered trees. He used his foot to clear the thick covering of sharp, bloody fragments off the top part of a torso. There wasn't a lot of it left, but there was enough to see that, like the others, it was clothed in little more than filthy rags. "These half-people are different," he said to himself. Samantha regarded the remains with revulsion. "Different? What are you talking about? What do you mean they're different?" Having been deep in thought, Richard hadn't realized that he'd said it out loud. He gestured out across the shattered landscape as he started out. "Well, look at them all," he said, pointing here and there along the way toward the undamaged forest some distance off. Samantha hurried to stay close as she followed behind, glancing at each place he pointed. Along the way, as he walked through the ruin, he paused to point out a headless corpse. "See, they're all dressed basically the same, like that one there. They're wearing little more than rags. It almost looks like they dug up corpses and stole their clothes." "Disgusting," she muttered. "The men who attacked me and Colin in the wagon were bigger than most of these people here." "You mean those men who gave you those terrible bite wounds?" "That's right. Those men were strong, well-fed, and dressed in simple clothes that you and I would think of as normal. They were half-people, intent on eating me to try to get my soul. But they didn't dress much differently than the men in your village. These people here are smaller, thinner, and a lot of them look sickly." He gestured to a disembodied arm sticking up out of the rubble. It was covered with open sores and scabs. "Most of them look to be diseased, like that. They all appear ill-fed. They look like they live like animals. Besides the difference in size and apparent health, the men who attacked me talked. They sounded relatively intelligent. They thought through what had likely happened before they came across us and made plans for what they wanted to do." "Plans? What do you mean? What kind of plans?" "They wanted to eat me on the spot to try to get my soul, but they were going to take Colin for later, possibly for her trade value." He flicked a hand around, pointing out a head, a shoulder with an arm still attached, a few headless torsos, all of the torn remains peppered with everything from splinter-sized fragments to long, sharp spears of wood. "Did you ever hear any of these half-people speak? Tell us to stop, anything like that?" "I only heard them growling and howling," she said as she hugged her arms to herself. Richard nodded. "So, even though the men who attacked me at the wagon and these here are both half-people who want to steal our souls, they're considerably different." Samantha pushed her tangle of black hair back out of her way as she looked around, stepping carefully among all the debris as she followed him. She frowned as she thought it over. It seems odd that these half-people would be so different.
And then there were the bodies I saw, Richard said as he sat side-saddle on a fat, splintered, fallen tree trunk and then swung his legs over. It was too big for Samantha, so she went around.
What bodies? She asked.
Many of the half-people who attacked us before I woke up were killed by the troops with us, and for all I know, maybe by some kind of magic Zed and Niki managed to conjure. It was dark, and I was only just waking up, but then, and later, when Esther and the rest of them came to my rescue, I saw a number of bodies from what looked to me to have been a bloody battle. I only got a brief look, but from what I saw, all of them looked the same, and they didn't look at all like any of these half-people here, or anything like the men who attacked me. I overheard the men say that they thought they were Shantuk.
Shantuk? What do they look like? She asked.
They wore little clothing. Some of them had trousers, while others had only cloth wrapped around their waists. None of them had shirts, other than what I thought of as decorative vests covered with beads, charms, and talismans. All of them, though, were smeared with what looked like a whitish ash. Their eyes were darkened with dirt or soot or something. The rest of their faces were covered with a milky-colored substance, probably wood ash. Their heads were shaved. A few of them had tufts sticking up on the tops of their skulls. Those with the tufts of hair had what looked like beads and teeth and bones wrapped around it to make the tufts of hair stand straight up.
Samantha hugged her spindly arms to herself again. That sounds frightening.
Richard nodded. Warriors of all sorts try to make themselves look intimidating, and these Shantuk certainly looked the part.
So then, you're saying that all three of these different kinds of people, these sickly ones here in rags, the men dressed normal who attacked you, and the wild-looking painted-up Shantuk are all half-people?
Right. All different, but all half-people. The thing is, in Nadja's account, when she talked about the danger from the half-people, she didn't mention that they were different. She only said that Emperor Sulachan's makers down in the old world had created the half-people to be used as weapons. Later, Nadja's people up here in the New World managed to collect them, along with the Walking Dead, and trap them all behind the barrier.
Samantha scrambled over a log to follow after him. So then, what's your point?
My point is something has happened since they were locked behind the barrier, and they are no longer the same.
Samantha looked puzzled. Does it really make a difference for some reason?
Richard looked back over his shoulder and arched an eyebrow. According to Nadja, some of them had the ability to use occult magic.
Her alarm showed in her expression. These didn't show any evidence of it.
Richard paused and looked back at her. That's what has me so concerned. Maybe these here are just the outliers, the scavengers. We might be talking about half-people who have developed since Nadja's time, who are now more dangerous, who are even better at hunting those with souls than the half-people were back in the Great War, or than these dead ones here. As they walked on through the rubble, Samantha's only answer was a worried look. After a time, they made it to the edge of the side of the destruction and flattened trees. At the outer edge of the leveled forest, a number of big trees leaned against others, still standing in the forest beyond. From what Richard knew of wind-fallen trees, such tremendous weight leaning on other trees would cause some of them to eventually fall as well. The destruction in this part of the forest wasn't yet over. It would continue for some time until the weaker trees finally fell. Eventually, this place would grow back over, but it was going to be a long time before the clearing filled in among the fallen bones of the old-growth trees. Careful, Richard said as he stepped around several smaller trees leaning outward, all resting against a forest giant. If the branches holding those trees here were to give way, they could fall at any moment. Stay in my tracks and follow me until we're safely back into the woods again. Richard wove his way in among the destruction of damaged but standing trees, trying to avoid the ones that looked like they were in the most danger of falling,
But he couldn't avoid them all, because there were hundreds of partially fallen trees hanging precariously in branches of others. All of them were riddled with splinters, some as small as a finger and some bigger than his leg. Many of the leaning trees were buckling along splits and would never survive. So then it sounds like these Shantuk might be the ones who have our people, she said after some thought. How will we find them? From what the men were saying, the Shantuk lived beyond the barrier in a distant land. Richard carefully ducked under a partially uprooted tree that was pulling up a section of the forest floor. The men were surprised that the Shantuk had traveled so far. From what I overheard them say, the Shantuk nation is vast. Great, she muttered under her breath. So you're saying that the half-people who are likely holding your friends and my mother captive are going to be deep into the Third Kingdom? It seems likely, Richard said as he entered the shadowy world of the forest. He gestured back toward the ruins of the woods. I don't think that these half-people here would be the kind to take captives. I think if they caught someone, they would eat them on the spot. The Shantuk seem to be different. They act out of larger motives. That means we need to look for the Shantuk, and when we find them, we'll face even bigger problems than we did here. I'm afraid so. Once farther back into the dark shadows of the still forest, Richard paused and turned back to Samantha. The part that worries me the most is the occult magic Nadja says they have. It may have been growing stronger as they were locked away behind the barrier. Her nose wrinkled with her frown. Why would it grow stronger? Nature seeks balance. What do you mean? Like all of nature, predators and prey seek balance. If there are too many rabbits, for example, more wolves will be born, and they will have an ample food supply. Wolves will grow in number and cut down the overpopulation of rabbits. If there are too many wolves, then they overhunt the food source and they run out of prey. So fewer wolves survive starvation. Then more rabbits are able to survive, and so on, as nature seeks balance. But that's just with animals. All of nature seeks balance, even within the wolf population, such as the balance between male and female. Additive magic is balanced with subtractive magic. Free will is the balance to prophecy. Samantha pushed some of her hair back from her face as she walked close behind him. Well, that much of it makes sense. But what does balance have to do with occult magic? Occult powers may be the balance to the gift. She stopped in her tracks and stared at him. That's a frightening thought. I'd have to agree. But why would magic need balance? Maybe it has multiplied too much, and nature is seeking to balance it by letting occult power grow. Samantha tilted her head toward him a little. So are we the hunters or the prey? Who's hunting who? Good question, Richard said before he turned back to the slightly open, low, mossy area that led back into the deeper woods. The trail should be this way. It shouldn't be far, and then we can make better time. Chapter 45. Richard was right. Before long they picked up the remote forest trail. It was a dark burrow of exposed rocks and roots tunneling through the thick vegetation. Over the centuries it had seen only random, occasional travelers, but lately it served hordes of half-people coming down it to hunt souls. Now it was cloaked in a threatening silence. Richard stood for a long moment, listening, watching, trying to pick up any sign that would indicate trouble. Samantha stood silently beside him, waiting for him to pass judgment. You said before that the gifted people can sense others, she whispered. When he nodded, she went on. So, do you think you could explain it to me, like you explained how to make trees explode, so that I could help us by sensing if anyone is out there? I could at least try my best. Richard pressed his lips tight in frustration. I wish I could, but I'm afraid I don't have any idea how they do it. I just know that they can. No one has ever explained it to me, like with the trees, so I can't explain it to you. She looked dejected at the news that she wouldn't be able to learn the trick so she could help them. Richard laid his hand on her shoulder. "Come on. We'll just have to find your mother and get her away from whoever has her, and then she can teach you how to do it." Samantha returned the smile. "You seem to have a way of making me feel better, even right in the middle of a terrible situation." "As long as we have choices in life and use our heads, there is always the possibility of turning around the worst situation." Her smile widened a little. While he returned the smile, he was concerned because he could see the exhaustion in her eyes. She obviously didn't want to admit how much it had taken out of her to do what she had done with the trees when back in that split in the rock. "I'm dead tired from fighting off the half-people with my sword. How about you? You must be worn out from the effort of using your magic back there." "I know that, for me, using any kind of magic is tiring, even the magic of my sword."
"Well," she admitted, "I guess a little. But I won't slow you down, I promise."
Richard pulled his pack off his shoulder and flipped back the flap. He dug around a moment until he found some dried meat. He pulled out 2 pieces and handed one to Samantha. "Here, chew on this as you walk. It will help build your strength back up." Richard tore off a piece between his teeth. She took a bite of her own before following him as he started up the trail. He hated to use the trail because it was such an obvious ambush point. When there was this kind of manifest danger, he would much rather make his own way through the woods than follow the choke point of a trail. The problem was, cutting their own way through the woods any more than they needed to would slow them down considerably. They had a long way to go to reach what Samantha's village knew as the North Wall, and the trail went only part of the way. With every passing moment being a threat to the lives of those they were going to try to rescue, Richard knew they had no time to waste. The choice was a hard one, though. They couldn't rescue anyone if they were killed on a trail by half-people waiting in ambush. But on the other hand, Richard was terrified of being too late. Being a moment too late meant Colin would die, claimed by the touch of death lurking within her. He would soon follow her into the dark forever. It likely meant that untold numbers, if not the world of life itself, would die. Magda Cirrus and Merritt had told him that he had the power to save the world of life or destroy it. If he made the wrong choice and was killed in an ambush on the trail, then that might be the cause of the end of life that the first confessor was talking about. If he didn't take the trail, the delay might mean they lost their chance, and that could mean the end of all life as well. In the end, he reasoned that the half-people who had been chasing them would probably have all been together. It didn't seem likely that some of them would have hung back. They were driven by the lust for a soul, so it was reasonable to think that they were all dead back in the blasted forest. In light of all that, Richard chose to use the trail in order to make the best time they could. His sense of urgency was too well-founded to ignore. Of course, he was well aware that other half-people, different kinds of half-people from other parts of the Third Kingdom, could very well come down the trail or be waiting in ambush. All the more reason to stay alert. Decision made, he forged ahead, determined to make the most of the time the trail saved them. The path through the woods was similar to secondary trails Richard knew back in Heartland. It wasn't a well-groomed trail that made for swift travel, but it was still much easier than pushing their own way through virgin forest. It also wasn't wide enough for them to walk side by side, so he led the way and Samantha followed, sometimes having to trot to keep up with his pace. Richard constantly scanned ahead and to the sides as he moved as quietly as possible. There were occasional wind-fallen trees that lay across the path that they had to climb over. Saplings grew in close at the side of the trail in places, making it a narrow green tunnel with branches and boughs continually slapping at their arms and legs. The leaden overcast, coupled with the thick forest canopy, conspired to make the tunneling pathway a dark and gloomy place. Off in the distance, he occasionally heard the cries of birds or chatter from squirrels, but for the most part the woods were dead silent. Mist and drizzle combed out of the air by pine needles collected until the drops were heavy enough to drip down on them. For their lunch, Richard stopped only briefly to get a bite to eat. Samantha was looking somewhat better after having eaten the dried meat earlier, so he didn't want to take any more time than necessary to catch their breath for a moment as they retrieved food and water from their packs. After the brief stop, they were quickly back on their way and walked the rest of the afternoon without seeing anyone or anything out of the ordinary. The journey through the forest was in a way comforting. It reminded him of his life growing up in the Heartland woods and his time as a woods guide. It had been a time of peace and contentment before he knew of any of the troubles of the wider world. He caught himself looking at all the various mosses growing on rocks, making them look like green pillows, and the places where it crept across the ground and grew up the bases of tree trunks. In some places he saw beautiful, delicate little white flowers. In a way, the flowers seemed out of place because the journey was fraught with such danger and anxiety that it didn't seem like beauty belonged. He guessed that it was the balance to the lack of peace he was feeling. Samantha kept her hood up to help keep her hair from getting wet in the drizzle and random drops falling from trees above. She kept her head down as she hurried to keep up with him. He could see in her posture how tired she was, but she didn't complain. He felt bad for setting such a swift pace, but it couldn't be helped. He suspected that she was thinking of her mother and didn't mind the pace. When it started getting dark, Richard led them off the trail to find a place to sleep. He didn't want to be anywhere that people, or half people, would likely come across them. He walked off the path for quite a ways, deliberately choosing the roughest terrain and the places with the thickest underbrush. People who went off trails to go through the woods almost always picked the easiest places to walk, so he wanted to go where it was least likely anyone might explore off the trail. He eventually found a secluded spot he liked in the crook of a rock cleft that rose up for 30 or 40 feet. He surveyed the area for any signs of dangerous animals, including humans. He saw no indication that anyone had ever been in the spot. Richard and Samantha were likely the first people who had ever seen this place. He saw no caves where bears or wolves might den, and no snakes. With the light failing and the mist getting heavier, he swiftly cut some saplings and leaned them up against the rock. After having made a framework, he piled on pine and balsam boughs, and on top of that, brush to cover up the evidence of human construction. By that time it was nearly dark. "I wouldn't know it was there, even if I walked right by it," Samantha said. "That's the whole point," Richard told her. "Ordinarily, in such a place, I'd want to take turns standing watch, but I think this is hidden well enough. There is no evidence that anyone ever comes this way, so I think it's more important that we both get a good sleep. We're going to need it tomorrow." She nodded. "I'm really tired. Sleep sounds good." He gestured to the side of the lean-to structure. "Go on, then. Go around there and get inside." She looked puzzled. "Aren't we going to have a fire to keep warm?" "Fires attract people. Even if you don't see it, you can smell the smoke from a fire from a long way off. By itself, someone would almost have to fall on top of this shelter to know it's here, but a fire would broadcast our position and let other people, especially half people, know that we're here." She looked around at the surrounding woods. "Oh, I guess that makes sense." She glanced around again. "What about wild animals?" "I'm not worried. I have a gifted sorceress with me." She smiled. "I guess you're right." "It won't be too bad, you'll see. Go on, get inside." She had to crawl on her hands and knees to get in under the leaning roof of the shelter. Richard followed her in, pulling a thick mat of pine branches over the opening. Inside it was snug, relatively dry, and nearly pitch black. He fished around blindly in his pack until he found the tin travel housing for a candle. He held it out and put her hand on it. "Here, can you use your gift to light this?" He saw a small spark in the darkness, and a flame sprang up onto the candle wick. Richard hung the candle in front of them. "You can put your hands over it to warm them if you're cold. It's likely to get chilly tonight." She frowned over at him. "Why don't I just put some heat in a couple of rocks? Then we could hold them in our laps to keep warm." "Oh," Richard said. He hadn't thought of doing that. "Well, that works too." He used his fingers to pull a rock the size of a loaf of bread up from the ground to the side and handed it to her. Samantha put her hands to either side of it for a moment. He saw her briefly close her eyes in concentration. Then she handed it to him. The rock was toasty warm. "I guess you were coming in handy for something," he said as he pulled up another rock for her to heat for herself. She let out a soft giggle. They picked some travel biscuits and dried fish out of their packs, along with some fresh nuts, and had a simple meal that was better than he expected. Probably because he was so hungry, he would have eaten just about anything. When they were done eating, Richard pulled off his cloak and laid it over both of them like a blanket. "This will help keep us warm. Sorry, but the woods aren't the most comfortable place to sleep, especially in conditions such as this." "I don't care," she said quietly. "I only care about getting there in time. I can sleep the rest of my life after I get my mother out of the hands of those soulless, unholy, half-dead monsters." Richard agreed with her sentiment. He pulled his cloak up to their chins. Samantha leaned against him for warmth, putting her small hands around his biceps and locking her slender fingers together. She laid her head against his shoulder. Richard rested his right arm across his lap so that he could keep his hand on the hilt of his sword. That would make it a lot easier to respond in a hurry if he had to. He could hear Samantha's soft, even breathing, along with the whisper of rain pattering against leaves. He was so exhausted that he started sinking into sleep almost immediately. His last thoughts were of Colin. Chapter 46. By late the next day, they reached the place where the trail began to bear left toward the west. The trail had taken them as far as it could. It was frustrating because they had been making good time, but the trail was no longer headed north, so they were going to have to start making their way through uncharted forest toward the Third Kingdom. Richard scanned the edge of the forest along the side of the path, searching for the best area to take them through the woods, when he spotted a place that almost looked like a trail. A fresh trail. "This looks like a good place," Samantha said as she pointed. "The way north looks more open through here." "There's a good reason for that." He gestured to the trampled shrubs and broken twigs, the kicked-up dirt, and the overturned moss. "Do you know what this is?" Samantha looked puzzled. "No." "It looks to me like the place used by all those half-people traveling down here from the Third Kingdom. Look up in there at how someone dragged their feet along the ground." He pointed to another spot. "Looks like someone stumbled there and broke that branch. They walked without paying any attention to what they stepped on. There, they trampled those mushrooms. Back in there, a lot of the ferns are broken. This is not the way a regular traveler walks. This is the way careless people who know little about traveling or the woods would walk. It looks to me the way those half-people who tried to ambush us would walk. This is probably where they came down from the north." "Really?" she asked. She looked up at him. "Then all we have to do is follow this, and it will lead us right to where we're going. It will lead us right to the barrier, to those open gates in the north wall." "No," he said. "If we follow this new trail, we are liable to run into more half-people coming down from the Third Kingdom to hunt for people with souls. Those dead half-people back there aren't the only ones. The others are likely to be different, like the men who attacked me or the Shantuk. They're smarter. We don't want to run into that sort if we don't have to." She took a step back, as if the place was suddenly threatening. "I guess it isn't such a good idea, then." With a hand on her shoulder, Richard turned her to the left. "We'll go on a little ways farther up the trail and then turn north through the woods to go parallel with this route taken by the half people. I want to stay far enough away from it that if there are more half people coming south by this same route, they won't hear us. At the same time, by staying close enough, then from time to time I can check on this trail they made so that I can make sure we're going to the place they came from. That way it will help lead us where we're heading, right to the Third Kingdom, but we won't be as likely to run into trouble. It shouldn't be too difficult to keep track of this route they've made, trudging through the woods. From the looks of it, they were simply taking the route that was the easiest because of the lay of the land. I can do the same thing, but stay off to the side so we don't accidentally run across their trail at the wrong time." She made a face. "How do you know all this stuff?" Richard shrugged. "I've been doing this all my life, since I was younger than you." After following the established trail on for some distance, Richard finally judged it far enough away from the path made by the half-people to be safe, so he turned north into the woods. He regretted having to leave the trail, even as rough as it had been, and make their own trail through uncharted forest, but it was something that he was experienced doing. Because of his experience, he knew how to select the best route to take through the dense woods. For a time, as they traveled north, they were able to follow a deer trail, but it eventually veered off and they had to plunge back into the thick of the woods. In several places they had to climb rock ridges to avoid taking time and trouble to find a way around. Once they had to backtrack when Richard abruptly found himself at the edge of a cliff that would be too dangerous to climb down. When nightfall came, Richard again found a well-hidden spot where he built them another small shelter for the night. The drizzle had picked up as darkness closed in. They had managed to complete the shelter in time to keep themselves mostly dry. He was sore from sleeping sitting up the night before, but he was tired and his hip sockets ached from the long day of hiking through dense woods, so he was happy for any rest he would be able to get. Like the previous night, he and Samantha huddled close for warmth and fell asleep quickly. The next morning dawned cool and humid, but at least the drizzle had stopped. That didn't mean a lot, though, because both the humidity and the previous night's drizzle and fog had left everything inside their shelter damp or dripping. Droplets of water dotted his cloak and ran off it in little rivulets when he took it off them and gave it a brief shake. It was even more uncomfortable when they emerged from the warmth of the little shelter. It was a disagreeable feeling to see that it was another gloomy day. Richard was getting sick and tired of the endless dark days under a constant heavy overcast. He wished for a sunny day that would dry everything out. He was beginning to see why it was called the Dark Lands. It was a dark and depressing wilderness. They had a quick meal of sausages and travel biscuits, along with a few slices of dried apples. After packing up, they were quickly on their way. Before long they came up on a small brook that made travel through the dense undergrowth a great deal easier. As they walked, Richard checked the burbling, clear water for any sign of fish, but he didn't see any. After an hour of walking along the rocky bank of the brook, he decided to scout to make sure that they weren't too close to the half-people's haphazard trail. Richard had Samantha crouched down between a rock and several small spruce trees where she was well hidden and could wait while he went off to scout. The trail the half-people had made meandered aimlessly at times, so he wanted to make certain that they were still distant enough from it that they would be safe. The trail turned out to be a goodly distance. Richard checked, but didn't see any sign that there had been anyone on the trail overnight. Happy, after he saw that they weren't too close to it, they were able to move on, using the brook as a path through the woods. Mostly cedars grew along the sides of the brook, with a luscious carpet of moss covering the banks in places. The brook created a bit of an opening through the forest, so they were able to make better time. The moss growing in thick beds made for soft walking, but what Richard liked most about it was that it made their progress almost silent, while the running water of the brook also helped cover any sound they might make. Silence was safety because even if there were half people about, if they couldn't hear Richard and Samantha passing nearby, then they wouldn't come after them. Rounding a turn where the brook went around a rock outcropping, they came suddenly on a man kneeling beside the brook, scooping up water in his hands for a drink. He hadn't heard them walking upstream on the mossy banks. He looked up from his cupped hands, water leaking through his fingers, surprised to see Richard and Samantha as they came around the rock. He was dressed better than the half-people that Samantha had killed, and had a huskier build, like the men who had attacked Richard at the wagon. Richard wasn't as surprised as the man, because this possibility had always been in the back of his mind. Richard knew that with the new trail so well used by the half-people, it was possible that some of them might wander off that trail, so he had been on the lookout. Still, it was an unpleasant jolt to suddenly come upon someone after having the woods all to themselves for so long. The man, at first frozen in surprise, quickly recovered from his shock. His eyes immediately filled with the kind of savage hunger any predator had at seeing prey unexpectedly appear within reach. The man sprang up in a full charge. He bared his teeth with a growl as he lunged at Richard. As he raced in, the man reached out to tackle his prey. Richard had been ready and, rather than meeting the threat directly, dodged to the side at the last possible instant. Richard threw an arm around the man's neck as he fell past and put a chokehold on him to keep him from crying out for help. The man struggled, reaching back to claw at Richard, trying to get to his face, to gouge out his eyes. The man's teeth were bared, but he couldn't get a bite of flesh. Richard lifted the brawny man while putting pressure on the sides of his neck to cut off the blood supply. The man's struggles slackened as he quickly grew weak. "Who are you?" Richard asked. The man only growled, even as he did his best to keep his eyes open. "How far to the north wall?" Richard asked. Drool ran from the corners of the man's mouth as he gasped for breath, as he fought to remain conscious and at the same time fight back. "How far?" Richard asked again through gritted teeth. "A day away, maybe." "And the Shantuk? How far to their land once beyond the north wall?" When the man didn't answer, Richard increased the pressure. The man's eyes bulged. His tongue bulged from his mouth as his face turned red. "How far is the kingdom of the Shantuk?" Richard asked again in a dangerously calm voice. "Don't know. Never been that far. I'm not that stupid." "How far?" "Days. A few days more. But they will catch you, eat your flesh, and drink your blood. They will have your soul. You can't gain someone's soul by drinking their blood or by eating them. There is no way to get someone else's soul. It's not possible." The man struggled even harder, trying with renewed fury to reach back and get hold of something. He couldn't. Richard wasn't taking any chances, and twisted harder to make his point. "Lie!" the man gasped, red-faced from lack of air. "You want to keep it for yourself. All of you with souls are greedy. You soil the world with your nature. We will have your souls. We deserve them. We will have all of your souls." Samantha stepped up before the man's face, regarding him calmly. "How do you figure you deserve our souls? What gives you the right?" Richard had him tightly by the neck, but the man's glare turned up to Samantha. He gave her an evil, lustful grin. "We will eat your warm flesh and drink your warm blood and have your souls. We will rule the world of life." Richard twisted until the man cried out, "Are you with anyone else?" "No." "Good," Richard said under his breath as he snapped the man's neck. As Richard let the dead weight slip to the ground, he gestured to Samantha. "Let's get going. Better that we are away from here in case others of his kind find him." Chapter 47. Richard was exhausted after a day of difficult travel over rough terrain. The farther north they went, the more uneven the ground became, and the darker and gloomier. At times the clouds were so low that the tops of the trees vanished in the gray overcast. It was tiring to climb up steep, rocky rises only to have to descend the far side and then do it all over again when the next steep ascent appeared through the trees. It was made worse in places by stretches of brush so dense that it was tiring to get through it, and it bogged down their progress. In other places they encountered underbrush with tangled layers of thorny vines that were impassable and had to be skirted. Richard hadn't slept well the night before, after talking with a soulless man they found drinking at the brook who wanted to eat them alive. Richard wished he could have killed the man twice. Samantha looked tired as well. She had been uncharacteristically quiet the night before, and then all day as they trudged through the trackless forests of the dark lands. When Richard had asked if she was all right, she'd said that it had unnerved her to hear such an evil man say such terrible things, to have him look her in the eye and tell her that he wanted to eat her warm flesh, drink her blood, and take her soul. Richard knew that what probably unnerved her the most was knowing that others with the same sentiment had murdered her father and were likely holding her mother captive. At least he hoped they were still holding her mother captive, and that they hadn't harmed her. Richard hoped that Zed and Niki and Kara and Benjamin and the rest of the soldiers were all still alive as well, and that they hadn't been slaughtered. He knew what a dim hope that really was, though. It had to be terrifying to be in the hands of such merciless cannibals. He couldn't help being constantly haunted by fear for their safety. That fear kept him pushing forward as swiftly as he could. Besides wanting to rescue his friends, to save the lives of those people he loved and cared about, he always had in the back of his mind that the only way to save Colin's life as well was to get her back to the containment field at the People's Palace along with Zed and Niki so that they could remove the hedgemaid's touch of death. Richard glanced around when he noticed that the woods were growing darker all the time. It was still only late in the afternoon, not yet late enough for it to be getting dark. He looked up from time to time, but the dense forest canopy was closed in so tightly overhead that he couldn't see any sky, so he couldn't tell how cloudy it was. He felt warm, even though there was still a cold mist. Moving along a narrow, marshy, low area, Richard went to a knee. Overwhelmed with how weary he felt, how exhausted, he couldn't seem to take another step. He had to stop, had to pause to rest a moment. "Lord Roll, what is it?" Samantha asked as she rushed to his side. "What's wrong?" Richard pulled a deep breath as his head hung. "I'm just so tired, that's all." He dismissed it with a gesture. "It's nothing. It's just that it's been hard traveling, and I didn't sleep well." Samantha laid her small hand against his forehead. "You have a fever." He wasn't at all surprised. "Feels like it." She pushed against the front of his shoulder with one hand while gesturing with the other. "Here, sit back on that rock for a minute." Richard looked around behind and then sat back on the leaf-covered rock she was pointing to. Samantha stood in front of him, her face almost even with his. She pressed her fingertips to his temples. He could feel the slight but familiar tingle of magic. She finally pulled her hands back. "It's the darkness in you," she told him in a quiet voice. "The touch of death. It's what the Mother Confessor has in her, too. It's the same dark evil that is trying to claim you both. It's getting worse, as I told you would happen." "You did," Richard said as he nodded. "Is there anything you can do?" She was a long moment in answering. "I'm sorry, Lord Roll. I've already healed you all I can. I wish I knew more about healing. I wish I knew of some trick or something to help, but I don't. It will take your grandfather now, if you and the Mother Confessor are to be truly helped." "What if you try to use the gift to strengthen me rather than healing me?" She thought it over and then put her fingertips to his temples. He again felt the warm tingle of her gift. He could hear birds in the distance and feel a soft breath of damp air on his face. Inside him he could feel the warm glow of magic. He felt the familiar suspension of time in the grip of that magic. She removed her hands. Did it help? Richard stood and rolled his shoulders, trying to sense if he felt stronger. At least he was able to stand. I think it helped. I do feel a little stronger. Thank you. I wish it was more, Lord Roll, but I'm afraid that it isn't the real solution you need. Just a temporary boost. Rest would help more until you can be healed properly. He nodded and managed a small smile to reassure her. I think I can walk now. Let's get going. Getting more rest will have to wait. Richard forced himself to move, despite how much he wanted to slow down or stop to rest. He knew, somewhere deep down inside, that if he gave up and lay down, he would die, much the way people caught in winter storms would get tired, lie down, and go to sleep, and never to rise again. When he died, he told himself, he would have all eternity to rest. If he wanted to live, if he wanted others to live, it was going to take effort. As they came to the top of each new rise, he wished that he could see through the dense green leaves, pine boughs, and dark shadows among the endless tree trunks to what lay beyond. He wished he could get to a vantage point so he could see how much farther. But there was no such vantage point in the endless, dark, forbidding forest. As he walked, he glanced up at a tree, thinking that if he climbed up high, he might possibly get a view of what was ahead. But he didn't have the energy to spare, much less the time, to go climbing trees. He supposed that he knew where he was going, and he knew that they were going in the right direction, so he simply needed to put one foot in front of another, and they would eventually get there. Looking out from a high vantage point wouldn't get them there any faster. As the day wore on, he realized it was getting a little brighter. At first, he thought the overcast might be breaking up, but then, coming over a rise through an opening in the thick layers of limbs, he finally saw a patch of light. He trotted toward a narrow opening in the trees, and in the misty distance was rewarded with his first glimpse of the barrier. He had been impatient to get to it for days, and now, suddenly seeing it, he was stunned. He stopped dead in his tracks and stared. Samantha stood beside him, staring as well. Chapter 48. Richard and Samantha stood with their backs to the dark woods, staring out into the gray light of a heavily overcast day at the enormity of the structure standing before them. There was no way to see the ancient power invested in this wall, to make it a barrier keeping evil contained. But what he could see, the wall itself, was a physical barrier of staggering proportions. It had looked big when he had seen it through the viewing port back at Streuza, but seeing it up closer, seeing the sheer size of it, was bone-chilling. Despite the strength and size of the physical barrier itself, and the power of spells cast by wizards with abilities Richard couldn't entirely imagine, whatever was on the other side had still managed to escape. From where they stood in a small clearing among a bed of cinnamon ferns and scraggly holly oak that gave them a broken view off through the pines standing guard at the edge of the forest, Richard could see that they were still some distance off to the side of where the opening would be, which was what he had wanted, so as not to encounter any half-people coming south through those gates from the Third Kingdom beyond. He wanted to remain hidden to give him an opportunity to survey the area. "Come on," he said to Samantha as he started out again. He moved more quickly now that he knew for sure that they had finally reached the wall. Samantha had to trot to keep up with his long strides. Even as he put more effort into moving quickly, he still kept a wary eye on the surrounding countryside for any sign of trouble. He didn't want to be surprised and find himself unexpectedly having to fight off a forest full of half-people. "What are we going to do when we get there?" Samantha asked, breathless from the effort of keeping up with him. "I'm not exactly sure yet. First we have to get through the gates.
After that, we need to keep heading north until we find the land of the Shantuk.
Then what?
Richard frowned back over his shoulder. Then we rescue our people being held captive there.
How are we going to do that?
Richard carefully danced across rocks to cross a small, slow-moving stream. I wish I knew. We'll have to look over the situation once we get there. Then we can start to figure out a plan.
Maybe I can use magic to help somehow. You know, create a distraction or something.
Or something, Richard said. At first animated, now that they were close, Samantha fell to silent worry. She finally got around to the heart of her concern.
Lord Rawle, you know the way Jit held you captive?
Richard pushed a low pine bough aside, holding it out of the way to let her pass. You mean the way she had us bound up on all those thorny vines?
Samantha nodded as she ducked under the bough he held out of her way. Well, what if they're doing that to all the people we're going in there to save?
Richard's brow drew together. I don't know what you're getting at. Do you mean what will we do if they have all of them tangled up in thorn vines?
Not exactly. She peeked around her mat of black hair to look over at him. You know what they were doing to the Mother Confessor? What they were going to do to you?
It suddenly dawned on him what she was getting at. Oh, you mean the way they cut Cullen and were bleeding her?
That's right. You said they were draining her blood and collecting it in bowls and then feeding it to Jit.
Richard half turned to her as he marched among the towering trees, his mood darkening. Go on.
They were bleeding her, Lord Rawle. They would have done that to you had you not managed to kill Jit and escape. Jit was collecting and drinking the Mother Confessor's blood, the same as she did with all her victims.
Richard came to a stop. What's your point?
Remember what that man back at the brook said before you killed him? He said that he wanted to drink my warm blood. Nadja spoke of them drinking every drop of blood, thinking that a soul might be in the blood and trying to escape. See what I mean? They think that the soul inhabits a living person and that it can escape. So they drink people's blood, hoping that they will capture the soul as it tries to escape.
So you're wondering if the Shantuk, unlike the other half-people you killed back in the forest, have evolved even more to think of blood as the life-blood of a person, that it's the stuff of a person's soul, and maybe they want captives in order to bleed them in an attempt to drain off the soul and to drink it in themselves. Samantha shrugged her small shoulders.
I don't know. Maybe. After all, Jit was from the Third Kingdom, so maybe what she was doing to the Mother Confessor tells us something about what the people there are like and how they think. That man seemed to feel that same way, even if the ones I killed back in the woods were more wild about wanting to eat us.
Richard hadn't thought of it that way. I suppose it's possible.
My mother said that she should have realized that Jit being in the swamp was a sign that she was one of the first to have escaped from behind the north wall. She said that she should have recognized it as one of the first indications that the north wall was failing. What if Jit is also a good indication of the way these half-people think and what they do? What if the Shantuk wanted captives to keep for their blood, like we keep animals for their milk? What if they have those people imprisoned in order to drain them of their blood, thinking that fresh warm blood is the way for them to gain their soul?
That does make some sense, Richard said with a sigh. But then, why would they seem to be more interested in taking the gifted captive? Samantha didn't have a ready answer. Unless they think the blood of the gifted has some special quality, Richard said, following along with her line of reasoning. Of course, they might have a more sinister reason for wanting to take the gifted captive.
A more sinister reason? Like what?
Richard considered it in brooding silence as he made his way past branches and boughs on his way toward the gray light out ahead. I don't know. It could be something more complex. The main thing, though, is that the exact reason is really a secondary consideration. What really matters the most right now is the solution, not the problem. If the Shantuk do have them, and if our people are alive,
We have to get them out of there. That's what matters." Almost as soon as he said it, the forest began to grow lighter. In a few dozen more steps they emerged from the oppressive greenery on the edge of a small ridge that provided an opening in the forest, allowing them an expansive view. They were face to face with an immense, towering wall. Chapter 49. Richard put his arm out, stopping Samantha from stepping too far out of the woods into the open, where he feared they might be spotted. She stood beside him, silently gazing at the sight. From the edge of the slight ridge they had a good view through the opening in the trees. They were looking down somewhat on a wall that rose up from the forest floor, up well past the tallest trees, so that they had to turn their heads up to see the top. The wall made the towering old-growth trees look like they were nothing more than saplings. "From seeing it through the portal, I always knew it was big," Samantha said, "but I still never realized that it was this big. Until you're standing here in front of it, you don't really know its true size." Richard understood what she meant. Sometimes, when the scale of something was so far out of the ordinary, or so far outside your frame of reference, so much larger than anything you'd ever seen before, and viewed from so far away, it was hard to comprehend its true size. Up close, such monumental sights often seemed even more incomprehensible. The stone wall seemed impossibly high, even to Richard, and he had seen a number of spectacular sights, both natural and man-made. It made him a bit dizzy just looking at the size of the soaring stone face of the wall. The wall stretched left and right to where it ended in the distance against enormous cliffs soaring upward as high as any mountains he had ever seen. High up, past broken clouds, he could see patches of snow lying on the steep rises. Another layer of clouds higher up, above the ragged shreds of clouds drifting by lower down, obscured the tops of the mountains so that he wasn't even seeing the mountain peaks, and thus their full height. The wall standing before them was constructed of stones of different sizes and shapes, all fit precisely together like a complex puzzle. All the edges looked to be in solid contact with every part of each block, locked in around them. He didn't see any spot where so much as a piece of paper could have been pushed between the tightly fit blocks of stone. The wall appeared to have been constructed without mortar, with the exacting fit and enormous weight locking it all tightly together. It was as perfectly built a wall as Richard had ever seen. He had seen a number of spectacular man-made structures, but this one was remarkable in its singular simplicity and sheer scale. Down the slope, off to the right, Richard could see the opening in the wall where the gates stood. There was a structure over the opening for the gates that he remembered seeing from the viewing port. He didn't see anyone anywhere. There were no people down in the area in front of the wall, no one watching from atop the wall, and no one coming and going through the open gates. It seemed odd to him that after thousands of years of the wall standing as an impenetrable barrier, now that the gates were open, the area around them would be so deserted. He wondered for a brief moment if all the half-people from the Third Kingdom had already poured out of those gates, to go south into the world of life, seeking souls they believed were there for the taking. He didn't know what their motives would be, to stay near their homes, or now that they were free to go on a rampage out into the world, to gorge themselves on flesh and blood. For a time, Richard stood silently watching as he felt the cool speckles of mist on his face. He checked all along the top of the wall, trying to see if there was anyone watching them, if any guards looked out from time to time. It was impossible to tell for sure, of course, but he didn't see anyone. He didn't know if they might have some kind of small openings for looking out. Although, what would be the purpose? The wall was there to keep them in, not for defense. He thought that it could be that all those who wanted to leave had already left, and those who didn't had stayed back to the north where they had lived for millennia. It was also possible that they only left at certain times, hunted, and then returned to the safety of their kingdom, like bats that emerged at nightfall to feed on blood. What he wondered most, though, was how he and Samantha were going to get in without being spotted out in the open. There was certainly no hope of scaling the wall. The outside of it looked to be too smooth for them to get a handhold or foothold anywhere. Of course, closer up he might find that there were small handholds in between the stones, but he doubted it. More importantly, even if they could scale the wall, they would be exposed and out in the open for a long time, and could easily be picked off with arrows. Possible or not, Richard discounted the practicality of climbing the wall. The mountains to either side looked even more formidable. Mountains offered better opportunities for climbing than the smooth wall looked to provide, but still, the cliffs appeared incredibly difficult, if not impossible, for him and Samantha to scale, especially in the wet. Besides, the cliffs, too, would leave them out in the open and exposed for far too long. Richard knew, too, that Nadja's people would not have put the barrier here if there was an easy way over or around the mountains. Certainly the barrier spells would be the primary means to keep the threat contained, but like the wall, the mountains also presented a formidable barrier once the spells began to weaken. Climbing those mountains was no more a realistic option than climbing the wall. Besides, the reason he was looking for a way in without having to go through the gates was to stay out of the open so they wouldn't be spotted. Scaling either the walls or the cliffs wouldn't get them in without being seen. Surprise was their greatest weapon. He didn't want to give it up without a very good reason. He wished he had a dragon handy to fly them in over the imposing wall filling the gap between the mountains, but it had been a very long time since he had seen a dragon. That left the gates as the only realistic way into the Third Kingdom. As Richard stood gazing at the enormity of the wall, he realized that what he was actually seeing was the physical manifestation of how much the people back in Nadja's time feared what was beyond that wall. That was not a comforting thought. He knew that there was no choice, so he deliberately pushed the thought aside and went back to thinking of solutions. "Let's make our way down closer to the gates," he said in a quiet voice, so that his voice wouldn't carry. "We need to get a better look." Chapter 50. "And what if there are people down there near the gates? What if there are guards standing watch?" "I can't imagine there would be guards," Richard said. "After all, the barrier was built to keep the half-people in, not to keep us out. Why would anyone want to go in there? They'd be slaughtered. The half-people obviously want out so they can hunt souls. So why would they have guards?" Samantha shrugged. "I don't know. But what if there are homes or buildings right inside, a village or town of some kind, and the half-people there would—" "Samantha," he said in a quiet voice, cutting her off to get her to stop talking, "let's not invent problems. We have enough real ones to solve. Let's first take a look and see what we're facing, then we can decide what we need to do, all right? Keep in mind, too, that this wall was not built to be a fortress wall. In many ways, as enormous as it is, it's only symbolic. The real barrier was the gravity spells and the barrier spells keeping evil on the other side. Those spells are what kept the half-people and the walking dead behind the wall for thousands of years. If that weren't so, then over all this great expanse of time they could have cut through the wall, or dismantled it, or tunneled under it, or something, wouldn't you think? If someone can put something together, then someone else can always find a way to take it apart. Especially given enough time and motivation. The half-people had both. That means it's the spells that matter, not the stone or the gates. The spells are the barrier, not the wall. Those spells are what would be of concern to anyone inside, not the stone or the gates. That works in our favor." "How?" "Because it likely means they don't care about the gates. Why would they? The gates wouldn't hold any real significance to them, except as a passage for them to get out into the world of life. Richard started making his way down the slope, staying in among the denser growth of trees and using the shadows and foliage for cover as best he could. Since he now knew precisely where he was going, he could cut through the dense woods to remain hidden in case anyone was watching. The forest was strangely quiet. He was used to being in the woods, and night or day there being signs of life and activity, but these ancient stands of trees seemed forlorn and empty. He had no way of knowing if that was out of the ordinary. Animals could sense things that humans couldn't, so it was possible that such powerful magic had discouraged animals from living in the area near the wall. Either that or something else, some threat, had frightened them into silence. That was the possibility that worried him and kept him on high alert. As he moved downhill, ever closer to the gates, he stopped periodically to peer out from behind the cover of the trees, checking for anyone. He still saw no one, no movement of any kind. The world felt so eerily empty outside the wall that, in a way, he wished he would see someone. As they moved steadily down the slope, down lower toward the level of the ground outside the gates, the wall soaring up above them seemed even more impressive. To Richard, the enormity of the wall seemed a tangible representation of how much people in ancient times feared what was on the other side. Richard paused. Something out of the corner of his eye caught his attention. He thought he saw lightning or some kind of light flicker from beyond the gates, but as soon as he focused his attention toward the gates, it was gone. He carefully scanned the area around them before starting out again. He wished he could climb a tree to have a look over the wall to see what danger might lie beyond, but the trees, despite how huge they were, didn't begin to reach the top of the wall. The only thing he could do was to keep moving toward the gates so that he could look in. Coming down the hill, he began to see that there was no road, clearing, or even a path outside the open gates. That made sense, of course. No one had gone in or out of it for thousands of years. He could see, though, that the bushes, small trees, ferns, and grasses in that area had been trampled by heavy foot traffic, most likely from all the half-people leaving. The ones who had attacked him and Samantha had probably come this way not long ago. There were also the men who had attacked him and Colin at the wagon. There might have been a lot of others like them who had come out through the gates. And then there were the Shantuk, who had attacked Zed, Kara, and the others. Those Shantuk had obviously come out through the gates. From all indications, though, it looked like they probably took their captives back to their own land. Richard wished he could remember better what he had heard as he woke up. He had no way of knowing what other nations or groups of people might be living in the Third Kingdom beyond the wall, living in a land where life and death existed together. There could be vast numbers of half-people of all sorts, just as in all the various lands of the world of life. As they finally reached the ground down by the gates, Richard led them closer to the wall, but stayed in the shadow of the woods where possible as they worked their way closer. The gates opened out, so that also helped provide some cover. "Stay there behind the trees while I get a closer look," he whispered to Samantha. She nodded and quickly moved back into the shadows of young maples and spruce growing in an area of windfall pine that had opened the forest canopy. The gates themselves were impossibly tall. They were considerably taller than the tallest pines in the surrounding forest. As he got closer, he thought that they looked more like movable walls than real gates. He supposed that made sense. They weren't designed, after all, to open and close regularly. It was most likely that the gates had been closed only after the wall had been completed. Once closed, they were meant to stay closed. As he came up into the deep shadow behind the nearest of the great gates, he saw that they were sheathed in squares of some kind of metal that had not rusted, although it did have the patina of great age. He reached out and put a hand against the metal. It was cool to the touch. Signaling Samantha to stay where she was, in behind the trees, Richard hiked his bow up on his shoulder, got down on the ground, and carefully crawled on his belly to the edge of the great door to have a look beyond. The edge of the door was several feet thick. It put him in mind of what an ant must feel like when around buildings. As he peeked around the edge, he saw an open, rather barren landscape with broken, rocky terrain. The uneven ground was dotted here and there with a few scrub trees. There was no great forest like that outside the gates. What alarmed him the most, though, was what he saw next. In the distance, in various places, he saw flickering greenish light. He had seen that specific kind of green light before. It was the same kind he had seen when he had first met Colin and they had crossed the boundary between Westland and the Midlands. He had encountered the underworld a number of times since then. The veil before the world of the dead was always an eerie green color, an opaque green curtain of light. That eerie green light was a boundary layer to the underworld itself. When he inched out beyond the edge of the great gates to get a better view, he didn't see anyone inside the gates. It was a dark, barren landscape, dominated by towering rock jutting up from the ground like spikes pounded up through the surface from below. But that was not the worst of it. It looked all the more forbidding because of the specter of greenish light flickering here and there among those rock towers. Richard signaled for Samantha to come out of the trees. He aimed his thumb behind him, indicating that she should stay near the wall and to come up behind the door to join him. She rushed out of the cover of the trees and quickly made her way through the smaller brush to crouch close behind him. Not seeing anyone, Richard finally stood up and leaned out around the door for a better look into the Third Kingdom. What he saw then both shocked and frightened him. "What do you see?" she whispered. "What's wrong? Do you see half-people?" "I don't see anyone, but we have a problem and you need to know about it right now." Chapter 51. "What?" Samantha asked. "What is it? What's the problem?" Richard turned and squatted down in front of her. "Listen to me. This is important. The Third Kingdom is what?" She frowned a little, not sure what he was getting at. "It's both the world of life and the world of the dead mixed together in the same place at the same time. It's neither the kingdom of life or the kingdom of the dead. It's both existing together." Richard nodded. "That's right." She put a finger on his chest. "But besides being a place, it is also what you are. Life and death together where they shouldn't be. You are of that place where life and death exist together at the same time." "Good," he said with a single nod. "Beyond the gates is the Third Kingdom, the world of life and death together in the same place. There are places in there where there is greenish light." She frowned as she leaned toward him. "Greenish light?" "Yes, kind of like, well, have you ever seen the sheets of light in the night in the northern sky?" "Sure, of course." "Like that. It looks something like that, only it's all a shimmering green light. That's the boundary layer to the underworld, the world of the dead." She frowned suspiciously. Her head darted out to peek around the gate. "Dear spirits!" She pulled back, her wide eyes staring into his. "Lord Rawle, that's the same eerie green glow I told you I saw when I tried to heal the Mother Confessor for the first time. Remember? I saw the same thing within you." Richard wiped a hand across his mouth before letting out a deep sigh. "That green luminescence is death." "I told you so. I saw it in her. That's when I first told you that she had death in her." He nodded reluctantly. "So you did. I remember. But that was in her. This here is out in the open." Richard pointed a thumb behind him, beyond the gates. "If you walk into it, into that green veil of luminescence, you walk into the world of the dead. Understand? It's the boundary between life and death, just like you described seeing in Colin, the place that tried to tempt you in. If you had crossed over when you were in her mind,
you would have entered the world of the dead. You would never have come back. This here is the same. Beyond that luminescent glow is the world of the dead. If you step over even a little, you will never come back." Her big dark eyes wide, she swallowed.
"Then I guess it would be best not to walk through it."
"Exactly. When we go in there, you can't ever let your guard down. You can't ever relax. I don't know the exact properties of how it works here, where the openings into the underworld will be, but in other places I've been, you sometimes don't see it until you get really close. The greenish light is kind of like a warning that you are inches away from death, that you are about to cross over. Since you are so close to the underworld, the spirits of the dead beyond sometimes call to you, trying to entice you to cross over to them." She nodded.
"They did that to me when I was trying to heal the Mother Confessor and saw that green veil of death. I heard the spirits beyond."
Richard nodded his understanding. "It seems that we can encounter death in a number of places, in a number of ways. You encountered that boundary to the eternal beyond in Colin and in me. You saw and heard some of what was on the other side. In some places I've been, that green wall will appear as a warning, much the way shields placed by wizards try to warn you with color and light if you start getting too close. In this case, it's a warning that you are getting close to the boundary. In other places I've seen, the walls to the world of the dead are static. They stay in the same place, shimmering so that you can see them from some distance off and know where they are. But here it seems like those green boundaries into the world of the dead are flickering in and out of existence. That means they aren't in one place. They move around."
"That makes sense," she said. "Life and death in the same place and at the same time, a kind of soup of ingredients mixing together."
"That's right. But it also means that this boundary between worlds may be different from what I've encountered before, where the lines between life and death were fixed and you could avoid them. Here, from what I saw beyond the gates, those boundaries appear to be fluid, moving like a gossamer carried on a breeze. That's what's different here. That's what makes it so much more dangerous here. It means that you may not necessarily need to walk into that boundary to be lost. In this place, they may drift in and come right over you."
"That would be bad," she said in a deadpan, stating the obvious.
Richard nodded. "You have to be extremely alert at all times and respect that danger. If you let your guard down for an instant, you could unintentionally find yourself pulled into the underworld. If that happens, you are never coming back."
Samantha nodded solemnly. "I understand. Keep my eyes open and be prepared to move out of the way."
"Right," he said with a firm nod. He took a quick look around. "We need to get going. But don't forget what I told you, not for a second. I don't know exactly what we will have to face in there, but this is already something I didn't expect. We can't ever let our guard down."
"I won't, Lord Rawle."
"One other thing.
"What's that?"
If anything happens and we somehow get separated, then getting those people out, my friends and your mother, is the priority. Understand?"
"I understand, Lord Rawle. Find the wizard Zed and the sorceress Nikki and get them out so that they can heal you of the death inside you, so that you can end prophecy and end the threat to the world of life now that the barrier is down." Richard would have smiled at how insane that sounded and at her intensity, but the seriousness of the situation was nothing to smile about.
"Good. Now listen to me, Samantha. You may think I'm the one, but there are other people who are smarter about these kinds of things than me. Zed knows more than I do about such things. Nikki perhaps more yet. They are both incredibly powerful people with vast experience and knowledge. Don't discount the importance of that. They may be able to stop the threat even without me."
"If they're so powerful, then how did they get overpowered and caught in the first place?"
Richard let out a sigh at her simple insight. "No matter how powerful you are, that doesn't mean you can always win. Sometimes, no matter how good you are, things just go wrong."
Samantha nodded. "What now?"
Now we go in there and find them. Stay close and stay alert."
After she agreed, Richard peeked out around the gate. He saw no one out in the jumbled landscape of dark rock and flickers of the phantom luminescence here and there across the sprawling wasteland. In the distance, a haze of smoke hung over the forbidding landscape. Chapter 52. As they made their way around the gate, stepping into the broad opening, Richard looked up and saw the great stone arch over the gateway. He remembered seeing it from the viewing port back in Stroyza. Up close, in all its detail, it was more imposing, more frightening than he remembered. The arch formed a head with glaring eyes made of some kind of red marble. Two enormous, sharp fangs hung down, as if ready to strike at anyone who tried to enter. It was meant as a warning that crossing through these gates would be like entering the jaws of some monstrous creature. It was a clear statement of the lethality of the place. It was so obviously threatening that it was almost like a warning not to be stupid enough to enter the place. Once through the open gates, Samantha pointed. "Lord Rawle, look," she whispered. Richard turned and looked up. The insides of the gates had symbols embossed into the surface of the metal plates. When the gates were open, the enormous central emblem was broken in half, but when the gates were closed, the symbol would have been whole and united. The element was in the language of creation, like what Richard had seen on the Omen machine, like Naja Moon's account back in the cave at Stroyza. Richard didn't understand every component in the symbols, but he could clearly see that they were elements of a powerful spell. These symbols were meant to conjure powers Richard had never seen described before and didn't entirely understand. What he did understand from the meaning and parts of the designs was that these were barrier spells. The writing in the language of creation was not meant to convey information so much as to call forces together. With the gates standing open, that enormous barrier spell, that lock in the center that had spanned both doors, was now broken. With a chill, Richard realized that the seal was off the gates to the underworld itself. He didn't want to take any more time to study all the symbols on the insides of the gates. Since the symbols and the spells they represented were now broken, what they had once meant was no longer important. Now, prepared or not, it was up to Richard to deal with the results. He led them swiftly beyond the broad opening, toward rocky outcroppings off to the right that provided cover. They continued to move farther in beyond the gates and away from the wall, using the rocks as cover to stay out of sight as much as possible in case there were any half-people traveling down to the gates out of the Third Kingdom. In places, moving through the rocks, sheets of the greenish luminescence wavered off to the sides. He paused, watching veils of the eerie light drift lazily across the landscape, dragging a hem of light that flickered where it touched the ground. Richard kept an eye on the veils, making sure none were near before starting to move again. He had never seen the boundary to the underworld move like that. In the past, it had always remained in place, an unmovable barrier to the world of the dead. The disconcerting sight of that boundary moving about the landscape sent a chill through him. Coming around a column formation of stacked layers of slightly different colored rock, Richard abruptly spotted a man not far away, moving in their direction. In that frozen moment, he realized that it was too late to hide. When the man looked up at the same instant and saw Richard and Samantha, the look in his eyes told Richard that this was a predator, one of the unholy half-dead, that was always ready to exploit any opportunity it came across. In a heartbeat, Richard had the bow off his shoulder. He whipped it around into position. He snatched an arrow from the quiver lashed to the side of the pack on his back. In another heartbeat, he had the arrow knocked. Time seemed to slow in Richard's vision as the man's lips curled back and he broke into a dead run toward them. Richard was in that place where he controlled the world around the bladed point of his arrow. He settled the arrow and, in another heartbeat, it was away. In his headlong rush to close the distance, the arrow entered through the man's left eye socket, right where Richard intended, where the bone wouldn't be as dense and possibly deflect the arrow's flight before it could do its work. It still had enough power behind it to erupt part way out of the back of the man's skull. Still flying at a dead run, the man crumpled and crashed face down to the rocky ground, dead before he hit. Richard looked both ways to check for any other sign of threat before he rushed out from the cover of the rocks. He grabbed the man's shirt at his shoulder and dragged him back in among the rocks. "What are you doing?" Samantha asked, arms spread in alarm. "Why are you bringing him back with you?" "We need to hide him. If someone else sees him, it will alert them that there is someone with a soul in here, on this side of the gates, on their ground. I don't want to give them reason to suspect such a thing, or to start hunting for us." "It's too open out here," Samantha said as she looked around. "How in the world do you think you're going to be able to hide him?" "Easy," Richard said as he grabbed the man's simple shirt in his fists and lifted his dead weight. Pulling him over onto his back, Richard was sorry to see that the arrow was broken when the man fell on his face, or he would have recovered it. He never liked to waste arrows. Richard strained to hold the dead man up off the ground and get a better grip as he waited for the right moment. And then, with a grunt of powerful effort, Richard heaved the man into a wall of shimmering green luminescence drifting toward them. The light flickered at the contact. The greenish curtain wavered a little as the dead man tumbled through. The man vanished. "Well," Samantha said, "isn't that something? I guess it's pretty plain to see what you mean about not stepping through the green light." "It would be the last step you took, that's for sure." "I don't get it, though," Samantha said. "Dead, I get, but where did his body go? When people die, their body doesn't vanish, just their consciousness, their spirit. Where did it go?" "I don't know, Samantha," Richard said in a distracted tone. He had bigger things to worry about. "I don't know the answers for how everything works, especially not in the Third Kingdom." Richard looked carefully around as he kept an eye on the curtain of greenish light, the wall before the underworld itself. The eerie, opaque glow of flickering light drifted past them before beginning to fade away as if it had never been there. Richard kept scanning the area for any other threat, but he didn't see anyone else. The man had apparently been alone. "Let's go. Stay close." "All right," Samantha said, scrambling to keep up with him. "But it just seemed strange the way his body vanished, that's all." "The whole concept of this place is strange," Richard said as the two of them moved deeper into the Third Kingdom. Chapter 53. Colin woke with a start. She heard a confusing commotion. As she tried to focus her attention, she became dimly aware of the muffled sound of distant voices. She couldn't make out what they were saying, only the anxiety in their tone. She blinked at the smear of blurry candlelight. Her mouth was so dry her tongue felt swollen and stuck to the roof of her mouth. She swallowed, trying to work up some saliva. She was too weak to lift much more than a finger. Though the room was probably softly lit by candles, she still had to squint because the light from the flames seemed so bright to her. After what seemed like an eternity of bewildering darkness, the light hurt her eyes. She realized that she was lying on a mat on the floor in a small, simple room. She didn't recognize the place. She had no idea at all where she might be. She couldn't even guess. The fat candles were clustered together on shelves that looked to have been set back into simple plastered walls. The floor was spread with thick carpets with colorful designs. She saw a few chairs and a table that, while not fancy, were nicely made. A wooden door off across the room stood closed. As her vision began to clear, she saw that there were no windows, so she had no way of telling if it was day or night. Out of the corner of her eye, Colin saw a middle-aged woman with short, straight hair and wearing a simple gray dress sitting on a low chest not far to the side. The woman's head was turned toward the muffled sound of voices in the distance. With her attention diverted, she didn't realize that Colin had opened her eyes. She was glad to see the woman distracted by the same voices that Colin heard. Colin thought that most likely meant she wasn't imagining the voices, and they weren't part of the dark world she seemed to have been trapped in for so long. She'd heard the frightening whisper of voices in that world, too. They had beckoned from somewhere beyond the darkness. Colin wiggled her tingling fingers, working feeling back into them. She rolled a stiff wrist. On the second attempt, she managed to sit up a little, enough, at least, to get up onto her elbows. She had to lean back on her hands for support as she rested a moment before she was able to finally sit up the rest of the way. She leaned forward, bracing herself with one hand so she could use her other to feel her stomach where she had been cut by Jit. She expected it to hurt. She expected to find a horrible, bloody wound. Instead, she found a tidy seam sewing her shirt closed. She didn't find a wound. She looked around, but didn't see Richard. As she turned her head, searching, she saw another door at the back of the room. While there were simple designs carved around the outside of the door, in the center a grace had been carefully carved into the wood. It was somewhat comforting to see the grace. Her anxiety lowered a notch at seeing the familiar symbol depicting the ordered nature of the universe. Colin had a pounding headache. Worse, though, was that she was confused and couldn't make sense of anything. It was frustrating that she couldn't put the pieces she knew into proper order, frustrating that there was so much that seemed missing between the parts she did remember, frustrating that she didn't know why so much was missing. Fragments of things, voices, images, floated in complete disarray. It felt as if she had been on some long and difficult journey, but she didn't properly remember any of it. It seemed like maybe she had been having terrible dreams for ages as she lay unable to wake from an endless ordeal. It was hard to tell what was real and what was still the strange, echoing, blurry dream world that wouldn't quite let her go. "Please," she managed to say in a hoarse voice. "Water." The woman sitting on the bench to the side jumped. She put a hand to her chest, panting in surprise. "You gave me a start." "Sorry," was all Colin could get out. Her tongue felt thick and wouldn't move the way she wanted it to. "At last," the woman said as she rushed in close to kneel at Colin's side. "I was so worried waiting for you to wake. But Sammy, well, Samantha, I guess it is now, she said you would wake, and you did. She was right." Colin weakly lifted a hand, laying it on the woman's arm. "Please, water, please." The woman threw up her hands. "Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, water. Right here. I have some right here. Let me get it." Colin saw her rush to the table and pour water from a pitcher into a mug. Carrying the mug of precious water in both hands, she hurried back to Colin. She gently laid a hand on Colin's back to steady her as she put the mug to her lips. "Easy now. Don't try to go too fast at first. You've been asleep for quite a while. Samantha, managed to make you drink when you were still asleep, but I fear it wasn't nearly enough for how long—" "Who?" Colin asked, confused by the woman's babbling. "Sorry. Not important at the moment. Take a sip. Go on, but go slow." The water was more luxuriously delicious than anything she had ever tasted. Colin managed to gulp down a few swallows before the woman pulled the mug away to slow her down. "Easy. Go easy." Colin nodded to earn the mug back. The second time she sipped slower, rolling the water around her mouth, relishing the wetness. She was able to swallow properly. Colin noticed that the woman's eyes kept turning toward the door every time she heard the voices in the distance. When she turned back, she saw Colin looking at her. "Oh, I'm sorry, Mother Confessor. I'm Esther. Richard asked me to watch over you until you woke up." "Richard," Colin said, with sudden relief and excitement. She glanced around, looking for his things. "He's here? Where is he?" "No, I'm sorry. He and Sammy—" "Samantha." The woman let out a bit of a giggle.
Yes, Samantha. Who is Samantha? Colin was relieved that with the water her voice was finally starting to work. She thought that she almost sounded like herself. Samantha is our sorceress. We had more, but now she's the only one we have since her father was murdered and her mother vanished. Colin put a hand over her face in confusion as she closed her eyes for a moment to wrest them from the light. She felt like she might still be in a dream world where nothing in the swirl of things she was hearing made any sense. Forgive me, Mother Confessor. I'm talking too fast and only confusing you. Colin nodded. Richard? He and Samantha had to go. Colin's heart sank. Go? Go where? Esther took a deep breath. Well, it's a long story, Mother Confessor. You've only just now woken up. I don't want to throw it all at you at once. Sip the water. I should get you some soup. You look like skin and bones. You need to eat. Colin looked down at herself. She did look to have lost some weight, but not a lot. The hedge maid had me, she said, trying to orient herself in the world, trying to understand how she had come to be in this strange stone room. Jit, Esther said. Colin looked up. Yes, that's right, Jit, she squinted, trying to remember. Richard, I think Richard was there. Esther was nodding. Yes, he told us that he went there to get you away from that awful woman. The hedge maid was an evil creature. Unfortunately, Jit captured Richard as well, but then he killed her. Richard killed Jit? Colin put a hand to her forehead, trying to remember such an important event, but she couldn't. Yes, but there was trouble in that. Colin shook her head. Trouble? I'm confused. It all felt like so long ago. I'm sorry, Esther, but I don't understand what you're talking about. I don't understand what's going on. I don't know who you are, or where I am, or how I got here. Esther looked toward the door. The voices were getting closer. Besides the tension in Esther's face, Colin too recognized that the voices did not sound friendly. She thought she heard a man demanding something. Esther finally turned back. Lord Roll and Henrik. Henrik? She remembered Henrik. Is he here? He's all right then? Yes, yes, Esther said as she nodded. Lord Roll and Henrik told us most of what has happened. Not all of it, I expect, but much of it. Lord Roll had to go, though, so he wanted me to explain it to you, to let you know what had happened. Go? Where did he go? That didn't sound like Richard leaving her somewhere when she was unconscious. Why would Richard leave me here? Esther put a hand on Colin's shoulder when she saw how frustrated she was getting with trying to understand. Mother Confessor, I will explain it all in more detail once you have had something to eat and you get your bearings. All right? For now, what you need to know is that Richard went to rescue you, and he killed Jit. But as she died, she touched you both with death. Chapter 54. Colin put her fingers to her forehead. She wasn't sure that she had heard correctly. She frowned as she leaned toward the woman. What? You both have the touch of death in you from the hedge maid. Apparently the hedge maid released death itself from within her as she screamed. That's what killed her, as I understand it. That sound would have killed anyone nearby. It would have killed you and Lord Roll as well, but he was able to do something that protected you both from the worst of it. While it didn't kill you both, it did still leave death's touch in you both. You worse than he. You were both in a very grim way, not only from the wounds you received when being held captive by the hedge maid, but also from that touch of death in you. Your friends, a man named Zed, and some others, sorceress Niki and another woman. Esther put a finger to her lip and looked up, trying to remember the name. Kara? Colin guessed. Esther snapped her fingers. That's the woman, Kara. Anyway, your friends and a lot of soldiers had come to help. They got you and Richard out of Jit's lair and were on the way to take you both back to the palace when they were all attacked by half-people from the Third Kingdom.
Confused, Colin put her open fingers back over her face. She felt like she had just lost the thread of the story. The what people from where? The half-people from the Third Kingdom, Esther said, as she glanced toward the voices again, listening for a moment. The voices were still an indecipherable drone. As Colin again started to object, Esther waved a hand for patience so that she could explain. You, your friends, and the soldiers were attacked. Everyone but you and Lord Rawle were either killed or captured. The attackers didn't see you two because the woman, Kara, put a tarp over you both to hide you in the back of a wagon. It worked, but the rest of them were all killed or captured. Colin covered her mouth in shock. Her heart pounded out of control at the news. She wasn't so sure she hadn't awakened to a world gone crazy. Do you know if any of them are safe? Do you know if any of them who were captured are still alive? Sorry, we don't know. Apparently, after you and Richard were being taken from Jit's lair, the people with you were trying to heal your wounds, but they didn't have time before they were attacked. It appeared that at least some of them, who weren't killed in the attack, may have been carried off. Lord Rawle doesn't know who is dead and who might be held captive. Henrik was with them when the attack began. When the woman, Kara, hid you and Lord Rawle under a tarp, she told Henrik to run and to try to find help for you both. Fortunately, he soon arrived here seeking help. We rushed to the scene, and when we got there, a couple of men were dragging you and Lord Rawle out of the wagon where you had been hidden. Men from the attack? Colin asked. They were still there? No, they were different men. Different men? I know it all sounds confusing, Esther said, forestalling Colin's questions. I guess you could say that the attackers were gone, and these men were scavengers who happened by. I see. I guess that makes sense. Then what? These other men were trying to kill Lord Rawle and were going to carry you off. We got there just in time. We killed one of the men, while Lord Rawle, even though he had horrible bite wounds from the men, was able to kill the other attacker. Dear spirits, Colin whispered through her fingers. You were both in bad shape. Samantha, was able to cure both of you from your normal wounds and injuries, but she couldn't cure the touch of death that was left in you both by the dying hedge maid. To do that, Lord Rawle says you both need the others, Zed and the sorceresses, and they have to get you both back to the palace in order to do that kind of special healing. All right, Colin said, trying not to lose track of the details as she followed along with the story or get too impatient. I guess that makes sense. Esther put a hand compassionately on Colin's forearm. I'm sorry to have to tell you this, Mother Confessor, but if this wizard Zed and the sorceress Niki can't get you back to a special place in the people's palace— Special place? What do you mean, special place? The woman made a bit of a face as she shook her head. I'm sorry, but I'm not familiar with such things. It was a field of some sort. I think that's it, a field. A field? Do you mean a containment field? Colin suggested. Esther smiled suddenly in recognition. That's it, a containment field. Her smile faded. If they can't get you back there to that field, then the dark sickness within you will kill you both. Jit will have claimed you at last. Your only hope to be saved from the touch of death is for your friends to do what only they can do in order to cure you both, and they must do it there in that containment thing. Colin had little trouble believing the seriousness of her sickness. She could feel the dark shadow of something evil within her, sapping her of life. She instinctively grasped the truth of what Esther was saying. Her level of alarm rose as she now understood why Richard would have left her. She rolled a hand to get Esther's story back on track. So then what? So then Lord Rawle and Samantha went to try to rescue your friends who had been captured. They hope to find that Sammy's mother is with them and rescue her as well. I see, Colin said, trying to take it all in. She was still disoriented and having trouble reconciling it all in her head and fitting the different pieces together. She had at first been confused, then relieved to be awake, then even more relieved to know that Richard was alive and that they had escaped the hedge maid's lair. But now she felt terror seeping back in. Able to see that Colin was getting upset, Esther returned her hand to Colin's forearm. "Mother Confessor, Lord Rawl wanted—" The door burst open. Esther flinched, letting out a little squeak. A tall man strolled into the room. He carried himself with an air of authority. A woman followed behind, but there were no candles on that side of the room, and in the man's shadow Colin couldn't see much of her. The severe-looking man wore a simple black coat with a turned-up straight collar that went all the way around his neck. The black coat was buttoned to his neck, keeping the collar closed at his throat. A rimless, four-sided hat that looked to be made from black material similar to his coat covered a head of blonde hair cut short on the sides. Colin blinked in surprise. "Abbot Dyer?" He looked as surprised to see her as she was to see him. He recovered quickly. "Mother Confessor." A sly smile that Colin didn't like one bit slowly spread across his face. "Well, now, isn't this quite the pleasant surprise?" As Esther rose up from beside Colin, he removed the rimless hat in an act of formality. He turned the smile on Esther. The woman took a deferential step back. "Abbot Ludwig Dyer," he said in a smiling introduction. "Esther," she said as she bowed, "welcome to Streuza, Abbot Dyer. Our humble village is honored to have you here." "Yes," he drawled, the smile remaining on his lips. After making a show of looking around, he turned a cunning look back to Colin. "And is Lord Rawl with you, Mother Confessor? The both of you taking a tour of the dark lands in the remote little village of Streuza, are you?" Colin twitched a frown. "Where?" He lifted a hand about. "Streuza. Don't you know where you are?" "May I be of service, Abbot Dyer?" Esther asked, drawing his attention, seemingly trying to rescue a confused Colin from the questioning. He flashed her an empty smile. "We're just here to see if some volunteers would be willing to come with us to be of assistance at the Abbey." He looked back at Colin, clearly more interested in the unexpected guest of the village. As he did, the woman who had come in with him stepped out from behind him. Colin was shocked to see that it was a Maud Sith. More surprising yet, Colin didn't recognize her. Chapter 55. Not only did Colin not recognize the Maud Sith, but the woman was wearing black leather. Colin had seen Maud Sith in brown, white, and of course red leather. She had never seen a Maud Sith in black. It was a chilling sight. For a moment, Colin doubted her initial thought, questioning that the woman really was a Maud Sith. The blonde hair, pulled neatly back into a single braid, was the same style worn by all Maud Sith, but that didn't prove anything. A hairstyle didn't make a Maud Sith. Nor did wearing a leather outfit, even if it wouldn't have been such an odd color. Not even the tall woman's perfect shape or the dangerous demeanor meant that she was Maud Sith. Any number of women could wear their hair like that and have a leather outfit made to look like that of a Maud Sith. Looking the part didn't make her a real Maud Sith. It could even be that she was playing the part at the request of the pompous abbot. It would certainly fit Colin's impression of Ludwig Dyer to want to play the part of an important man by having such a woman with him. What worried Colin, though, was the simple-looking red rod hanging on a fine gold chain from the woman's right wrist. That marked her as Maud Sith. That was what told Colin that this had to be a Maud Sith. Only Maud Sith carried an Aegil. It was hard to imagine any woman carrying a fake Aegil just to play a part. If she was caught trying to pull off such an impersonation, a real Maud Sith would skin her alive. The woman's cold blue eyes were fixed on Colin. "I'm afraid that we've had a great deal of trouble just recently," Esther said, trying to sound apologetic. "So I'm sorry, but no one here would be in a position to volunteer to help with prophecy at the Abbey." "Trouble?" the the abbot asked, sounding surprised to hear it. What sort of trouble? Colin got the distinct impression that he knew exactly what sort of trouble, even if she didn't know what Esther was talking about. Esther's gaze darted about. She dry-washed her hands as she tried to think of a way to explain it. Well, we had an attack here. The village was attacked. Attacked? The abbot sounded shocked and even concerned. Colin didn't think it was sincere. Well, that does sound serious. It was, I'm afraid, Esther said, nodding furiously. Very serious. In peacetime, in Fujian province, the bishop will be quite disturbed to hear of any such trouble in his beloved land. Anasark will not like to hear that his people have been attacked. He will not like it one bit, I can assure you of that. I'm sure he wouldn't, Esther said in a small voice. Abbot Dryer leaned toward Esther. An attack? By whom? Esther cleared her throat. Well, you see, it was these... Well, I don't know how to adequately describe them. Simple is usually best, the abbot said, his tone turning cool, as he straightened and clasped his hands before himself. Well, Esther stammered, we were attacked by these dead men. The abbot frowned as he again leaned toward her a bit. Dead men? Esther shrank back at his tone. Colin was getting confused again, wondering if she could possibly be back in the rolling, wavering, wandering dream world. She had felt like she had been trapped in it forever. She wondered if she really was, and this was part of it. But the tension in the air was no dream. She had never liked Abbot Ludwig Dryer, but in the past, as the mother confessor, she had always had the upper hand, and he had known it. Her last dealings with the man were at the People's Palace, at Cara and Benjamin's wedding and reception. The abbot had been particularly troublesome, insisting that she and Richard reveal prophecy to everyone, and that they should use prophecy to guide their rule of the Daharan Empire. At the time, Ludwig Dryer had stirred up a great deal of trouble among many of the leaders from various lands by suggesting that the people had a right to prophecy. Colin suspected he had stirred up murder as well. While she had not been afraid of the man before, this was different. Now she was feeling particularly vulnerable. Of course, despite how weak and sick she felt, she could always resort to her confessor power, if need be. That thought gave her comfort. She was not defenseless. Far from it. It would take but one touch, and that would be the end of Abbot Ludwig Dryer. He would not stand a chance against such a touch. It would be wise for him to be more cautious. You said dead men, he repeated when Esther looked too intimidated to go on, too afraid to explain any further. She fumbled with a button on a pocket as Dryer stared at her, waiting for her to speak. The Mord Sith glared unflinchingly at Colin. Well, yes, they looked like dead men anyway, she explained in a rush. I know it sounds crazy, and I can offer no explanation. I can only tell you what we saw. We were attacked by men that looked like corpses freshly dug up from a grave. They looked like the walking dead. They appeared suddenly in our midst and killed a number of people in the village. They injured many more. Colin thought that it did indeed sound crazy, but Esther didn't strike her as the crazy type. Really, the abbot drawled. He turned to the Mord Sith. Dead men. Have you ever heard of such a thing? The blonde woman's eyes turned to him as she shook her head. Can't say that I have. He turned his attention back to Esther. And how were you able to stop this attack? Lord Rawle killed them all. He arched an eyebrow. I thought you said that they were dead men. How could he kill men who were already dead? Not killed them exactly. She made little swishing motions with her hand. Hacked them to pieces, actually. Hacked them to bits and had us burn the pieces. He sighed audibly. Ah, well, thank goodness Lord Rawle was handy, at least. It might have been a slaughter otherwise. Yes, Esther said, it would have been, but it was still a horrible ordeal for the people here. Many people lost their lives. Many more were seriously injured. We're all still trying to recover from it, trying to help those who were hurt and are still suffering.
Well, the abbot said, I can certainly understand that the people of Stroyza have a lot on their hands at the moment. He rubbed a finger back and forth on his chin, frowning in thought. Maybe we can find someone else who would want to volunteer in place of someone from your village.
Esther quickly dipped her head. The consideration would be very much appreciated, Abbot. His deliberate gaze turned to Colin. What are you doing here, Dryer? Colin asked in a cold tone to bring the phony chit-chat to a halt.
He shrugged with a smile. Why, seeking help with prophecy, Mother Confessor, that's all. I am but a humble servant of Bishop Hannes Ark. I provide him with prophecy so that it might help guide him in his rule of Fijian province, and I suppose the rule of other lands that have so recently come to him for such guidance as he may be able to provide.
Esther inched forward, still fumbling with the button. She gestured toward Colin. Abbot Dryer, I'm afraid that the Mother Confessor is quite ill. She has been through a terrible ordeal herself. I was just tending to her. She is very weak and needs rest. I know that you would want her to get that crucial rest so that she might get well as soon as possible. She tilted her head forward just a bit. I'm sure that Lord Raw would appreciate your understanding about his wife's recent ordeal and be grateful to you for leaving her to her rest. Dryer stared at the woman for a moment with that frozen smile of his, and then made a show of glancing around.
Lord Raw, is he about, then? He hacked those dead men to pieces, so he must be around. I would like to congratulate him, personally, on behalf of the people of not only Stroyza, but all of Fijian province, for his brave assistance in stopping such a dire threat. He has once again proven himself the protector of innocent people. I would personally like to thank him.
Esther cleared her throat. I'm afraid that he had to leave. Briefly. He should be back any time, I'm sure. Any time.
I see. The abbot smoothed the front of his coat. Well, in the meantime, I myself have a bit of talent with healing. I should lend a hand, as it were, to assist our Mother Confessor.
But Samantha already... Esther's voice trailed off when he turned an icy glare on her. After the look had backed Esther a step, he turned back to Colin and went to one knee beside her. He reached out to touch her forehead. She pulled her head back out of his reach as she put her arm up to block his hand. That won't be necessary. I only need rest, now. Before she could stop him, he pushed her arm away.
Now, now, Mother Confessor, don't be shy about accepting my small offer of help. Won't take but a moment to see if there is anything more that I might be able to do.
His first two fingers touched her forehead. He bowed his head in concentration.
Let me just check to see.
The oddest look came over his face. His eyes abruptly turned up to meet her gaze, and then the slightest hint of a smile turned up the corners of his mouth as he leaned back.
Well, he said, it seems that you have had a healing recently. A fine one at that. I can feel it. I can sense the residual effects of the gift used to heal you.
Esther stole a quick glance at Colin. As I said, Sammy worked some healing on her. She said that the Mother Confessor now only needs to rest. The abbot stood, giving the Mordsith a meaningful look.
I think she is well enough to travel. I can be of invaluable assistance with her recovery once we get her back to the abbey.
No, Esther said, more firmly in spite of her fear of the man. No, she needs to rest right now, right here. Lord Raw will want her to rest. He won't want her moved. The abbot casually lifted a finger toward Esther. The woman shuddered. Her fingers trembled as she blinked in confusion. Panting, as if in pain, she backed away a few steps. Colin wasn't sure exactly what the man had done, but it was now clear that he was powerfully gifted and that he was hurting Esther. In all his time at the palace, Abbot Dryer had kept that relevant fact hidden. never revealing that he was gifted. "Now," he said down to Colin, "I think you should come along with us. We will be better able to see to your needs at the Abbey." "I'm afraid that I must decline your kind offer," Colin said in a chilling tone. Abbot Dwyer stared for a moment without showing any emotion, and then turned to the Mord Sith. "Please bring the Mother Confessor along. I will wait out front." He seized Esther's arm and pushed her out of the room ahead of him. He paused and from the doorway looked back at Colin. "Mord Sith can be quite persuasive. I advise you to cooperate as she helps escort you out to our waiting coach." With that, he left, pulling the door closed behind himself. Chapter 56. After Dwyer closed the door, the Mord Sith smiled, that way Mord Sith smiled, that could make you forget to breathe. "We weren't introduced. I am Erica, Mistress Erica to you." Colin glared. Erica heaved an impatient sigh. "So it's going to be like that, is it?" "Get out," Colin said. Erica spread her hands with mock decorum. "I'm afraid that the abbot has invited you to come along. He asked me to assist you." "He would be very disappointed in me if I didn't do as he asked. Believe me, I have no wish to disappoint the abbot." "We are all bound to disappoint someone now and again," Colin said. The Mord Sith dispensed with the smile. She rolled her fingers in a commanding gesture. "Get up." "I can't. I'm rather weak from my recent injuries that have only just been healed." "Perhaps you misunderstood me. You must have thought that I was asking you." The smile reappeared. "I wasn't. I was telling you. Now get up." Colin thought the wordplay was childish. She was not about to be intimidated by a Mord Sith of all people. This one, by all rights, shouldn't even exist, if she even was a real Mord Sith. It occurred to Colin once again that the woman might simply be window-dressing for an arrogant man, a woman who had convinced herself she could play the part of a real Mord Sith. She appeared to be a woman who enjoyed pretending to be important and powerful so she could intimidate people and watch them cower. Colin was not about to cower before this woman. She rocked forward enough to get her feet under her. After being unconscious for so long, she found that the effort made her heart pound. She hadn't been on her feet for quite a while, and she felt incredibly weak. She crouched a moment, getting her balance, trying to summon enough strength to not show this haughty woman any weakness. Colin was, after all, the Mother Confessor. With effort she stood, if not to her full height, then at least most of the way. She couldn't stretch the last little bit at her waist. It felt like all of her abdominal muscles had shrunk, keeping her from straightening to her full height, which would have probably been an inch or two taller than the Mord Sith if Colin could have stood fully upright. "Now," Colin said through gritted teeth as she looked the woman in the eye, "get out. I will not ask you again." An eyebrow lifted over one cold blue eye. "Or what?" "I don't know where you came from, but you appear not to know much about anything." Erica shrugged. "I know that Abbot Dwyer asked me to bring you along. That is enough. What else is there to know, Mother Confessor?" "Confessor is the operative word." The Mord Sith frowned a little. "Really? In what way?" "You are apparently unaware of the danger a confessor poses to a Mord Sith, or a woman posing as a Mord Sith." "Danger? From you?" She smiled again, this time with what appeared to be genuine amusement. "I don't think so." "Do you have any idea what a mistake it is for a Mord Sith to attempt to use a regiel on a confessor? The results are beyond gruesome, and all Mord Sith know it. It is a death they all greatly fear." "Really?" Erica cocked her head with an earnest frown. "How interesting. Well, I don't have to use an agiel on you, you know. You look to be pretty weak." A dangerous look came into the woman's eyes. "Even if you were in the best of health, I don't think I would need to use my Agile to handle you." Colin didn't know what was going on or how it had come to this, but she knew in that moment that she was going to need to unleash her power on this woman, and it was not going to be pretty. "You are about to cross a line from which you will never ever be able to step back," Colin warned in a deadly tone. "I suggest you call it quits now, Erica, while you have the chance." "I don't think so, Mother Confessor. Like I said, I can handle you without my Agile. More importantly, as I told you before, it is Mistress Erica to you." The Mordsith spun the Agile up into her fist. It was an open threat, a hostile act that had now gone too far. For whatever crazy reason, this woman was not going to stop until Colin stopped her. In Colin's mind, the deed was already done. This woman had crossed a line from which there was no walking back. Colin was already letting the restraint on her power begin to slip its bounds in preparation for releasing her inherent ability. The Mordsith gritted her teeth. "But in this case I prefer to use my Agile." With that, the woman slammed the weapon into Colin's middle. Colin expected the ignition of power that would bring the attack to a halt before it could ever be completed. She expected to feel the hammering thump of silent thunder that would shake the walls and forever change who this woman was. Instead, Colin's mouth opened in a shock of pain the likes of which she had only felt a few times in her life. The nerve-shattering shock of it stunned her, took her breath. She doubled over around the Agile. It felt like a bolt of lightning threatening to rip her in half. Her mind went blank of everything but the complete and total understanding of that terrible, all-consuming agony. She heard herself screaming. She felt herself hit the floor. Chapter 57. The pain of the Agile, even though it was no longer touching her, had been so overwhelming that waves of jolting shocks still filled her mind, preventing her from forming a thought or even getting her breath. Confused, disoriented, trembling from head to foot, Colin rolled over onto her back, her knees pulled up, her arms pressed against the pain knifing through her abdomen. Through tears of agony she looked up at the woman in black leather standing tall and still over her, watching her. An eyebrow lifted. "You were saying?" "How?" was all Colin could manage to get out through the still shuddering pain pulsing through every nerve in her body. Erica shrugged a shoulder. "Well, Mother Confessor, as you have probably surmised by now, your power does not work. For you to be a threat to me, as you have so vividly described, and as you so wholeheartedly intended, your power has to work." The cruel smile returned. "Don't you suppose?" Colin couldn't understand what was happening. She was having trouble forming the simplest of thoughts. A cascade of questions and confusion overwhelmed her ability to think clearly. "But even if it doesn't respond for you, that power is still resident within you, and you fully intended to use that power on me, now didn't you? You tried to. You committed to it." She waggled a finger. That was enough. Colin didn't understand any of it. At that moment, she could only understand that she was in trouble and there was no one who could help her. The Mordsith planted a boot in Colin's middle, over the spot where she had used her Agile, and leaned over enough to rest an elbow on her knee. "And now you are mine." Colin still couldn't talk, and with the boot pressing down couldn't draw a full breath. The Mordsith removed the boot from Colin's middle and straightened, rolling her Agile in her fingers in a threatening manner. "Now I asked you a question, Mother Confessor. When I ask you a question, I expect an answer." She leaned down, gritting her teeth, and pointed her Agile at Colin's face. "Is that clear?" Colin couldn't make herself stop trembling from the still lingering pain. She supposed that if she weren't in such a weakened condition, she might be able to better tolerate the touch of the Aegeal. But given what an Aegeal was capable of, probably not a whole lot better. If a Mord Sith wished it, the touch of an Aegeal could be fatal. What Colin couldn't reconcile in her own mind was how this woman could really be Mord Sith. For a moment, Erica watched Colin's agony with grim satisfaction. Finally, she reached down, seized Colin's hair in her fist, pulled her to her feet, and shoved Colin toward the door. Colin finally drew a full breath. Her anger flared. She spun to the woman, determined to put a stop to the situation. The Aegeal again rammed into Colin's middle. Colin didn't know how long she lay curled up on the floor the second time. She didn't think she lost consciousness, but the pain had been so overwhelming, so all-consuming, that it was hard to tell if she had remained fully awake or not. She couldn't reconcile how long it had been. The concept of time seemed to become meaningless, and the world made no sense. There was only the pain. She could think of little else but wanting the pain to stop. As angry as she was, as much as she wanted to strangle Erica, she wanted the pain to stop. Erica leaned over, snatched Colin by the hair again, and yanked her to her feet. "Enough of this! The abbot is waiting!" This time, when the Mord Sith pushed her toward the door, Colin didn't try to fight her. My, but you learn quick." Colin paused at the door. "How?" That was the only word she could get out. "How? How what?" "How you are not loyal to Richard." The woman made a sour face. "Dear Creator, no. What would give you such a grotesque idea? No, my dear Mother Confessor, I am not loyal to the Lord Rawle." "But that loyalty, that bond to the Lord Rawle, is what powers a Mord Sith's Aegeal." Erica smiled at the chance to reveal the delicious truth. "Lord Ark powers my Aegeal." "Lord Ark?" "That's right. Lord Ark is my master. Lord Ark will be everyone's master, just as soon as he finishes getting rid of your dear, dear husband." The Mord Sith opened the door and shoved Colin out into a hallway. Colin stumbled. She managed to get a hand up against the far wall to catch her balance and keep from smacking her face against the rock. The hall was dimly lit by a few candles and lamps. The hallway, like the room, looked to be carved entirely out of stone, but it was much less refined. She walked hunched from the pain, clutching her middle, panting as she waited for the lingering sting of the pain to ease. It was not dying out the way regular pain would. But more than the pain of the Aegeal, far worse than the pain of the Aegeal, was the agony of how much she missed Richard. It seemed like forever since she had seen him. The last time she remembered seeing him was back at the palace, not long after Kara and Ben's wedding. She wanted nothing more right then than to be in his arms. Colin thought that she remembered while in the dreams that he had kissed her. She didn't know if it had been part of one of the dreams or if it had been real. She only knew that she missed him more than anything. Erica shoved Colin onward through the halls and corridors. Each time they reached an intersection, the Mord Sith pushed her along, shoving her this way or that. Colin didn't know where she was or where she was going. She had been unconscious when she had been brought in, and it was all a confusing maze to her. Colin thought she might throw up. She thought she might faint. She did neither. Still in lingering pain, she simply stumbled along ahead of the woman in black leather. As she reached lighter areas with lamps hung on the stone walls at regular intervals, areas that widened with some kind of doorways off to either side that looked like a honeycomb of homes back in the rock, people lined the hallway. All of them stood grimly to the side, heads hanging, eyes watching her pass. Colin imagined that the Mord Sith was enjoying the spectacle. Around a corner, more people stood silently aside in the wide corridor. As she passed them, their eyes turned up to peek, unable to resist watching the dismal sight of Colin stumbling past, groaning in helpless agony from both times the Aegeal had been used on her. The cave broadened out, becoming bright with daylight streaming in through a wide opening that was the mouth of the cave. Erica snatched Colin's hair and jerked her to a halt. There were people all around the cavern, standing back out of the way to the sides of the cave. Not one of them lifted a finger to try to stop the Mordsith or dared to voice a protest. Colin knew it would have done no good. Worse, it would likely only get them hurt. She could see through the cave opening that it was heavily overcast outside. To her surprise, she saw treetops far below and realized that they were some distance up in the side of a mountain, with ground level far below. Abbot Dwyer stood near the edge of the precipice, watching with obvious satisfaction at the condition Colin was in, as well as her humiliation. Erica dragged Colin by her hair near to the edge of the cliff opening beside the abbot.
"Well, there you are at last," he said, sounding in good spirits. "I see that you and Erica are getting along splendidly."
Colin glanced out the opening down the side of the mountain. She saw a bit of a trail leading off down the cliff, but she couldn't imagine using such a narrow pathway down the side of the mountain, especially in the drizzle.
"Well, we really must be on our way," Dwyer said.
Colin looked over at him. "You do know, of course, that I am going to kill you." His hand instantly came up, halting the Mordsith from ramming her Aegeal into the small of Colin's back.
"There will be time enough for that," he said to the Mordsith.
Erica bowed her head. "As you wish, Abbot."
"Now," he said to Colin as he gestured to the edge of the cliff at the mouth of the cave, "we really must be on our way. Get going."
He gestured to the edge of the opening.
"Down that way there."
Colin took 3 steps back from the edge. She knew that in her shaky condition she would not be able to climb down such a treacherous trail without falling. It was all she could do to walk across a flat floor. Dwyer heaved an impatient sigh.
"Well, Erica, it seems the Mother Confessor prefers the quick way down."
Without question or delay, Erica took 2 quick, wide steps toward the edge, in the process yanking Colin right off her feet by her hair. The powerfully strong Mordsith stopped abruptly at the edge and with a mighty effort swung herself around at the waist and flung Colin out the opening of the cave out into the cold gray light. She released her grip on Colin's hair as she flew out into thin air. Colin gasped in shock as she sailed out from the cave opening. Her fingers grasped, catching only air. She saw nothing below but the ground. As that ground raced toward her at an alarming rate, and the rush of air sucked her breath away, her last thought was how much she loved Richard. Chapter 58. Richard carefully scanned the area ahead as he made his way down through the towering rock formations rising up all around them. Samantha peeked out from behind an irregular column of layered rock and looked both ways before tiptoeing after him, staying close so as not to get separated. The spikes of rocks jutting from the rough ground sloped at an angle toward the lower valley floor below. The jumble of jagged, rocky spires above the low ground rose at a slant that made progress too difficult. They needed to get down to lower ground where they could make better time. Richard had to always balance staying hidden with being able to make good progress. Both had their dangers. Too slow and they might be too late to save anyone. Trying to go too fast would allow them to be spotted and caught. At the far side of the broad expanse of more open ground, dark, mountainous rock formations rose up, and beyond them the ground lifted into ever higher mountains, where tattered gray clouds drifted past imposing cliff faces. All around them in every direction he could see the occasional flicker of the greenish veils of light. Some were far away, but others were uncomfortably nearby. Fortunately, in the gloomy daylight, the flickering, eerie light stood out all the more and always caught their attention. Richard remained especially wary whenever the ominous curtains of shimmering luminescence came toward them. Whenever that happened, Richard was quick to move out of the area. The Third Kingdom was an ever-changing landscape of rocky ground with the green walls of the underworld wandering and mixing with the world of life. It was not a place where he could ever feel safe. Richard was exhausted from lack of sleep, the difficult journey, and the constant tension that kept them on high alert. Once through the gates, they had pressed on almost the entire night before, not wanting to stop, fearing to fall asleep for long in such a place. Besides that, they knew they were getting closer to the land of the Shantuk, where they expected that their friends and loved ones were being held, and both he and Samantha were eager to press on. They suspected that they were close to the strange half-people's homeland, because they had spotted a number of them making their way south along the broad valley floor. It confirmed that progress down lower would be quicker. But Richard also realized that down lower they were more likely to encounter half-people. The people Richard saw making their way along the valley floor all looked like the bodies he remembered seeing near the wagon after he had woken up. Traveling in clusters of at least a few dozen, these people he was seeing now had the same ashen coloring wiped all over their bodies, with shaved heads and black around their eyes. Many had what looked to be dangling strings of teeth and bones. There was no doubt in Richard's mind that these were the Shantuk. The farther north they went, the more of them they saw, so he figured that he and Samantha had to be getting near their domain. At least he knew they were going in the right direction. Getting closer to their objective, and in such dangerous country, neither Richard nor Samantha had wanted to stop for long the night before. They had found a small opening in the confusing jumble of the rock formations and wedged their way in, out of sight of anyone passing nearby. It reminded him of the place they had weathered the storm of wood fragments, when Samantha had unleashed such devastation that wiped out the half-people who wanted to eat them. They had gotten precious few hours of fitful sleep, but it couldn't be helped, not when they were this close. Not when Richard could imagine the captives nearby, hoping for help, hoping for rescue. He didn't want to waste a moment for anything, even sleep. Samantha was of the same mind. He knew that sooner or later they would need to rest, him even more so, but he knew he couldn't allow it to slow him down. He could feel the inner poison working on him. He knew that it was only going to get worse. Samantha had said as much, so to his way of thinking, the faster he could pull Zed and Nikki out of captivity, the faster they could heal him. He knew the options and had made the choice he thought made most sense. Press on. Speed was life, his and everyone else's. He kept thinking that if they slowed, and if he then reached the captives and they had been killed only a few hours earlier, he would never forgive himself for not making the best speed he possibly could. He supposed that he wouldn't live long enough to feel the pangs of regret if he didn't succeed, but the fear still kept him moving. Crossing the open area, Richard didn't see any of the Shantuk, only flocks of black birds off in the distance against the slate-gray sky. It was so heavily overcast that it nearly felt like dusk. He wondered if some of that dimness to the day was from his inner darkness. The floor of the valley was strewn with broken shale, and in a swath along the valley floor stretched a broad expanse of standing water. It looked like it might be runoff from farther north that had settled in the low area in the center between the rising land to either side. The water was slightly chalky looking, but clear enough to see that it was never more than ankle deep. Because the shelves of rock jutting at an angle from the ground to the side had grown so tightly packed, they needed to cross the expanse of water to get to an area where they could make easier progress. Unfortunately, it was also the area that anyone else would have to use. "Do you think it's awfully dark here?" Richard asked as they trudged into the shallow lake. "Or is it just me?" "No," Samantha said in a quiet voice. trying to walk through the water without splashing too much of it up onto herself. "It's not you. It is darker here," she pointed. "Look over there. Looks like storm clouds gathering."
"It's a good thing we're crossing now, then. If there is a storm, it could bring a flash flood down through here and wash us away."
Richard was relieved when they finally made it across the open, shallow water and were back on dry ground. Random fingers of rock jutting up from the uneven ground provided some cover. They wove their way through that rocky landscape, staying down closer to the valley floor and away from the taller spires that congregated in great enough numbers to hinder progress. Spikes of rock thrust up all around, as if a porcupine were trying to emerge from beneath the ground. It made for an endless, confusing maze. Often the rock hid any point of reference. Richard tried to keep the taller mountains on their left in sight so he could know that he was going north, but in among the rocky spires it wasn't always possible. At least the darkness was making it easier to see the flickering veils of green luminescence that came into the world of life from time to time. At times they watched as the curtains of eerie light dragged across the landscape and among the columns of rock like ghosts looking for a place to haunt. It occurred to Richard that that might not be too far from the truth. In a place where the world of life and the world of the dead existed in the same place, death probably looked to harvest any life it could catch. After crossing another section of open ground, as they reached the concealing safety of columns and jumbles of rocks, Richard had to come to a stop. Blocking his intended course was an undulating green wall that abruptly rippled up into view before them between two towering fists of rock. This time, through the greenish veil, they could see dark figures on the other side, arms and legs writhing in continual turmoil. The shadowy shapes looked like the dead, lost beyond the veil, seeking a way out, or maybe seeking company in their misery. It was a sight that brought both Richard and Samantha to an uneasy halt. At once frightened and at the same time beguiled, they had a hard time looking away. It was a sight seen by few people on the living side of death. Richard put a hand on Samantha's shoulder and nudged her off ahead of him to his right on a different route through the rocks. Even as she turned, her gaze stayed fixed on the moaning shapes beyond the billowing greenish veil.
"This way," Richard said. "Try not to look at them."
"It's hard not to," she said back over her shoulder.
"I know," Richard said in soft reassurance.
Almost before he had finished saying it, another wavering greenish veil abruptly loomed up before them, as if it had just risen from the underworld itself. It came into view so swiftly that Richard almost stepped into it, almost touched it. It was so close that he could see forms moving beyond the opaque wall, pushing against it in places to make it stretch and bulge outward. Richard took a quick step back. "Lord Rawle?" Samantha called from the other side of the green veil. He had pushed Samantha out ahead, directing her to a different route, and the veil had come up between the two of them as she had bent out in front of him.
"It's all right, Samantha. I'm all right."
"Lord Rawle, I can hear you, but I can't see you." There was no mistaking the alarm in her voice.
"It's all right, Samantha. I'm right here. Stay back from it. Don't go near it. I'll come to you."
He turned a different way, going around it to get to Samantha. He made his way around a few of the imposing spires of rock to find a passage around the green veil. Another curtain of the undulating green luminescence materialized, sliding in among the stone crags, as if carried in on an ill breeze. It stopped him in his tracks, preventing him from going the way he had intended in order to get around the first veil separating them. "Lord Rawle, you're scaring me. Where are you?"
"Right here. I'm okay. I just have to go around another way, that's all. Hold on. I'll be right there."
The soaring rock spires all around created a maze that was made all the more difficult to navigate by routes being blocked by the flickering greenish veils of light. As he turned to the left to go around a different way, another green veil appeared. This time it felt deliberate, as if it somehow intended to block him from advancing and getting around. When he turned back, there was another already blocking his way. "Lord Rawl?" came her voice in among the rock walls as another greenish curtain drifted in behind him, blocking any retreat. There was only one way left open, and when he raced for it, he had to skid to a stop as it, too, became blocked with the menacing green veil. He realized that he was surrounded. He would have to wait until the boundary walls to the underworld moved on. "Samantha, listen to me. Do you have green walls blocking your way?" "No, but I can't find you. I can't see you any more. I can hear you, but not very well. I can't see you." Richard was now completely surrounded by flickering, wavering greenish light spanning every gap and escape route in the rock. He was trapped. He knew that something was going on. This was not random. This was deliberate. Richard knew that he had only moments before the walls closed in and enveloped him. "Samantha, can you hear me?" "Barely." "Are you all right?" "Yes." "Listen to me. Don't ask questions. Don't talk back, and don't hesitate. Just do what I say. Understand?" "Yes, Lord Rawl." "Run. Get away. Do it now." Richard heard the crunch of small rocks from her footsteps. She was running. He sighed in relief at that much, as the sound of her footsteps disappeared into the distance. And then Richard was alone, surrounded by the world of the dead. He could see them, spirits of the dead, riding beyond that eerie, opaque, greenish veil, hungry to get at him, to pull him in. Chapter 59. Richard began to see another shadowed form through the slowly swelling, flowing, rippling curtain of glimmering greenish luminescence. This form, though, was different from all the others. This one was not moving. The green veil on that one side in front of him began to fade, then to dissolve. It dissipated into the air before him until Richard was once again able to see the rocky world beyond. The green walls of the underworld to the sides and behind remained in place, blocking any retreat, but the way ahead was once more open. Richard glanced to the sides, as much as he could anyway, to look beyond the stone spires and the remaining prison of green, looking for any sign of Samantha. He didn't see her anywhere. He was relieved that she had done as he said. Something was going on, and he was thankful that she hadn't been trapped along with him. As long as she was still free, she might still be able to do something to help the others escape. Although she was still very young, Richard didn't discount her ability or her determination. As long as one of them was still free and could act, there was still a chance to save the others. In the deep shadows between the spires of stone, not far in the distance, a man in dark robes stood silently watching. It was the same form Richard had seen unmoving beyond the veil of the underworld. Now that the green shroud was gone, the shadowed form remained, confirming that this was not one of the dead from beyond the veil of life. Behind the man, off to his left side just a bit, was another form in the deeper shadows that he couldn't quite make out. Once the green luminescence over the underworld had evaporated from the world of life, the man who had been waiting beyond that opening into the underworld began to step forward out of the shadows. When he came into the muted light of the overcast afternoon, Richard stood in stunned silence. The whites of the man's eyes were blood red. It looked as if his eyes had been deliberately tattooed a bright blood red, making the dark iris and pupils seem as if they were looking out from a fiery world, or perhaps from the underworld itself. It was as disconcerting as any gaze Richard had ever seen. Even as otherworldly as his eyes looked, this man was clearly not an apparition from the world of the dead. Richard could tell that he was real enough, that he was flesh and blood, although it was that flesh that was the most disturbing aspect of the man. It was perhaps the most ghastly thing Richard had ever seen this side of death. Every bit of the man, not hidden by his dark robes, was covered with tattooed symbols. symbols Richard recognized. His flesh was not simply covered with the designs, but rather the tattoos were layered over the top of one another countless times, so that the skin looked something other than human. As far as Richard could see, there was no spot that was not tattooed with some part or element of the circular designs, each one randomly laid over others that lay over yet others, all layer upon layer, so that there was not one spot of untouched skin visible anywhere. The top layers appeared to be the darkest, with designs underneath being lighter and the ones under those lighter yet. It was as if they were continually being absorbed down into his flesh, and new ones had to be constantly added over the top of those already vanishing down into his flesh. It gave them an endless, bottomless appearance, a tangled complexity that was dizzying, as if the symbols were continually seething up from underneath in a sea of something dark and dreadful. The ever deeper levels of the designs gave the man's skin a three-dimensional appearance. The endless layers made it hard to tell just where the surface of the skin actually was in all the floating elements, lending the flesh a shadowy, somewhat hazy, somewhat ghostly aspect. The way the underlayers were lighter than the ones on top of them made each symbol distinct and recognizable, regardless of how many layers down in the design it lay, or how tightly packed they all were. All the different symbols, linked designs, and complex elements varied in size. There seemed to be an endless variety to the patterns within the designs, but each of those symbols contributed meaning to the larger circular elements. The man's hands and wrists, from what Richard could see of them, where they emerged from his black coat, were completely covered with the same kinds of designs. Even his rather long fingernails appeared to be tattooed beneath, with the designs visible right through the nail itself. His neck, above his tight collar, like everywhere else, was covered with the designs ringing his throat. His face, every part of his face, was covered with the same sort of emblems. There were hundreds, if not thousands, on his face alone. When he blinked those terrible red eyes, Richard saw that his eyelids were tattooed as well. Even his ears, every fold and as far down inside as Richard was able to see, were completely covered with the symbols on top of circular symbols, on top of yet more of the symbols. There were so many circular symbols that, in a way, it almost looked less like simple tattoos and more like they were a manifestation of black thoughts boiling to the surface from within. While the man's bald head was covered over with the same kinds of designs, one of them, larger than all the rest, dominated them all. The bottom edge of that large circle crossed over the bridge of his nose, going out over his cheeks to each side beneath his eyes, and then up and around just above his ears to cover the rest of the crown of the skull. Inside the circle was another, and between them a ring of runes. A triangle sitting within the inner circle crossed horizontally just above the man's brow. Smaller, secondary circular symbols floating outside the points of the triangle that broke the circles covered each temple, with the third at the point of the triangle on the back of his head. The way it was laid out made it appear as if the man was glaring out with those haunting red eyes from within the circular symbol itself, as if he were glaring out from the underworld. In the center of the triangle, toward the front of the man's skull, was a backward figure 9. Richard recognized not only all the designs, but that one in particular. That familiar tattoo covering the top of the man's bald head was darker than all the others, not just because it looked to be the most recently added, but because the lines composing it were heavier. Even so, lying as it was over layers of hundreds of other random emblems, it was evident that it was merely a part of a much larger purpose. All the tattoos, in all their many different designs, were still variations of the same basic themes, much as letters in an alphabet were all of a set. There were symbols laid out in circles of every size, even circles within circles within circles, with some of the symbols contained within those circles made up of other smaller designs and elements that Richard recognized as well. It was a disturbing sight to see a man so given over to such an occult purpose. It all made him a dark, living, moving, fluid illustration, with every design down through the countless layers clearly discernible and clearly with the purpose. Richard was especially disturbed by the central design covering the top part of the man's face and skull, the one with the backward figure 9. Like the rest of the symbols all over the man, it, too, was in the language of creation. Richard also recognized all too well that looking out from the symbol, as the man was, the figure 9 at the heart of it would not be backward to him. That particular symbol was the same one as on the Omen machine and on the cover of the book Regular that went with the machine. It was a symbol that linked it all to Richard. The man's red eyes went to Richard's hand gripping the hilt of his sword still sitting in its scabbard before returning to look into Richard's eyes, as if he were looking into his soul. "Lord Rawle," the man said in a voice that was as unsettling as his flesh, "how kind of you to visit my land of Fijian province." Richard's brow twitched. "Bishop Hannes Ark?" Hannes Ark was the leader of the Fijian province. The man bowed his head. "Actually, it's Lord Ark." Chapter 60. "Lord Ark," Richard said in a flat tone. "I was told that it was Bishop Hannes Ark." The man smiled insincerely. "My previous title." He dismissed it with an annoyed flourish of a tattooed hand. "I am now Lord Ark, soon to be. Well, it's of no concern at the moment. We have more important business that awaits us." The shadow behind the man finally stepped forward to stand beside him. Richard was stunned to see that it was a Mord Sith in red leather, a tall, very attractive, and a very dangerous-looking Mord Sith. He was more stunned to see that the blonde-haired woman was not a Mord Sith that he recognized, and he knew them all. At least, he thought he did. This one, he thought, must have been hiding under a rock in the Dark Lands. Hannes Ark held out an introductory hand as he smiled in satisfaction at Richard's surprise. "This is Mistress Vicka." Not only did he not recognize her, Richard had never heard any Mord Sith mention the name Vicka. Hannes Ark turned to the woman. "You see, Vicka, you worry for nothing. It is as I said. I leave the breadcrumbs, and Lord Rawle follows them." She smiled in response, but held Richard's gaze with her steely blue eyes. "Yes, Lord Ark." Hannes Ark turned back, also looking Richard in the eye as he spoke. "He is but a little pet, thinking he is going when he chooses, when he wants, and where he wants, when someone else is actually holding his leash." "What's this about?" Richard asked as calmly as he could, reminding himself not to lose his temper. He needed to think, to figure out what was going on. He knew that he couldn't do that if he gave himself over to a fit of rage, as satisfying as that might be. Better to stall for time and find out all he could. Better to find out exactly what kind of danger he was really up against. He knew that the more questions he could ask, and the more he let these two talk, the more time he would gain himself to try to think of a way out of the trap he found himself in. "Well, you see, Lord Rawle, everything was going along as I wanted, but then the hedge maid nearly spoiled my plans. Seems as though she had an obsession with that bloodlust that so overpowers her kind. But I guess that you have already learned all too much about that. Because of her failure to carry out my perfectly reasonable and carefully thought-out requests, it became necessary to change my plans.
In the end, however, I saw to it that it worked to my advantage, as all things eventually do. You see, I always take into account the alternate paths that others might choose to take because of their more limited nature, so that, if need be, I am able to alter my own plans. Because of that, I was prepared and able to take advantage of the situation as it presented itself. You were only too accommodating, and as a result, it worked to my advantage even better than I could have dreamed up in the beginning. You see, in the beginning, I was wondering how I would deal with your well-known and quite dangerous abilities, but now, thanks to the obstinate nature of that filthy little hedge maid, that hazard has been taken care of as well. Richard wasn't sure exactly what the man was talking about. When he didn't respond, Hannah Sark, as Richard expected, leaned forward a little to elaborate. I am referring to the touch of death she planted within you that prevents your gift from functioning. Its presence within you interferes with the function of the grace. The sly smile reappeared. Yes, I know about that. Seems she did me a favor by defanging you for me. Knowing her nature, I allowed her to play out her own needs in order to serve mine. I knew what she would try to do, and I knew you would have to stop her. Richard wondered what part prophecy had played in that. Hannah Sark straightened, pleased with himself. You see, my patience serves me well, and it all works to my advantage in the end. Richard saw that, back in the shadows, figures were beginning to appear as if materializing out of the rock itself. At first, he saw only a few, but within moments there were hundreds emerging from behind the rock. They all looked the same. Shantak. So what is this grand plan of yours, anyway? Richard asked as offhandedly as he could, still stalling for time. What's your little scheme all about? All in good time. He couldn't seem to keep himself from adding, and not so little. Really? You expect me to believe that from the dark recesses of Fijian province and your dark little domain, you have cooked up some elaborate grand plan that the world is going to care about? Fijian province had contributed soldiers to the effort of stopping the imperial order. Some of those men even served in the first file back at the palace. It was disheartening to realize that this place that had fought with them was never really on their side, or at least their leader wasn't. He had only pretended loyalty. Richard wondered how many other leaders of other lands who smiled so pleasantly to his face really wanted to stab him in the back. They had won the war, won the peace. Richard found such treachery not only infuriating but disheartening. He had thought that there was going to be peace. Zed had warned him that there was nothing so dangerous as peace. Richard should have taken his grandfather's words more seriously. Hannah Sark smiled, as if trying to decide whether he wanted to kill Richard on the spot for disparaging his revelation of a carefully planned grand scheme, or continue to torment him to some purpose. In the end, he turned and bowed a little as he held an arm out in feigned, polite invitation. Come with us, if you please, Lord Rawle, and we will show you a bit of my grand plans. Then you can decide for yourself if you think the world will care. The green walls of death still stood to the sides and behind, preventing any escape. Do I have a choice? Richard asked. Hannah Sark smiled in a way that made Richard's blood run cold. Not really. Well, even so, I'm sorry, Richard said. I'm afraid that I have other plans, and they don't include you. The shadow of a dark look came across Hannah Sark's tattooed face. The man lifted a finger in Richard's direction. Sudden pain knifing through Richard's skull took him to his knees in a heartbeat. His eyes bulged as his hands went to the sides of his head. It felt like bolts of lightning were crackling in through his ears. The sound of it inside his head was deafening, the pain withering. Hannah Sark withdrew the pointed finger, and the pain lifted with it. Richard fell forward onto his hands as he gasped a breath. I can do this all day, the man said. Can you?
Richard struggled to return to his feet, still panting to catch his breath. I think I can, Bishop, Richard said, deliberately using the man's lower title. Please continue. Let me have a few minutes with him, Lord Ark, Vicar said with menacing impatience. I will teach him to be more respectful. He dismissed her suggestion with a wave.
Later.
She bowed her head. As you wish, Lord Ark. Richard wished he knew where in the world she had come from and why he didn't know anything about her.
Enough of this,
Hannah Sark said, dispensing with the polite tone, falling back on his true nature.
If you want to see your friends again, he said to Richard, you will come with me.
He started away, but then turned back.
By the way, I believe you understand how the power of a Mord Sith works. Draw your weapon and Vicar will own you.
Vicar, Richard said, addressing her directly and ignoring her master.
What are you doing here with him? Mord Sith serve the Lord Roll.
Not all of us, she said with that unique, chilling smile of a Mord Sith. Not any more.
What do you mean, not any more?
We used to serve the House of Rawle, as had always been our tradition, but when Darken Rawle sent us on missions to Vajin Province in his name, some of us accepted Lord Ark's invitation to join with him instead. We chose to serve him and remain under his protection from the Lord Rawle. Richard nodded.
I understand, Vicar. Darken Rawle was an evil man. I know how he treated the Mord Sith. Believe me, he harmed me as well. In the end, I killed him.
She smiled again. Good for you. The smile vanished. She spun her aegil up into her fist. Now do as you were told and come along, or I will make you wish that you had not hesitated. Richard knew that there was a time and a place for everything, including a time and place to stand and fight. There was even a time and place to try to explain things. This was not either, especially not in front of Hannah Sark. He also knew what Mord Sith were made of. They were universally feared for good reason. It was not a fight he really wanted to have. He looked at the determination in her steely blue eyes, and beyond to the hundreds of Shantak that had appeared from nowhere. This was not the time and place to stand and fight. More than that, though, he knew these people were likely responsible for capturing his friends. Going with them was bound to be the quickest and easiest way to find out where Zed, Nikki, Kara, Ben, and all the rest of them were being held. Once he knew that, then maybe it would be the time to stand and fight. Richard bowed his head.
Please, Bishop, Mistress Vicar, lead the way.
Chapter 61. In a grim mood, Richard followed behind Hannah Sark as he marched off in the direction of the rock towers in the distance. As he passed the mass of rugged stone spires, yet more of the chalky-looking Shantak emerged from shadows to close in on both sides of him and from behind. They were as forbidding a people as he had ever seen. All of them, even the women, were bare-chested. The most they wore above their waists were strings of beads, bones, and teeth, much of those worn around their upper arms. All of them were smeared with a chalky white substance over every bit of skin not covered with their simple, sparse clothing. In a way, the white pigment was their dress. Most of them, including a number of the women, had shaved their heads. A few of them, including a few of the women, had top knots of hair wound with strings of bones and teeth to make their hair stand up in a plume. He didn't know if it was a mark of rank, another method of adornment, or meant to make them look more intimidating. Smeared in the chalky white coloring, they were an unpleasant, savage-looking lot. They looked human, but in a way they looked less than that. They all peered at him with hungry, grim expressions. The eyes of all the Shantak looked haunted, surrounded as they were with rough circles of dark, greasy soot. Some of their faces had a skull's death grin painted over their lips and cheeks with the same dark grease, so that they looked like skulls rather than living people with flesh on their bones. It was as if they wanted to celebrate the part of them that was dead. That made sense in view of the fact that these weren't really living people. They were half people, part of the third kingdom that existed somewhere between life and death. These people had no souls, no connection to the grace, no spark from creation that would follow them through their lives and into the underworld. For now they existed in neither the world of life nor the world of death. They were of a third kingdom. Richard was unhappy to know that he too was of that kingdom, and he had the shadow of that nether world haunting him. It was more than unsettling to be among such a gathering of half people. These were beings who, given the chance, would fall on him, rip him apart, and devour him to try to steal his soul. As they went deeper into the endless expanse of spiked rock sticking up from the ground everywhere, the air grew darker overhead with a hazy layer of smoke. It smelled like sulfur. It was so thick in places that Richard couldn't see the tops of the taller rock projections. The endless march felt like walking through a stone forest with drifting smoke for a forest canopy. He began to spot places where that smoke was rising from cracks in the ground. The farther they went, the more prevalent the fissures became until he sometimes had to step over them and through the choking gray smoke. Green light shone up through many of those cracks, as if they were walking on rock that floated on the surface of the underworld itself. To the sides, Richard saw openings in the craggy stone walls. Some looked shallow, but others went back into blackness. Acrid smoke rose from the cracked ground around them to add to the hazy layer overhead. Deeper into the canyons among the stone columns, the spires began to take on the look of massive bundles of reeds that had turned to stone. Many of the individual stone rods that were bundled into the rock spires were broken off at different lengths, giving each column a jagged top. The ground was littered with those broken rod-like pieces of stone. In some places, towers had fallen apart and had collapsed across the ground to leave a deep detritus that was difficult to walk through. In the distance, off to the sides, the columns merged together to become immense stone buttes. As they made their way along a winding course among the network of deep, dark canyons created by the spires, Richard saw more of the shantuk back in the dark recesses, peering out with those haunting, hungry, painted-on black eye sockets. Farther into the confusing landscape, the rock changed, and in among the spires was rock that looked to have once been liquid, that flooded the place and then froze to stone. It was darker and full of holes. Richard saw more frequent openings in the rock. The larger masses of rock were riddled with every size of jagged hole. In places the flow of stone closed in overhead to make bridges and arches. Those, too, grew in number, creating a network of covered chasms. In places the rock covering them thickened so that for brief spans it was like going through caves. It felt as if the rugged landscape was bit by bit swallowing them up. The shantuk seemed to grow in number by the moment, coming out of openings in the rock to either watch or join the procession. As they moved deeper into the snarled mass of rock, it seemed as if they began making their way through a cave system that over time had become partially exposed to the world above. The farther they went, the more the stone closed in overhead, until after a while they were in a network of passages that were almost entirely underground. From time to time he saw a gray overcast, but then they would again move into dark underground passageways. As those passages, those holes riddling the rock, grew dark enough, torches were finally used to light the way. Eventually, as they moved deeper, the rock completely closed in overhead so that they were totally underground. Many of the grim, chalky half-people brought torches with them as they emerged from holes, tunnels, and gaps everywhere in the rock. In some of the passageways off to the sides, Richard saw silent figures standing as if guarding the passage. They were not shantuk. They were the awakened dead. The corpses, one with a shoulder bone sticking from dried, crumbling, leathery skin, all watched with glowing red eyes. Richard gave up trying to keep track of how he would ever find his way back out of the place. The entire network of caves was honeycombed with countless openings. He realized that he was hopelessly lost in the underground labyrinth. He wondered if he would ever have to face the problem of finding a way out. They came to a series of caverns off to the sides that were shut off, some with rough planks that looked to serve as doors or barriers. Other openings, though, were closed off with sheets of the wavering greenish underworld luminescence. When Richard saw a figure standing beyond one of those curtains of green, he stopped to look. He could tell that it wasn't one of the spirits that could be seen back in the world of the dead. This figure didn't move the same, didn't writhe and wail. It moved, then stood still like a man would. He knew that it was a person trapped on the other side of the green wall. It occurred to him that the veil of the underworld might be serving as a kind of prison door. The Mord Sith jabbed him lightly in the back of the shoulder with her aegil to keep him moving. He put a hand over his shoulder as he stumbled ahead, comforting the unexpected stab of pain. From ample experience he knew that the pain could have been far worse had she intended it. This time she had only intended to prod him along. Not much farther along, Hanasark stopped and turned, watching Richard, Vicka, and the mass of silent, whitewashed half-people coming up around and behind Richard. When Richard came to a halt, Hanasark silently gestured to the Mord Sith. She understood what he wanted. "Give me your sword," she said as she moved around in front of Richard. "You won't be needing it." Handing over his sword was about the last thing in the world he wanted to do, but his options were pretty limited. He could draw the weapon and fight, but there was no way he could hold off the horde of Shantuk all around him. His first target, of course, would have been Hanasark, but the man had already demonstrated his occult powers, so such an attack would swiftly prove pointless. Lastly, trying to use the weapon against a Mord Sith was a mistake that he had made once before in his life. He would not make that same mistake again. Vicka lifted her hands out. Richard pulled the baldric off over his head and laid the sheathed sword in her upturned palms. She looked a bit surprised. "Very good, Lord Rawle. If I didn't know better, I would think that you had already been trained by a Mord Sith." Without saying anything, Hanasark gestured to the half-people crowded in close. One of the Shantuk shoved Richard, turning him down a different tunnel to the left side. Once into the opening, Hanasark gracefully lifted a hand, and a glimmering green veil rose over the opening, trapping Richard behind it. Chapter 62. Richard, feeling naked without his sword, looked around in his sudden solitude, the greenish veil providing light enough to see by. He paced for a time, frustrated, angry, and feeling cornered not only by the shimmering green luminescence confining him in a chamber in the rock, but by the entire situation. He had hoped that this would lead him to where Zed, Nikki, Kara, and the others were being held captive. He suspected that he had to be close to them, but locked in such a spot, he didn't know how he would get to them. It was obvious that Hanasark had long been plotting something, and Richard had been completely unaware of the man's treacherous scheming. Richard didn't know for sure what the man had planned or what his ultimate goal was, but Richard had some ideas, and none of them were good. He hated the feeling of being too far behind the flow of events, a feeling that he had been trapped before he even realized that anything was going on. Not only had the barrier to the Third Kingdom, built in Naja Moon's time, back during the Ancient War, finally failed, but at the same time, Hanasark was planning something ominous. It seemed obvious enough that the two events, the barrier failing and Hanasark capturing Richard, were connected. He admonished himself for concentrating so much mental effort on the problem rather than trying to think of a way out of the situation. He was in the dark about Hanasark's plans. He couldn't know the extent of the problem, and it was useless guessing. At least Samantha had gotten away. That meant the situation wasn't hopeless. Hanasark either didn't care about her, or he hadn't yet managed to catch her. Most likely he didn't consider her a serious threat, and so he didn't concern himself with her. It was Richard he wanted. Richard knew that he had to think of solutions rather than fret about the problem. He needed to tackle the obstacles one at a time. The immediate solution he needed was to see if there was a way to get out of the prison he found himself in. He had to put his mind to that first. Setting aside the swirl of worries and questions, he began exploring the irregular area in which he found himself confined. There was a wooden bucket of water near a wall, but no food. He soon discovered that there were openings everywhere through the rock. Most of them were small, dark holes he could fit no more than a finger or hand into. There were a few other openings, barely large enough to possibly squeeze himself through, but they were dark as pitch. Richard suspected they led nowhere, so he would save them as a last resort to try. It would do him no good to try to wriggle through and get stuck. There were larger openings, like the one he had come in through, but they, too, were blocked with the glowing green walls. Richard was careful to stay clear of that wavering greenish luminescence. He had been uncomfortably close to such boundaries to the underworld before, but he was unsure of the exact properties of the ones in this place. After all, Hannah's Ark had commanded them into existence. It was impossible to know if the boundary between life and death behaved differently in the Third Kingdom, where life and death existed together, or if they behaved like others he had encountered in the past. More importantly, after coming through the gates into the Third Kingdom, those boundaries were not fixed. They moved. He didn't want to be too close and have one of these unexpectedly engulf him. All the more reason to keep his distance from the wavering greenish veil. As he glanced around, the thought occurred to him that the boundary veils blocking him in the prison might start closing in on him in order to pull him into the underworld. That seemed unlikely, though. Hannah's Ark could have simply let the Shantuk have him if he had wanted Richard dead. No, Hannah's Ark had wanted him alive for some purpose, maybe the same reason he had taken the others captive rather than kill them. Richard wished he knew what that purpose could be. Sighing in frustration, he stuffed his hands into his back pockets as he walked around, inspecting every inch of his prison. He saw nothing useful and no way out. It seemed a very secure dungeon. He hoped that Samantha hadn't been caught by the Shantuk. In the back of his mind he constantly worried about her. He considered the way he had been able to call to her beyond the greenish veil trapping him. He remembered that she could hear him, but could not see him through the greenish veil. That thought gave him an idea. He went to one of the passages covered over with a glimmering sheet of the green light. "Is anyone there?" he called out. When he called out again, and still received no answer back other than the echo of his own voice, he went down the line to the next veil blocking an opening, and then another, calling out to each one. "Can anyone hear me? Is anyone there?" "Richard?" came the weak echo of a voice he knew. Richard spun around to where the voice had come from across the irregular chamber. He rushed to the other side of his prison, to the green veil floating in the opening on that side. "Zed? Zed, is that you?" "Dear spirits! Richard!" the voice echoed back. It sounded distant, as if it was several chambers away, and it wasn't very loud, but it was enough to hear, and it was unmistakable. Zed's voice sounded choked with tears. That tormented sound in his grandfather's voice terrified Richard. "Zed, yes, it's me. Are you all right?" The answer was a long moment in coming. "Yes, my boy, I'm alive." That wasn't the answer Richard had been hoping for. "Zed, are you all right? What are they doing to you?" He waited a moment until the answer finally came. "They're bleeding us." "Bleeding you? They're taking your blood?" "Yes." Richard pounded a fist against the stone wall beside the opening blocked by the greenish luminescence. "Why?" "It's a long story. I've seen a few of the others, and some people I don't know. They bleed them as well, gifted and non-gifted alike." Richard remembered how Jit had been bleeding Colin and drinking her blood. He had to remind himself to slow his breathing and stay calm. He had to keep his wits if he was to figure something out. It was all he could do not to try to dive through the greenish boundary of the underworld to get to his grandfather. "I'm sorry they have you too, my boy, but it is heartwarming to hear your voice." The anguish in Zed's voice was unmistakable. Zed rarely sounded that despairing. "Zed, hang on. I'll think of something." Richard could hear a soft chuckle. "That's the Richard I've missed so much." Richard swallowed. "Zed, what do they want with your blood? Why are they taking your blood?" "They are using it to try to raise the dead." Richard blinked. "What?" "They don't do much talking, but from what I can gather, they think that the blood of the gifted can somehow bring the dead back to life." "That's crazy, but it's far from the craziest thing I've heard recently." The silence dragged on for a moment before Zed spoke again. "So tired. Richard, I have to rest. So tired." Richard was nodding. "It's all right, Zed. Rest. I'll think of something. I'll get us out of here. I swear I will. Hang on. Rest for now. Save your strength." "Hush. They're coming for me again. I love you, my boy." Zed's voice trailed off. Richard pounded the side of his fist against the wall again as he heard his grandfather cry out in the distance as he was being dragged away. Richard had to do something.